Howdy, folks. Now, I need to check just before we go forward. Broadcast. Mute. Camera. Overlay. All of this should be okay, so... hang on. Hello, dude. Can you guys hear me okay? And you should be able to see me anyway, but can you hear me okay? That is the main thing. Move the camera a little bit. Let me know if you can see me talking but not hear anything. Right, practice. Skip. Cool. I decided to take a little nap before the 24-hour race begins, and I woke up at 1 minute to 10. So that's why I look like one of those naps where you wake up and it feels like 10 years later. Right, qualifier. It's a shame that the Ferrari isn't a little bit more of a challenge, because... yeah, I would have liked the AI to have been a bit more of a challenge, you know, but the Mercedes and the Audi just aren't really that interesting to me. Still, it's mostly the race itself that's the challenge, I guess, with 24 hours, just going the distance. I got drinks, I got snacks. And we got a debut as well, which I'm sure this will come up again, because you can kind of see here. I've got a different chair now. I've got a custom gaming chair. And this is really going to be the inauguration of this chair. Because last time I was using the same chair that I've been using for a while. Whereas now, I decided to make a custom gaming chair out of... if I move that way, you can't really see there, but there's a little logo there, a little trident, because I decided to buy a 2004 Maserati Quattroporte driver's seat and custom make it into a gaming chair. And the funny thing is, still cheaper than most gaming chairs. Because what's a premium gaming chair these days? Probably like 300-400 quid, something like that. I bought this chair on eBay. It's still got the motors and everything underneath for the seat adjustment. Obviously it doesn't work, but it was 150 quid, and then I've had it fitted with 4 square section 40mm steel tube legs, just really simple, literally just welded straight underneath, which cost me, what was it, 30 quid I think to do. So all in, it's like, I think even with delivery, the whole thing was like 220, 230 quid, something like that. So it's still significantly cheaper than a gaming chair. And part of the reason why I wanted it is not only is it cool to have it as a chair, but also these are designed to be sat in for hours, for hundreds of miles. So it seems kind of appropriate. It's pretty cool on eBay. There was a Bentley chair from a Continental GT. And in the Continental GT, it's a bit of a... Yeah, I am going to start from the back, yeah, especially because this is the easiest option as well. The Bentley's got kind of a banana-shaped driver's seat, and also it's got, like, up here, the seat belt is part of the chair, which I know there's a bunch of cars that have that, but I thought that would be kind of cool if it was the Bentley seat to, like, strap in, like for endurance races. I didn't get that one because it was a bit faded and a bit expensive, but... So yeah, usually... like last time when I did the Le Mans 24-hour stream, I started the stream after this, so that you guys didn't have to wait for this timer to go down. But like I said, waking up at 21:59, kind of scrambled to get the thing started, which we're, what, a little bit late? Yeah, it's 10 past now, so a little bit late. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. And it was interesting last time as well, bit of a learning curve, because that the last, I'd say the last 3 hours was the hardest. Not yesterday, but last time. Am I doing the full 24 or breaking it up? Technically both, but not in the way that you mean. I'm doing the full 24, so we're going from 10 o'clock now to 10 o'clock tomorrow, so, you know, the proper 24-hour race. But I am going to be breaking up the stream into multiple parts, because last time, my hope was, I wanted to do it as a full unbroken 24-hour stream, but somebody said that YouTube gets funny with saving that afterwards, which it's a good job I didn't do it that way, but the stream ended for no reason at 9 hours last time on Le Mans. So then we started again, so then it was 9 hours and 16 hours, back to back. But after it finished, it didn't save the last, like, 3 or 4 hours. So there was a 9 hour and 12 hour, and if you watch it after the fact, you can't see the end of the race, which sucks. So, what I'm going to do this time, to counteract that, is I'm going to manually end the stream at 8, 8, and 8. But, you know, in terms of what you mean, yeah, we're doing the whole thing in one go. So I'll do 8 hours of the stream, and then quit, probably give it like 10, 15 seconds, and start the next stream. Just a little bit of time so that people can exit the video, find a new one, maybe account for a bit of the lag on the video. Hi Gabe, I think you might have been in the Le Mans as well, weren't you, last time you dropped in? Hopefully a few of the same people will drop in. And once again we're going to go around the full spectrum of time zones, so that'll be fun. Yeah, I've got different snacks this time as well. No noodles this time. I still enjoy the noodles, but I will admit I did get sick of the noodles by the end of the race. So this time I've got some protein bars. I've got yeah, that's all good, buddy. I don't expect anyone to watch the whole thing, that's fine. Got protein bars, I've got loads of Monsters, sugar and no sugar, a little cookie dough or cookies and cream fridge. Thanks for the good luck. Yeah, like I said, last time it was really the last 3 hours that kind of dragged. But yeah, it still feels more enjoyable to do these. No, we're not going to get an update this month now, mate, because, well, we're not going to get an update this month either way, because even if we get silhouettes, because obviously last time in the Le Mans race we had the silhouettes, if I remember correctly, while I was in the race. I think it was that time, that might have been Spa, I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure that was in the Le Mans event, but maybe I'm wrong, I can't remember. Right, 50% chance of rain. Let's have a look at the track map. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Settings. Now, so far I've used the mediums in these endurance races. Yeah, I never keep up with when the World Series stuff is, but the thing I was going to say is, if they were to, for example, release the silhouettes today, which is possible, then that will make the update next month, because they release the silhouettes on the weekend, and then it's the following Thursday when the update drops. So at this point, that would then be March. So either way, there's not going to be a February update, which wouldn't be the end of the world, obviously, and it also wouldn't be the first time that they've done that. So for the fuel map, I'm going to basically approach this in the way that I usually do, which is medium tyres and leave the fuel map as it is, because that's steered me pretty well so far. And if we go to the weather, excuse me, yeah, either early, if we get something today, or tomorrow, I guess, in terms of silhouettes, then it would be an early one, yeah. And if not, then maybe something at the end of March, but yeah, it seems to show, hopefully I'll be proven wrong, but it seems to show that we're not necessarily going to get every month, which isn't too surprising anyway, because I don't think, since GT7 came out, I don't think they've done every month like clockwork anyway. They've always had months that they skipped or gapped. As I said before, I was surprised that we even had anything in January. I'm looking forward to the nighttime stuff here on the Nurb. And for some people, depending on time zone, they'll probably completely miss some of the nighttime racing here, because if it's anything like Le Mans, which it might not be, I'm not sure. I can't remember what time Le Mans started on, because it's 4 o'clock at the moment in the game. So it'll take a while, actually. High Fate. And yeah, it is fun to hang out. That's part of the main reason why I like doing the stream versions. It's a lot more interesting when you can actually interact with people. Which is also why I put out that poll about, once this one's done, and I presumably win, fast forward to me coming last, but presumably win, should I go back and stream a second go-around of Suzuka? If it brings... Yeah, that's the thing. If we do wait longer, it's not like the updates get any bigger. The only time where we have had the bigger update has been Spec 3. As I recall, I don't remember any other months being significantly bigger than that. There might have been like one extra car. Whoa, steady on. And yeah, the race is 24 hours. There's a 6, 8, 24 and 24. This is the last race technically of the power pack. And yeah, you can take breaks, you can pause it, and you can exit save technically, but I don't want to do that, you know. I wouldn't talk badly of anyone who does do that, because a lot of people don't have the time to do something like this. And yeah, thanks for the likes. It will help the algorithm in whatever way. But I prefer to do it in the full stretch. It's more in the spirit of endurance if you just try and do it all in one go. Or in the case of this one, like I said, 3 back-to-back 8-hour streams, just so that YouTube saves it properly, with about a, say, 10-15 second gap between each stream, just to allow people to exit and find the new one. Portuguese track. Can't see... That's going to be the constant thing here again. I can't see the end of the messages, but... I've just started playing, and as usual we do some spoilers and stuff for upcoming talk on the channel, but I've already prepped the video for this coming Tuesday for the members section, which is a debut video for a new game in said members section, which is Ride 5. And I was really impressed actually in Ride 5, because I hadn't played it before, how many really cool circuits there are. Speaking of Portuguese circuits, I can't remember what the name of the circuit is, but I'm pretty sure one of the Portuguese circuits that people ask for is in that game. I can't remember the name of the track though. I keep wanting to say Kyalami, but that isn't Portuguese if I recall correctly, but something. And yeah, this Ferrari is cool. That's the main reason why I chose it, because this is the easier AI difficulty. I'd rather have like the mid-level, really. Estral, that's the one. I think it's Estral is in Ride 5. Can't say I've spent much time on that track, because most of the games that I play don't have it. Most of the Forza series, I don't know if Forza has it now, but obviously I haven't played Motorsport anyway. And GT, of course, has never had it. What cars do I hope come to GT7 in future updates? Well, there are loads that I'd hope for. Now that the Espace is in there, which, like I said before, I never realistically expected that to happen, but now that the Espace is back, which is an amazing bonus. Oh, cool. That's cool to live near a track. I don't live super near any crazy famous tracks. One of the closest circuits to me is probably Castle Combe. And yeah, not a bad thing to listen to, a Ferrari. What was I saying? Oh great, started this again, forgetting what I was talking about. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, you were asking what new vehicles. There are 2 vehicles. Oh, 30 minutes, that's pretty close. 2 vehicles which I'd really hope would come to GT7 or to GT in general. One would be a return and one would be a debut. The debut, which I think I would probably like the most... Whoops. Hello again, Rolly. Rolly or Rolly? Ollie, no. Where did I get the R from? But you saying about you missing the start, don't worry about it. I almost missed the start. I woke up at 21:59. But yeah, the debut I would love to see is one of my favourite cars, period. In my opinion, one of the most beautiful modern cars, which is the Maserati MC12. I would absolutely love to see that finally in Gran Turismo, especially because we've got the Enzo, and once we've got an MC12, I feel like it would be a matter of time before we get the racing version, and that would be awesome to have against like the Aston DBR9. In terms of a returning vehicle, I would say the one which I would love to see back, and I've said this before, but the Panos GTR1. I would love to see that back in Gran Turismo in Group 2, and yeah, that would be awesome. And potentially, if they get the weight right and have finally in HD glory, detailed interior, which it never had before in the series, that would be really cool to take on like the CLK LMs, Toyota GT1, and it would be more useful than ever. And on the point of, I think you just mentioned people complaining about track noise levels, that does seem to be a bit more of a thing in general. I can't remember who it was, but recently I think it might have been a drag strip or something here in the UK. I don't think it was Santa Pod, but it might have been something like Santa Pod. They said if you have lived there for less time than the track has been around, then they're going to ignore your complaints. Which is, I think, the way to do it. If you haven't even lived there for that long and you're just coming in and immediately whining about a circuit, then yeah, just shut up. You knew what you were doing when you moved in. And yeah, I would also, on the point, I noticed somebody mentioned the Lister Storm. I'd love to see the Lister Storm back. And just like the Panos, if they got it right this time, I reckon... Yeah, I don't know actually. I feel like the Lister Storm would be one of those, kind of like if you compare the 2 McLarens, you've got the short tail Ueno Clinic GTR, which is in Group 3, and then you've got the long tail, the final liveried one, the Fina, in Group 2, which feels right. I think that could be a similar thing with with the Panos versus the Lister Storm. The Panos would be great in Group 2, and then I think the Lister Storm, even with a more accurate weight, would be more of probably a Group 3 machine. And I think it would be quite good, actually, in Group 3. And a lot of fun, definitely. But yeah, I'd love to see the Lister Storm back. I'd love to see Lister back in general, really. New cars. Yeah, I remember you saying about the Rover. Triumph would be cool to have back, for sure. Because... I mean, we only ever had the Spitfire to work with anyway, which is... It's a charming little car, but it's... Whoops. We only ever had the Spitfire, which was a charming car, but not the most useful thing around. Like, I would imagine most players who are going to use something like that, unless you specifically need a classic, they're probably just going to go for an MX-5. A classic pop-up headlight MX-5. Which is funny, because in my opinion... And I'm sure there are those who would disagree, but in my opinion, I think the MX-5 is kind of the spiritual successor to the Spitfire, really. Yeah. You can't move into something that's been there for a while on the subject of that comment about a golf course. If you don't like it, don't move in there. Nobody forced you to move there, but that's people these days. Everyone's entitled, especially in the UK. I think I might have said this before, but one of my favourite things about going to South Africa was the driving is better there. Genesis, yeah, I'd love to see the Genesis as well. because that would also be more hypercars, and we have precious few hypercars. But it's Gran Turismo, they're always behind the times adding new cars. GT7's probably been one of the better examples, actually, of having like some newer stuff in there, or some more recent stuff. But yeah, I prefer driving in South Africa to England, because even though South Africa, I believe, has been voted some of the worst drivers, I actually found it to be the exact opposite, because in South Africa there's a very real possibility that somebody would have like a machete in their car, and in the UK no one does, at least not that you would ever expect them to. So people in the UK have no fear really when it comes to road rage. You know, even people that should fear don't, because you know, it's just, you get out, you have a wine, it very rarely becomes actually physical. Whereas in South Africa, or I'm sure many other places as well, if there is a chance that one or both of you are probably armed in the vehicle in one way or another, and prepared to use it, you'd be surprised how much less real road rage there is, or at least that I saw. I don't think I saw any major road rage, and I certainly never had any major road rage in South Africa. And yeah, I guess it is in the UK actually. Funnily enough, speaking of which, I was over in London twice recently, actually. Wednesday, I ended up getting the new car, and this is the main reason why this race was delayed from last week, because I was supposed to do this one last Saturday, and then a relatively last-minute thing, I went over to Heathrow to check out the car that I talked about buying. I think I might have even said about the details on it. I was buying that Lincoln Navigator, blue, Lambo doors, crazy wheels and all that. And I finally went to see it, and it was a piece of junk. Absolute junk. I took pictures of it and everything underneath, just covered in rust. The wiring was horrific. Yeah, just abysmal. And I thought, well, I'm certainly not wasting the money on that. It'd be a massive mistake. And it wasn't like any of the individual jobs on it were too big. I don't have coffee. No, I'm not a coffee drinker, actually. I don't like coffee. I don't drink that much tea either, but I like tea, not so much coffee. But no, I've got loads of monsters, which I'm not going to drink all of. At the moment, I've got a no sugar monster, and then as the race goes on, I'll probably break out the mango. But that's my caffeine of choice. Plus, I just had roughly a 2.5 hour nap, which is why I was a little bit, probably a couple of minutes later to starting the race. But yeah, so that was it wasn't a pointless journey, but you saying about certain parts of the country being a bit rough, the chap who was there said, because we were talking about roads in various countries and that, and he said, yeah, you go in central London and that at certain times, it feels third worldish. You know, you wouldn't want to be out. Harrow, 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 Jack. Another slog to get through. 6.7 laps. It's going to be interesting to also on the point of endurance. The weather is closer than before. Yeah, it does. Although for those who watched Le Mans last time, like the last 4 hours of that race looked like it was going to rain and it didn't. But yeah, it may well rain. On the map, it's certainly threatening to, but as we know with these longer races, the weather moves very, very slowly, which I wouldn't mind, you know. I'd actually quite like to have some interesting weather in one, at least, of these races, because nighttime's cool, but I would like to have some rain as well. Especially on the Nurburgring, because on Le Mans, with the long straight section, I feel, excuse me, I feel like even with the rain, you wouldn't catch them up that quick. Whereas on the Nurburgring, if it did rain, my personal preference and ability of driving in the rain, which is usually reasonably good, could catch up a lot quicker and make up a lot more ground. Not that you really need it with the one out of 3 difficulty car, but you know, it just makes it more interesting, a bit more of a challenge, keeps me on my toes. Yeah, and even on this level, as the kid next door screams his head off as usual, even on this level, the first and second cars tend to have that extra bit of pace, which is fun, you know, some challenge at least. If this Ferrari could have been the the 2 out of 3, I would have probably preferred that, because then it makes it that bit more of a challenge, like it was with, if I recall correctly, I think the Nissan last time. Because the Porsche was the easy one, then the Nissan, then the Sauber. But again, I've said it a million times at this point, but I do wish that you could choose the difficulty irrelevant of the car. Like imagine, for example, if they slightly changed how it was done. Let's say you could choose even the same 3 cars, the Ferrari, the Audi and the Mercedes, but instead you just pick the difficulty with whichever car, and then it just adjusts the balance of performance in the same way that it already does. So you could choose like the Ferrari, but have it on 2 chilies if you wanted to, you know? Steady on. Speaking of the weather, now we've got sun again. So yeah, it was kind of a wasted journey on Saturday, the long and the short of it. Very, very long journey, because living in the countryside, I could get a taxi in the morning, because I like to travel by coach. Train is more direct, but it's also a lot more expensive, and I'm not really a fan of trains. So I like to get the coach, so I walk about 3, probably more like 4 miles to get the coach in the morning. So on Saturday I think I left at about 4:30 AM, walked 4 miles into town, got the coach. By the time it was all said and done, I think I got there about 11, something like that. Looked at the car. As soon as I got in the car with the guy who picked me up from Heathrow, I thought, great, I've wasted this journey. Because he goes, you know, with these cars, they've been sat for a while, and he wasn't joking. They've had this car since it's come to the UK, which was about 5 years ago, and it's been sat there in the yard ever since, which is not what any car wants to do. Pardon me, but he said to me, you know, these cars, they haven't been driven for a while, and when you're driving back a bit of a longer way, in my case 2.5 hours back, you want to maybe have, you know, a bit of a break on the way back, let the car have a bit of a break. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? I literally bought the last Navigator, immediately started driving it after it had been sat for a little bit, and 5,000 miles later it was still great. So don't give me that rubbish. So yeah, didn't buy that car. But then this Wednesday just gone, I went up again, even further across country, to Colchester in Essex. So literally from like furthest left to furthest right on the country, from one coast to the other. Got there about midday, left even earlier in the morning, and bought the new car. And the difference was night and day. Visually speaking, it's pretty much identical to the one I already had, but it's a stunning condition compared to the other one. Mine was great. Sold it with 102,000 miles, so still not crazy for a 20-year-old car, but I love that car. The guy who's got it now loves it as well. He drove it back up to Liverpool. He absolutely loves it. He had a first-gen, I think he still got actually, a first-gen Cadillac Escalade. Second-gen, I should say, like the 2003-ish kind of shape, with the big square headlights. And then he drove my Navigator back, and he said he'd never get an Escalade again. So, from someone with experience, shows the difference between owning the two cars and what they like to drive, that the Lincoln is immediately that much more enjoyable. But it's funny because people want the Cadillac. It's always been the case for Lincoln versus Cadillac. People always go for Cadillac because it's like Rolls-Royce versus Bentley. They just always go for the better known name. But the reality is, more often than not, depending on what you want, Bentley can be better, especially if you want performance over a Rolls. It's not like Rolls-Royce makes fast cars necessarily. So yeah, I've gone for another one. It's slightly newer, 2006, and as a 2006 car, it's done 45,000 miles, which for any car, and that's genuine as well, for any car, that's great mileage for that age. But for a car that's that rare, both of them were one of only 5 in the country in that spec anyway. And obviously being a Yank, they're much rarer over here. But yeah, it's awesome. It's surprising how different it feels actually, from a 100,000 miler to a 45,000 miler. And yeah, they are pretty closely packed. In fact, all the top 5 we're kind of back to back at the moment, which would be a great photo opportunity. So yeah, the weather is still a fair way away. We've done 3 laps, or we're on 3 laps, so we've done 2, just under. Get on the road, man. Get on the road. It's just under 6 So, yeah, 2. I don't think I'd get 8 laps out of it, not without leaning out the fuel, which I don't want to do. But I'll probably get 7, get a good 7 laps out of it. Which, to be fair, on the Nurburgring, that's not bad. Between pit-ins, 7 laps is quite a lot of time, really. Yeah, exactly. Let's catch up this couple of cars again so we can make up a bit of a gap for the pitting in. Like that guy in NASCAR who did it. Well, yeah, I bet you could get 10 laps if you lean the fuel out, and especially if you use a manual gearbox and short shift. Yeah, I'd believe that for sure. But yeah, usually the game runs on the same kind of settings as I'm doing now. I mean, they've got medium tyres. They also usually have their fuel on power, I would assume, if you look at when they pit in. So we should be at least on par with them in terms of how long it lasts. Yeah. But yeah, especially with this AI difficulty, I'm not too bothered about making the fuel and tyres last crazy long. It'll be fine either way. And if nothing else, it makes it a bit more of a challenge, a bit more interesting. I'm not expecting this to be a huge challenge anyway, because it's not like I was in first place in, definitely not in the Nürburgring event. I can't remember how long it took me to get into first in the Spa one. I don't know. One of the main differences with this chair setup compared to last time is, as yet, and I don't know if I will, I haven't fitted it with any armrests. 170 laps. Excuse me. I can't remember how many laps we did on Le Mans now. I want to say it had to be close to 400, something like that. Maybe it was less, maybe it's 300 and something, I can't remember now. It really annoyed me though after the fact, because it was a great ending with everyone in the chat. I think there were like, I can't remember now, a few hundred people watching at the end of the race. About 8,000 people tuned in and out over the course of the event. But then YouTube just didn't save anything after 12 hours for that second stream, which is annoying. Which is why, for those who missed it, I said earlier on, we're going to break this one up into 3 streams of 8 hours with about 10-15 seconds or so in between to let people find the new stream, just to be sure that YouTube doesn't mess it up. Oh, 450. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. That last 3 or 4 hours was the most difficult, so we'll see how it is this time. And then I think, for 2 reasons. One, because you guys seem to enjoy these live streams, which is cool. And also, for the completion aspect of it, I think after this is done, since this will technically then be the power pack complete, I might go back and live stream that second run of the 6 hours of Suzuka. Because I already did it, the video is already on the channel. But as I said before, that was the only one that was pre-recorded, which just wasn't as interesting. And I also finished 4th because it was the first of the endurance races, and I hadn't really properly figured out what I wanted to do yet in terms of strategy, and you could see the difference, not using mediums, and the pace just wasn't quite there. I didn't enjoy it as much either because there wasn't a live chat to talk to. So I might redo that one as a live stream version. I'll probably keep the other one up, I wouldn't private the video or anything, but I definitely like this racing version of the 296 a lot more than the road version. Like I've said before, to me this car feels more like it should be a modern day Ferrari Dino, and with 800 horsepower, hybrid or not, that just feels like too much to me for a car like this. It feels like it needs to be more of a baby Ferrari, but what do I know? It's not like I'm buying a Ferrari anytime soon. I came close to having a Ferrari once, actually. Not a Ferrari that most people would want, but actually one of my preferred Ferraris. Back when I had the Lincoln Premier, I almost swapped it for a ratty-ish condition Ferrari. Certainly drivable, just needed a little bit of work on the body, I think, where it had been patched up a little bit. But it was a Ferrari 400i, which is the one that a lot of people don't really like. It's super square, really, really boxy. Almost looks like it should have been a four-door. Big four-seater Ferrari. That would have been cool. Probably really expensive to live with if anything needed doing to it. And I have no idea, to be honest. I don't know about the Max Verstappen thing. Could have been, I don't know. Let's have a quick look at the weather again. Yeah, still nowhere near really. We'll have to see if it ends up like Le Mans, where the weather's just there, comes right up to the track and then blows straight past again. I hope that we do have weather, makes it more interesting. Bit of night time, bit of rain. Nighttime should be... it's 4:20 in the game at the moment, so it's going to be a while before we get to nighttime. I'm not sure what time it actually gets dark on the Nurburgring. What's it going to be? Probably 7, 8 o'clock, something like that. It will start to get notably dark, I would imagine. Especially when you don't have the lights around most of the track. It's also a shame that this car doesn't have the changed front end as well. And thanks, dude. More so the luck on the time this side, at this time even, rather than the AI challenge. But either way, even if it's easy, you've still got to last the 24 hours. Hi Rivera, and yes I do. I have plenty of energy drinks. I've currently got a no sugar monster. I've got some sugar monsters for later on as the race goes on. And I've got a drink which I'm looking forward to actually, which I haven't had in ages. A Fridge. Steady on. Yeah, I think it's cookie dough or cookies and cream. One of those. Fridges have definitely gotten smaller over the years, that's for sure. The bottle used to be a lot thicker. What a trooper! A 24-hour race. What we do? But yeah, I've enjoyed doing these. The only awkward thing really with the 24-hour races is figuring when I can do it. Because just like with the Le Mans one, this is basically the only time of the week that I actually get the chance to do this in one full go. Because all the rest of the time I'm either busy or travelling to and from wherever. So 10 o'clock Friday to 10 o'clock Saturday is pretty much perfect. I did consider doing this one a little bit different and starting at 9 instead of 10, which probably wouldn't have been a bad idea really. Certainly when it comes to ending the race, it's not really an hour sooner because it's still 24 hours either way, but you know what I mean. But still, I figure 10 o'clock UK time is not only better for finishing, because finishing at 10 PM means I can just dive into bed afterwards, but also in other countries it probably works out pretty nice for the time zone being later in the day. And yeah, it does feel like a wasted opportunity. At the very least, allowing the cars to have different liveries would have been more interesting, but yeah. And they did that a little bit with like the custom DTM cars like the Mercedes 190 and the E30, but not much. And yeah, or like tyre blowouts. I know there are quite a few people who'd like that level of realism. I said in the 24-hour race, I'm not opposed to it. And no, my router shouldn't restart, I don't think. At least it didn't in the Le Mans event. Yeah, I don't think so. If it does restart, then maybe that would be why the stream cut out at 9 hours last time. But we'll see, I guess, because I'll be ending this sooner than 9 hours anyway, and then immediately starting up part 2. But we'll see. Yeah, either way, I don't think my router restarts. The money. People often ask that about the 24-hour races. It kind of is and it isn't. It's not worth it from a grinding point of view, but it is definitely better than the money we used to earn, like in the days of GT4. I don't recall exactly how much cash you got in GT4. If Driff joins, then he'll probably know because he's been playing GT4 more recently, but I think you only got like a couple of mil for doing the 24-hour races back in GT4, which is pathetic, really. Whereas now, I seem to recall for the Le Mans one I got, I don't think it was quite 14.6 mil. I think it was like 14.2 or 14.4 million, something like that. So somebody mentioned, I can't remember who, but it was like $500,000 an hour you earn for this. So yeah. And then you have the bonus of the vehicle and I think the difficulty. So for this it should be, I guess that's a baseline of 12 million. And then yeah, so I'll definitely earn less for this one than Le Mans because this is the easier car. But yeah, not bad. Like I said, it's certainly not the best way of grinding money. You can earn money way quicker than that, but it is at least a decent reward. Yeah. And yeah, on the point of GT8, I don't know, because it's like, it depends what you're looking for from the game, because I don't feel like a GT8, let's call it that, is going to necessarily be radically different to this. I could see it being more of a continuation, which I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. To me, the biggest issue that I have with Gran Turismo is the lack of communication from Polyphony. They just don't really talk to us enough. And I know that most game studios don't really feel like they talk all the time, but some definitely try better than others, and Polyphony just doesn't really bother trying. The best we get is like cars dropping silhouettes, and that's about it. But there's not really any kind of roadmap for Gran Turismo, and it would just be nice to know a rough idea of what's going to happen. We don't need all the details, but just having more information is never a bad thing. As I've said before, the less information a community has, the more the negativity will grow. Because when people can only speculate, speculation usually has a tendency to go negative. And that's, you know, you can blame people for that if you want, but that's just how people are. That's always how it goes in every facet of life. If you think of everything from politics to all the way down, if you don't have the information that you need, you're going to imagine a narrative. Yeah, it will be more SUVs here. Or more specifically, because I actually don't mind more SUVs if they're good ones, but it will be more of those hybrid soft-roader crossovers. Yeah. Pardon me. Got an influx of comments, so it must have been a bit of a lag. GT Sport 2, ugh, I hope not. Tyres are still looking good. Weather, the weather hasn't moved that much again. And yeah, one of the issues really is kind of this as a concept. Like, this is essentially career mode, or what feels like it should have been career mode anyway, but they're just offering it as a paid expansion. Which, you can justify the power pack in any way you want, but in my opinion, career mode shouldn't be an expansion. And one of the issues, as I've said before, is that despite the fact that now, compared to when GT7 first came out, the career mode, if you will, story mode, whatever you want to call it, is significantly bigger, technically, than it was. So if you were, for example, to jump into GT7 now and start a brand new career, you'd have quite a lot to do. It would take you a while. Not as much as necessarily the older games, but it would take you a decent amount of time to do it all. But because we get like 3 new races at a time, during updates for the most part, it doesn't feel like you're getting a huge amount to do, whereas if it were more at once, it would feel more substantial. And if at all possible, yeah, I'd much prefer it if games had all the previous stuff. The main issue, usually, I would imagine, is licensing. And yeah, like stuff like this, endurance races, proper endurance races, should not be paywalled. I don't think that's really that hot of a take. Endurance races should not be paywalled. That's ridiculous. As far as individual dealers that you mentioned there, I miss the days of having the manufacturer races as well. They've got some of that, like the Ferrari races or the Porsche races, but it doesn't feel like it used to. You know, like back in the day there was like the Selena 7 Club and various other little manufacturer events, and I've mentioned it before, but that would be a perfect way of having a natural integration of invitations. Go into Ferrari, do like an F430 challenge series, and then you get invited to buy a LaFerrari or an FXXK, that kind of thing. Yeah, I guess you could. I'm not that bothered about having a character walking around in Gran Turismo. Feels like it's maybe a bit of a gimmick in this game. Because to be honest, these days it feels like a gimmick in TDU anyway. You don't really need to walk around with the character much, but if it was an interesting way of doing it, I guess. And most of the time when you see stuff get pared back, it tends to be when a game is releasing on a new console. So like if you compare GT3 to GT2, or GT5 to GT4. But the funny thing is, GT5 kind of bucked that trend, because GT5 was bigger than GT4 from the get-go. Those are the days, I guess. I also think it's a shame that we didn't really see any expansion to missions through GT7, because the missions that were there were pretty cool, but then once you've done it, you have literally no reason to ever go back again. Which has always been the same with missions, really, but I don't know. It just feels like they could have added a few more missions in there. But instead of doing that, they're kind of starting to add mission-esque stuff in the seasonals. It's a way of doing it, I guess, but it would have felt nice to have some extra missions in the mission section, because it's one of those things where, kind of like circuit experience, as someone just mentioned, once you've done it, you don't really have any reason to go back in after that. It becomes like a dead part of the game. More rally stuff as well. I feel like that's the never-ending thing with Gran Turismo. Need more rally. And this DLC, or one like it, would have been a perfect time to add stuff like rally as a further expansion. Imagine, for example, if the power pack contained Pikes Peak. Imagine how much more of a big deal that would have felt like. Yeah, little K cars. Well, yeah, like speaking of Gran Turismo 2 and GT4 and games like that, there were so many of those little like normal cars, traffic cars, but also cars which in Japan, pardon me, are more like traffic cars, but everywhere else are super rare. Like your Alto Works, your Daihatsu Cores, those cars that you don't see much, and they're actually really cool little things. I was chatting to some folks recently, some other gamers, about how one of the things I'm really not a fan of in most modern games, in Gran Turismo and Forza thankfully still aren't quite doing this, but there are some tendencies in there where so many games just seem to focus on the same kind of roster of cars. They go for like the really obvious choices, especially games that feature more like GT racing kind of stuff. They go for all of the same cars, like the same grid. It's all Blancpain kind of stuff, and it just gets so tiresome, because it's like, well, okay, you're all trying to be the next sim game, you've all got the same grid of cars, you've all got the same kind of circuits, so why would I need to buy another one? You know, just pick one and stick to that game. they all become like clones almost, which is a shame. And even when somebody said earlier on about the SUVs, if you just change out the SUVs which we've had in this game, in DLC packs, or not DLC but in updates, and compare those to the SUVs which were in GT4 or GT6 as standard, they're night and day between the two. They used to actually be iconic cars. The Range Stormer concept, the Audi Pikes Peak Quattro, the Mazda MX Cross Sport, Infiniti FX45, Chevy Silverado, Dodge Ram. There's still some interesting ones, like the Lamborghini Urus. It's part of the reason why I champion that car so much, because even though it's just an Audi RS8 underneath, it's or an RSQ8, I guess. It feels special. It feels like an SUV that you can actually use on the level of supercars, which you used to be able to do that with stuff like the Range Stormer. Forget doing that in like a Mazda CX-30 or whatever now, or a Honda CR-V. They're just not interesting. They're traffic cars, but in the way that doesn't work. It's not like the old games. It doesn't have that kind of charm to it. Some people like them, I know, and some people love seeing them because, you know, maybe their parents have one or they've got one in real life, and I understand that. It is cool to see your own car in a game. But, yeah. And yeah, Pikes Peak was in Gran Turismo 2. I don't have many memories of it, funnily enough. The Ute with the Viper. Are you thinking of the Ram? Maybe the Ram SRT10? Yeah, I remember the stealth cars, as they used to call them, back in Gran Turismo 4 when it felt like a holdover from the 90s, where they were literally like secret cars. They would only appear in the used dealer every, what was it, like 960 days or something like that? Yes, yeah, exactly that. CVTs and hybrids, you should be able to modify them more, but most of them you can do barely anything to, and even if you can, it either doesn't make sense, like the visual upgrades on them, which are ridiculous, like the Toyota CHR with the big rally wing and all that for no apparent reason, or even more so the Honda with the Pikes Peak visuals. But then, like you said, with the CVT, you're stuck. You've got what ends up feeling like direct drive. You give it less weight and more power, but the top speed doesn't really change, and it just feels pointless. It's like the Fisker Karma used to feel, but without the charm. Or the Toyota Prius touring car, which is always a bit of a gimmick, but kind of a cute one in a weird sort of way. Or the little, what was it, the Honda CRZ race car. I think that might have been classed as a touring car as well, little hybrid thing. They were fun, but it's not like most players were going to get a huge amount of use out of them. So, about 30 seconds ahead, 3 laps more on the tyres, which is not bad actually, or not on the tyres, on the fuel I should say, but that's not bad. I think that's actually, yeah, that would be more than I thought it was going to be, so the fuel's lasting pretty well actually. It's a shame with CVTs because I love the idea of CVTs. It's a really cool gearbox on paper, but in practice, yeah, it doesn't quite work out. Not great at handling huge amounts of torque either, usually. There is a vehicle that I'm considering getting in real life that has a CVT, funnily enough, but as I understand it, and from what I've heard, It's a very different experience of a CVT, which is a bike, actually, funnily enough. There's a couple of bikes you can buy with a CVT box, and especially with my driving style of being quite a lazy cruiser, I'd quite like to try it out. Honda did one, the Honda DNO1, which is a wild looking thing. It's a touring bike, looks like a shark. I was considering one of those, but they're a bit pricey for a bike that's not all that quick. They're also fairly large and fairly heavy, and a little bit too relaxed for what I would want. And the one which I think I would actually get, which is kind of rare to find, is it's called the Aprilia Mana 850. First glance, just looks like a normal, like, naked bike. Great looking thing. It's got a bit of a MV Agusta Brutale kind of look to it, or a Triumph Speed Triple, but it's got a CVT, the equivalent of a 7-speed auto on a bike, and super fun. And they're pretty cheap. And yeah, they are useless for games. The only car in a game that would be any good with the CVT is one of my favourite F1 cars, the Williams, in test form. And that would sound bonkers, using that with just that unbroken, screaming engine without any gear changes. Aside from that, yeah, they're pretty useless. And yeah, glad to hear you enjoyed the special projects as well. I did that bonus special project recently for the Aston Martin Vulcan, doing like a Le Mans style build for it. And then I was planning to do one as a February pack, but then time just kind of got away with me, because between trying to figure out when to get this car, trying to figure out when to do the 24-hour stream, it kind of was always getting in the way of when those other videos would have been. So now, for example, it's now 11, but earlier today, usually, if I was doing a special projects pack, I'd have released something at like 7 o'clock, and I didn't really want to double up on videos. The Chaparral, yeah, I love the 2X, and I love that Chaparral for the same reason why I love the Tomahawk, which is that it feels like it actually is what Vision GT should be, which is just unbridled imagination. You know, a car like that doesn't exist, because at the moment the technology doesn't exist, a laser thrust powered vehicle. But I love it for that reason. It's just, yeah, it's, as I understand it, as I remember, it's, yeah, laser powered, and I think it uses, well, it's definitely thrust driven, which is why the handling isn't the best. But yeah, I seem to recall it was a laser. But it's a cool idea, because, you know, if the technology was there, that's exactly the kind of thing Chaparral would do. They were an incredibly innovative company, just like Panels is as well. But that's what Vision GT should be about. Don't worry about the rulebook. Should CVTs... I mean, I don't know. I don't know how far the technology's come. I'm sure it has advanced. I can't really give you any spoilers. Well, I guess I could give you one spoiler, because the thing about special projects is, as a bit of a look behind the curtain, I guess, even I don't know what the next special projects cars are going to be until I do it. Because I've got a list of vehicles that I'm going to do, and then depending on what cars are added, sometimes I add another one in there. But I don't actually finalise what the 10 or 5 cars are going to be until it gets down to it, and then I just pick whichever ones look like they make a nice collection. So that's what I tend to do. So for the next one, for example, we're going to go back to the newer format of 5 cars instead of 10. And I know one of them, which I guess I can spoil, because it's a vehicle which is pretty obvious to do from the visual perspective. Not a vehicle which I'm a fan of from a price perspective, the Nismo, the R34. I'm going to do a special projects for the Falcon, the BP Falcon, oh, no, not BP Falcon, that was the RX-7, but the Falcon Racing R34 that used to be in Gran Turismo, the blue and green. The one that was always, in fact, I think it might have actually been an N24 car, wasn't it? I think it was a Nurburgring endurance racer. And yeah, you can have the pink Thunderbird rolls. Yeah, the 3 million one, that's the one. Park in the pits. Yeah, have a break for a while. You could have the Homer car. What was that thing called? That had a name, didn't it? It was in Simpsons Hit and Run. Because that kind of looked like a weird Rolls Royce, but with a bubble on top. Bit of a Thunderbirds look to that one as well. You could have like a creative movie car pack. Forza Horizon's got the movie pack at the moment, but I haven't bothered downloading it. They've got like the Jurassic Park Jeeps, the DeLorean in time travel spec, Kit from Knight Rider, but I just don't really care about those cars enough to download the DLC. They should go for some deeper cuts like the Vanishing Point Challenger or I can't remember what the model was now. What was it? The Chrysler Polara or something from Duel. Just have some like deep cut movie cars, or actually I guess they've already got one. They've got the Plymouth Fury, which is basically pristine. Yeah, you could have what was it? The Green Hornet car. Yeah, there's a few cool cars from that era. It's funny how the idea of cool movie cars has sort of gone away. You don't really see that in modern TV and modern cinema anymore. What was the last time that a series had like an iconic car? Something which really endured? I think the most recent one I can think of would have been maybe, pardon me, the Ford Cortina in Life on Mars, maybe? Or what was the other show? I can't remember the name of the show now. The same guy in it with the bad skin from Acne, who was in Life on Mars, he was in a different cop show, I think it was, and I'm pretty sure he had an Audi Quattro in the show, but I can't remember what that was called. I guess those would be more modern examples, but cool parents, I guess. But yeah, not the best of movie cars, I guess, because it's kind of just a white Challenger, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I feel like we don't really have cool movie cars anymore. Actually, I guess there is one, maybe. Bumblebee in Transformers. It's probably the closest thing, the Camaro. I bet a lot of people bought yellow striped Camaros because of that. Back in the day you had Herbie. Don't really see that being the case with the new Beetle though. Dukes of Hazzard, General Lee. Not like you're going to see that again anytime soon. Imagine if they remade Dukes of Hazzard today with the new Charger, but make it the electric one. They go to jump out the window and the car just explodes from the lithium batteries. And so ends the Dukes of Hazzard. And just in the background, you're just burning in the background. The firemen show up and they're like, we can't put it out, we don't have the right equipment. These lithium fires, man, there's something else. Rockford Files. Yeah, what did he drive now? Was that a Firebird, wasn't it? I think he had. Well, yeah. It would be the guy, and the guy would be wearing the Daisy Dukes these days. In fact, the guy would probably be Daisy, to be fair. Or one of the guys, I should say, not the guy. The A-Team van, there's another one. Another iconic vehicle. And it's funny because they remade the A-Team, but I don't recall the van being, like, really notable in that movie. The one with, what's his name? Well, Liam Neeson was in it, and, Rampage. Rampage Jackson as Mr. T. Actually, I can think of one or two vehicles which might fit the bill for like modern icons. Hi Dan, and I think they'd probably both be the Batmobiles. Like the modern Batmobiles are pretty iconic. The most recent one with Pattinson, not so much, ironically, considering that's more of a muscle car, but the Tumbler The Batman Tumbler is probably one of the most iconic, if not the most iconic, post-2000s movie vehicles, I would say. That's a really iconic car. And somebody, I think, just asked something and I missed what the question was. Get on the road. I missed what the question was. Did somebody say something about DLC? I can't remember what it was now. 45 seconds, so at this point we can already pit in without worrying at all, really. The Saint, yeah, that's a good one. Funny you should mention the Saint, actually. Recently, a mate of mine who's got a garage. He's part of the same little hot rod club that I go out in the old cars with. They had a guest come over who's got a Volvo drag car with a P1800 body on it called Ain't No Saint. It's like a dark green. And that's like based on that idea, and that ended up being turned into a Hot Wheels car as well. I've seen it at a couple of shows. I didn't get the chance to go to his garage where it made an appearance recently because I was busy, but yeah, that's a pretty cool one. A bit different to the one in the movie, of course. I don't think the one, or in the series I should say, I don't think the one in the series was running like 8-second quarter miles, but or whatever this one does. I must admit I didn't really watch The Saint. Is The Saint, is that the same one that they remade with Val Kilmer as a movie? I think. But I don't remember much about the movie either. XJS. Yeah. No, I don't think Gran Turismo ever has had an XJS. I feel like if it was in any of the games, it would have been in GT2, but yeah, I don't think they have. We've had the XJ, but not the XJS, I don't think. Which is a shame, because that would be awesome if we got, like... Imagine, let's say, if GT7 added it, and then they gave us, like, the TWR visual parts. Or, if you fit the wide body, it turns it into the Lister. That would be awesome. That would be like 3 cars in one. That would be really cool. The Lister Le Mans 6 litre. Kind of the precursor to the Lister Storm, really. Right. Yeah, I never watched that one, I don't think. There's probably a lot of shows from that era that I missed. I remember watching years and years ago on a totally different track of thought, really, hardly a movie vehicle, but the Prisoner series, and I think it was called The Prisoner, wasn't it? And The Fugitive, and the classic Mission Impossibles. I'm kind of surprised that Bond hasn't been adapted into a TV series in some form. Road's looking a bit shiny. Let's check the weather. It's definitely getting closer, because it was behind the white line before, now it's a bit closer. yeah. Although, thankfully, when it comes to age, I have always been a fan of things that were before my time anyway. My cars are a testament to that, but even growing up, I wasn't really mostly friends with kids my age. I always preferred being around older people, because kids were just kind of stupid to me. And older TV shows, older movies. I mean, my favourite movie, it's hardly a classic these days. It's a classic in the genre, but my favourite movie's from 1982, so that's before my time, really. The Thing. But there's plenty of old movies I love. The Blob from 1958. I've got somewhere here, I need to still watch it, the original Nosferatu. That was like, what, 1922, something like that, the silent film. I do like classic stuff. Classics, in most ways, ironically including people, tend to have a certain character or a certain charm, which modern stuff can't really imitate, even if you try to. Like, the closest we get to it is like Restomod cars or grainy filters on movies to make them look older. Yeah, I must admit I don't remember much about The Prisoner. I seem to recall that, I guess spoiler alert for people who haven't watched the classic series, I seem to recall it doesn't really end. Isn't it one of those shows where it kind of just ends sort of abruptly, or kind of open-ended, something like that? Every time I drive this car, it makes me think I wish we had a racing version of the Maserati MC20, like the MC Extrema. Yeah, modern music. There is some modern music which I like. I'm extremely eclectic. I guess actually, in most ways, I'm quite eclectic. But with music, I'm definitely eclectic, because on the one hand, I listen to a ton of metal, but then I listen to a ton of mostly music from games that I grew up with, especially on like the hip-hop side of things, like Midnight Club and Need for Speed. And then I've got a playlist that I play at shows when I'm in the Lincoln, which is exclusively Fallout music, which is like 50s and prior, jazz and stuff like that. Oh yeah, somebody asked about the Daytona Cobra. No, I haven't done a build for that in GT7. I'm pretty sure I did a build in the past. Probably in the days of GT Sport, I think I would have done a build for the Daytona, which might still work, but no, I haven't done one specifically in GT7. Shut up, kid. My neighbour, that is, not anyone in chat. Yeah, I've got that exact song, yeah. I've got, yeah, Manny Fresh, Real Big, from Midnight Club, some 50 Cent, some Eminem, Lil Jon and the East Side Boys from Need for Speed Underground, Riders on the Storm from Underground 2. I've got a couple of songs which I can't remember because the names are Spanish, and I have no idea what the lyrics are because it's also Spanish, but from Midnight Club LA. What else? I've got quite a lot of punk from the Tony Hawk games, because those were massive in my upbringing as well, especially Underground and Underground 2. Yeah, a lot of the songs that I really like were from the games that I played growing up. And then there were some games which I didn't tend to use the music on as much, like Gran Turismo for me, I never really used the music, I'd always just turn it off. Have I been to Port Miriam? No. I go to Wales regularly, but no, I haven't been there. I haven't been like super deep into Wales. I've been to like, well, Newport, Cwmbran, Caerphilly, but yeah, not. I haven't been like north into Wales or anything like that. I'm trying to think, did I run an extra lap over what I was going to do or not? Was I going to pit in last time? I mean, I should be fine now. But that'd be interesting. If I can maintain like every 8 laps, that's not bad. Especially with a 50-second lead. Northwest. Right. I wouldn't probably appreciate it because of not having that like deep connection to the show anyway, so even if I were there, I probably wouldn't recognise much. I'd have to re-watch the show. It'd be cool if some kind of game, and when I say some kind of game, it would most likely be Forza, let's be honest, did like a Top Gear car pack. And they've done stuff inspired by that kind of thing before, but I mean like a proper Top Gear pack, where you've got a couple of cars which make sense, like some really cool stuff like an Ascari A10, and maybe a Caparo T1, but then just have stuff like Clarkson's P45 or the smashed up Hilux, or that super tall little motorhome that he built. Just really random stuff that doesn't really make any sense and is totally useless. Or the, what do they call it, that metal thing that they built that looks like a shed. Interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how this 24-hour race goes, because I'm feeling kind of tired now, which is, it's a bit early to be feeling tired, but I think it's because of having the mini sleep before the race, which I didn't do last time. So it'll be interesting to see if that makes a positive difference or a negative one over the course of the race, because last time I was awake and alert until the end, whereas having this bit of extra sleep might help more in the long run. But I feel a bit, especially when I started, a bit more groggy because of just waking up. Hello, Yard. That's the problem with naps. There's a fine line between having a refreshing nap and grogging out. Half a lap remaining. Joe Cetra. Yeah, I remember that name. Summer Song. I recall that being a good one. And in, what was it, Gran Turismo 3, I want to say, there was like that one song that everyone remembers from Gran Turismo. They got a brand new car. It's got leather seats. Everyone knows that song. Right, pit lane. Where are we going? We're going here. Let's go for... the rain's okay at the moment, I reckon. Trish. Not a sponsor. What is it? Oh, it's Cookie Dough. The perfect pairing with a Monster Energy. Just to really curdle that milk. Feeder. Yeah, I believe it is, yeah. Should be sponsored by them. Cool. So good you have to pause the race. It's been ages since I had a fridge. But yeah, I believe that was yeah, feeder Buck Rogers, isn't it? And then a lot of games that I grew up with, like especially the older Forza games or, you know, TDU, they had plenty of music, but not really songs per se. It was more like menu themes, which you would know if you heard it, but it's not the kind of thing you'd necessarily play in your own time. So yeah, 8 laps ain't bad. And the weather is definitely getting closer. So at this rate, with how much closer that's getting, if we actually do get some weather, which fingers crossed we do, then it might work out quite nicely actually for the next pit in. Because by the time lap 16 is here, we should be pretty close if it's going to be, pardon me, if it's going to be intersecting with us. How am I still 49 seconds ahead? Did I gain... I didn't gain that much, surely. Last time I looked I was like 50 seconds. I can't remember, to be honest, from train spotting. Probably was, I don't know. You'd often have songs like that when you're in the 2000s, at least here in the UK, where there'd be a song that was like the song for a little while and it'd be in a ton of different things and then just go away. I guess that always happens, but for a while it felt like that was a very overt thing that happened a lot. But the same thing happened to vehicles, really, if you think about it. Back in the 2000s, you'd have certain cars that would pop up in like every game for a couple of years and then just disappear. Think back, for example, to something like Chrysler ME412, one of the coolest supercar concepts. It was in Forza 2, it was in Midnight Club, it was in TDU, and now you never see it. Bugbear with FO2. Is that Fallout 2? Do you mean by FO2? If so, I've never played the first two Fallout games. I know it's sacrilegious as a Fallout fan, but yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm wondering, because I'm pretty sure I was only like 50 seconds ahead, so I can't still be 50 seconds ahead. So I didn't notice the car before having hard tyres on, so maybe they have pitted in, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I was just more ahead than I thought, but I didn't think I was that far ahead. Hey, I'm not complaining. It's crazy how the context of a 24-hour race changes, like what the Nurburgring should feel like versus what it usually, or not what it should, but what it does feel like here versus how it would usually feel. Because in a normal circumstance, if somebody said, oh, you got to do 9 laps of the Nurburgring, you'd be like, that's a bit of a slog. Whereas within the context of a 24-hour race, it's like, oh yeah, there's the first 8 laps down, here's on to the next 160 or whatever. Someone's running softs way back in 6th. Bold strategy, Carton. Oh, Flat Out 2. I know of it, but I haven't played it. There's a lot of games which you would think I would have played, especially being a car fan, which I haven't. Like, I don't think I ever actually played Carmageddon. I don't think I've played Flat Out. Not that I can remember anyway. I've played some Ridge Racer, some Burnout, but not as much as you'd think. Right. It seemed like they must have pitted in, yeah, so... Cool. Makes sense. So basically, unless something radical happens with the weather, this race should just be quite literally a matter of time now. Which we kind of already knew that was going to be the case with this car being the easier option anyway. Right. Yeah. One thing I will have to keep an eye on is to remember to end the stream at 8 hours and start a new one. Oh, interesting. You saying about noticing that weird time thing, I don't know if it's just me, but I noticed something weird just now before entering the power pack. In the main game menu, and I don't know if this is just me or if you guys could check this if you're online, usually over the career mode, in effect, you've got that bar with the 5 boxes, or the 5 circles, for the weekly challenges, and it's not there. The weekly challenges are still included, but it doesn't have those 5 tick boxes showing up on mine. It's got it in the top corner of the screen, And no, I haven't tried Project Motor Racing. That seemed to be a bit of a weird one, because a lot of people were super stoked for it, and then people were like, Project Motor Racing Supremacy. And then it's come out and seemed to be a bit of a disappointment. Can't remember exactly why, but I seem to recall seeing people weren't exactly happy with it. But no, I haven't tried it. Swing break. Man, like 4 swigs and the whole thing's gone. How much is in here? Can't see. Not much. Probably 300-400 mil. Something pathetic. Value for money. Rarely gets better, does it? Pay more for less. Colin Chapman would be proud. Right. Yeah, it's a lot of games these days, isn't it? Catering to, or it seems to be a lot of games really catering to the wheel crowd, which is fine, you know. As long as you make it clear that that's what you're going for, I have no fundamental issue. As somebody who doesn't race with a wheel, I don't care if a game's geared towards a wheel user. Just means I won't buy it. Yeah. Although, speaking about Project, I would much rather have a new Project Gotham. And in an ironic kind of way, I feel like it's kind of a perfect time for Project Gotham, because more and more games have become about having the open world as big as possible, whereas Project Gotham kind of had that sort of middle ground where it was circuit racing but also it was on the street, so it kind of felt like a bit of both. But yeah, Project Gotham could be pretty cool for a return. Project Gotham 5, especially if they have cars and bikes together, because it's not like anyone else is really doing that to that degree anymore. Some are dabbling in it, but TDU's dropping the ball there, so it's a perfect time for them to take over. Forza is still seemingly having no interest in bikes. The Ride series is off doing its own thing, so it could be pretty cool to have a new Project Gotham. I don't think we will, but it would be a good time for it. I also feel like if there's any series that were to dabble into those cars that many of us, myself included, miss, it would be something like Project Gotham, wherein you could find stuff like your Chrysler ME412s and Cadillac Cians and those kind of forgotten supercars now from the 2000s, as well as probably some newer stuff as well. A chase game. I don't know. I must admit, I never really, ironically, got super into PGR4 in terms of the story mode or career mode. I just like driving the vehicles in the game. One of the things that surprised me going back through the Project Gotham games, as I technically still do in the members section on the channel, any closer to getting a Porsche? I don't know what we mean. Porsche? What Porsche was that? I can't remember now. But one of the things that surprised me playing the PGR games is actually how different PGR2 feels to all the others. PGR2 is very different. My favourite car. I don't know which one you mean. My favourite car is a Ferrari, the FF, if that's what you're thinking of. I said that the best car I've ever driven was a Panamera, so I don't know if that's what you're thinking of, maybe. And yeah, the Joss is crazy OP. Every game that featured it, yeah, it's crazy OP. It's a shame that it never really happened. For whatever reason, seems to have never fully got off the ground. If I recall correctly, some of the folks behind the Joss were from the McLaren F1 program. Makes sense why it'd be so good. It kind of does feel like a McLaren F1. It's just like a big V8 powered version. Dream car. My dream car's a Ferrari FF, if that's what you're thinking of, the Ferrari wagon. But yeah, the Porsche Panamera is the single best car I've ever driven in terms of an all-round sense, of all the cars I've ever reviewed, specifically a Panamera GTS. It's kind of a perfect car. It does everything you could possibly need realistically from a car. The only downside really is that the looks aren't for everyone. But the more I think about it, speaking of getting the new car a couple of days ago, honestly, I think the best all-round car I've had, as weird as it sounds, is probably the Lincoln Navigator. And thanks, George. But yeah, the Lincoln, I love it. I'm so glad I got it. I kind of expected it to feel just like a variation of the Escalade that I used to have, but it really doesn't. It's night and day. It feels so much better of a car to live with, especially for the money. The value is crazy. It's not my favourite car I've had, but it's definitely the best all-round, I would say. But yeah, the Panamera is a very impressive bit of kit. I'd love to see both of those actually in a Gran Turismo game. A Panamera would be quite a good car in Gran Turismo, especially for four-door stuff. And the Ferrari would just be awesome because it's so different to any other Ferrari. That's why I like it so much. An all-wheel drive, twin gearbox, estate car Ferrari. Excuse me, choke on spit and die. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just the time of day maybe, because it's like 5:20 now in the game. Probably a bit of both, because the weather isn't too far away. I'll check it again in a second. Yeah, it's getting real close now. It looks to me like what I said might actually happen, which is by the time we get to the next pits, I think there's a pretty good chance that we might be getting into the weather. It's going to be an interesting choice to make though, because if the weather isn't quite here yet, do I go with the intermediates or do I risk keeping the mediums for another 8 laps? Because we know that if the AI go for mediums, then they'll pit in again as soon as the rain shows up. So it's not like I have to worry too much. Some attainable good performers. What, like in the sense of like a Panamera? It depends on your budget, I guess, and a lot of it will depend on where in the world you are. Because some cars that are affordable in the UK aren't necessarily affordable in other places, but depending on the cars you have access to, if you're looking for a car which kind of does everything, including performance, one of the absolute best is a Jag XFR, which obviously Top Gear, I believe it was, put that up against the BMW M5. Everyone likes the M5, but the Jag, in my opinion, I will say I'm yet to drive an M5, so of course it could change, but I would be very surprised. How can you donate? I don't think you can. I think it basically has to be, at least with the channels that I use, it has to be YouTube. Because I've got a Patreon, but I guess you could do Patreon, but that doesn't really matter at all. It doesn't really do anything. It's such a small amount. So if you're going to support, I guess, like the chat donation, or I would actually recommend, if you do want to support me, I shouldn't recommend this because it's not the best in terms of cash, but if you want to support me in a way wherein you get something from it as well, I'd recommend being a member on the channel, because it's less than what most people would donate anyway. It's like £2, and you get over 200 extra videos at the same time. So I'd recommend doing that if you want to support me, because at least then it gives you more content as well. But yeah, I don't think there's any other way, really. Not that I have set up. But yeah, Jag XFR, as I go off the road, the Jag XFR is a fantastic machine. I gave it my Car of the Year award. I think it was in, what was it, 2020? Or was it 2021? I can't remember now. But I gave it my Car of the Year award at the time. Awesome car. And they're not crazy expensive, but like I said, it depends on your budget. Definitely cheaper than a Panamera for the equivalent mileage. What other cars are good? Super Chat. Yeah, I mean, Super Chat is the most direct way. I mean, right now, I guess. The only downside is that usually I have to wait for people in chat to tell me that somebody's donated, because it doesn't tell me on screen for some reason. It's a bit of an oversight there, but yeah, I appreciate the support for those who do donate. It's very kind, it's very kind. What other cars? In an all-round sense. If you don't care as much about performance, if you're more like me, and you just like a cool car, the one I just said, my car, Lincoln Navigator, I love it, it's fantastic. But obviously if you want performance, it's not necessarily the best thing. If you want something a bit bigger that still has performance, Cayenne, Porsche Cayenne, especially a first generation, if you go for a Cayenne Turbo, those are dirt cheap and they're pretty quick, actually, even by today's standards. The best part of a 5-second 0 to 60 time in an SUV, about 450 horsepower, and they're not that expensive. And it's a Porsche with a V8 for a change, which is pretty cool. And it's built on the same platform as the Volkswagen Touareg, which I used to have, and it's a solid platform. Dodge Trackhawk. Sounds good, I guess. I'd imagine that would be a bit more expensive. Depends where you live. Here in the UK, anything like a Yank import like that would usually cost you more. But sure, if your budget stretches to it, yeah. There's a couple of Yank cars I quite like to own over here, but the extra price that ends up being put on top just means it's not really worth it to me. Like one of the slightly older shaped Dodge Charger SRT8s, like the Midnight Club era kind of one, like 2006-ish. I'd love one of them, but they're too expensive over here. I'd really love, at some point, a Dodge Magnum SRT8, which is essentially just the facelifted Chrysler 300C. Oh, yeah, I know the one you mean. But again, very rarely see a Dodge Magnum in the UK at all, let alone an SRT8. And a car which I would love to own, and I've never seen one in the UK. There's got to be at least one or two here or there. But the first generation Cadillac CTS-V, the super square one, that again, it used to be in games like Midnight Club 3. That was, if I recall, I think that was actually Cadillac's first proper performance car. And yeah, it's got the basically C5 Corvette engine, if I recall correctly, a 400 horse 5.7 V8 in a fairly understated platform. And from there on, I believe, Cadillac kind of evolved into what they are now, which is essentially America's Mercedes-AMG, really. 11 to 30k. Yeah. That sounds, I mean, it depends on your currency exchange, but that sounds a bit expensive for what they are. The 3 litres are really good. The 2.2 is, because with the dealership I work with, we sell loads of Jaguar XFs. It's their best-selling car. For good reason, they're really good cars. But the 2.2 is really good on fuel, not so much on power. They've only got about 200 horses, which in a hot hatch would be good, but in a car like that, it's like an 8-second 0 to 60. So not the quickest of things, but really good on fuel. The 3 litres probably the best of both worlds, because the 3 litre diesel, you got like 240 or 270 brake horsepower, so like a 5.9 second 0 to 60, and over 40 to the gallon. So pretty nice combo of both. And as somebody who works around Jags and who used to have a Jag, not an XF, but a Jag, they're really easy to live with. One of the best things about Jags actually in general is that they're way cheaper on parts than pretty much all of their rivals. Way cheaper than German stuff. Most parts on, like, well, take the one I had for example. I had a 2007 XKR, the 4.2 supercharged. Everything on that was like a quarter of the price of the equivalent Mercedes or BMW. Like, not even close on price, and sometimes even better than that. So much easier to live with, and in a funny kind of way, they kind of feel American. That's why they're good. It feels like they're fairly primitive. Like there's nothing too radical on a Jag. The modern ones, more so. Like after 2010, they get a lot more tech heavy and the engines aren't as good. But if you go for the 2000s, it's kind of the sweet spot, really. Simple, sturdy, proper British muscle, but you could definitely live with them. And they look pretty good too. Another great all-rounder is another Jag, not to keep harping on Jag, but the XJ, like the old man shaped Jag, but in particular the 2000s era, which has the aluminium body. Those are fantastic cars. Some of the most enjoyable, some of the most comfortable cars I've ever driven. My favourite Jag I've ever driven is one of those, the XJR. They just feel awesome. It's like all of the best things about a Bentley or a Rolls, but without the drawbacks. They're way cheaper to live with, better on fuel. If you buy the V8, you've got plenty of power, like a 400 horse V8. Effortless performance. Very American kind of styling, again, which is part of the reason why I like them. Long bonnet, long boot. And thanks, GT Ray, for the donation. And thanks also, Jack, for letting me know. Because for some reason, YouTube and the broadcast don't let me know, which is a bit weird. It's a bit of an oversight that they don't. Ooh. Steady on. Minute and 20 ahead. Let's have a quick check of the weather. Getting pretty close, pretty close. Let's do a bit of a zoom in. Yeah, it started wagging its tail. Ah, yeah. Can't see the last part of the message, but I saw he said about being an XF. What other cars are good? Hot hatches tend to be a pretty good all-round package. I would have said, again, a car which I used to have, the Golf R32. That's a lovely all-rounder. But the problem with the R32 is that, like a lot of cars from that era, they've started to become more collectible now, so prices are going up. But if you can find a reasonably priced R32, very, very nice car. You'll often hear mixed things on the R32 depending on the age of the person you're talking to. If you ask younger people, like boy racer types, they'll tend to talk down about the R32. They'll be like, oh yeah, you can get more power out of a GTI, or duh. Sure. That's not really the point of an R32. You can get big power out of them, you have to spend more to do it, but that's not really the point. I like the R32 because it feels like more of a muscle hatch. It's got the bigger engine, big 3.2 VR6. It's torquey, doesn't need a turbo or anything. It's more of a cruiser, and they sound fantastic. But yeah, great little car to daily. I used to get 32 to the gallon out of mine as well, which ain't bad really. Road tax will sting you a bit here in the UK, but get one from Japan, then you can get around that problem like I did. And I saw you ask about, do I mean classic or modern? Do you mean about Jags? If so, I like classic Jags. I don't know if I'd live with one. Like the XJ is probably my favourite overall classic Jag in terms of like through its entire range of generations. I think I mentioned before in a previous stream that I almost got an older one. It was one of the TWR XJs. Still kind of regret not going for that one really, to be honest, because of how rare they are. Not the best on fuel though. Back then. Back when the XJ used to be known for having 2 fuel caps. No. No. An R32 Skyline would cost you a lot more than what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Golf R32, the Volkswagen. Yeah, and obviously I have love for the VR6 as well, because they put that same engine, we didn't know it at the time, but they put that same engine into essentially a test bed for what would become the Golf R32 in the form of the Beetle RSI, which is still one of my dream cars, but so expensive for one of those Beetles. They're like 30 grand, which is just ridiculous money for a used Beetle. But yeah, the VR6 engine is an awesome bit of kit. Volkswagen's done a bunch of cool engines. The W8 engine in the Passat, W12s in the Phaeton and Touareg, the diesel V10, obviously, I have experience with that one. Anything on the Asian side? Asian side. Depends what you want from the car. I haven't owned as many Jap cars myself. I've only had three Japanese cars. I had the little Daihatsu. I could definitely recommend that, but for many people you'd probably feel too poor driving it. But yeah, I had the Daihatsu Syrian Rally. Fantastic little car. That's like bargain bucket prices, which is part of the reason why it's so good. The value for money is incredible. I had the Mitsubishi L200, which doesn't really count as a Jap car. It's more of a British market truck. And I had the Evo 7. If you get the chance to have an Evo, I would say it's one of those cars that's it's kind of cool to have one at some point if you do get the chance, but you've really got to love an Evo to want to keep it, because they do have their downsides. In terms of affordability, well, I would have said an Integra, especially a DC5 Integra, but they're going up in price these days, at least here in the UK. DC2 would be my dream Jap, a DB8, the 4-door one. Aside from that, I don't know, I feel like you've got to go for the less obvious stuff if you want a good bargain. So for example, if you're the kind of person who likes GTRs or Skylines, look up a 4-door Skyline instead. They're always cheaper. Or a Skyline GTST instead of a GTR. Always cheaper. Not by much these days, they're still expensive, but yeah, 4-door Skyline is usually significantly more affordable. What else? Yeah, you've kind of got to take the same approach with Jap stuff if you want affordability as I do with Yanks, which is that I go for the Yanks that most people don't look for. So if you want like a Mustang or a Corvette or a Camaro, any of those really well-known cars, they're always more expensive. But if you want something like a Buick or an Oldsmobile or a Pontiac, unless it's like a Firebird, those tend to be cheaper. Or if you get a Lincoln instead of a Cadillac, like those are the kind of times where you'll find a proper bargain. And with Jap stuff it's the same. Go for the less obvious, go for like a Nissan Cedric or a Toyota Crown, something like that, the cars which aren't talked about as much as a Skyline or a Supra. Or if, for example, you need a bit of extra space, depends if you can find one in your market, but take a leaf out of take a page out of the Gran Turismo 4 book and go for something like a Mitsubishi Airtrack or a Toyota Caldina, those high performance minivans. Sounds stupid, but in the case of the Mitsubishi Airtrack, it is literally an Evo minivan. It's got the 4G63 engine, all-wheel drive, Tiptronic gearbox like my GTA had. Yeah, a Chaser would have been a good one were it not for Gran Turismo. A Jap car that I considered, but I feel like I might get bored of it a bit too quick, is the Toyota Century with the 5-litre V12 that kind of looks really retro, but it's modern underneath. Basically the like Japanese Rolls equivalent, or I guess you could say kind of a Lincoln equivalent. Those are really cool, with like the tea cozies on the headrests. Very well equipped cars as well, and being the Toyota, you know it should be reliable. That's the one that on YouTube a can't remember what channel it was, but somebody put like the crazy F1 exhaust on it. It sounds bonkers. Proper Yakuza car. It's also quite funny to me how Japan has much more of a tendency to have cloth interiors on their cars, even luxury cars, than leather. They don't really seem that enthused by leather over there. "12 laps in, getting pretty close to the rain. And yeah, doing very nicely on time. It's a pity the gearing's so close on this car. It would be nice to have a higher top speed out of it. Yeah, going very well. I can't remember if I finished my thought earlier, but I wish this car had the different front end on it that we can do in the GT Auto with the extra lights. That'd be cool for the nighttime driving. Oh yeah, Lexus IS. Well, the LC 500s, at least here in the UK, are very expensive. Even used, they're like Porsche money, and they look really cool. I did a review on an LC 500H, I think it was. Was that an LC 500H? It was the hybrid one, I remember that. Very impressive bit of kit, but so expensive. Like 100 grand for a Lexus. Especially one that doesn't have a V10 engine. It's a lot of money. But it's a very cool looking car. It looks like a road going concept car, which is very cool. But yeah, you can't really go wrong with an IS. A car which, again, I've gone back and forth on getting, but they're just a bit too pricey for the kind of mileage, is the ISF, which is such a cool car. And like the LFA, it's got that Yamaha-built engine, 5-litre V8. Great alternative to like an AMG or a BMW M. Great looking cars as well. Yeah, the ISF is such a good looking car. Lovely engine. Naturally aspirated 5-litre V8. What was it, 417 horses, I want to say. Not a huge amount of torque, unsurprisingly, for a Yamaha engine. Likes to be pushed hard. Do I have a tune set up for... I'm guessing you were going to ask for this car, for the Ferrari. I don't think I've done any specific tuning, really, for mine, because it kind of already handles pretty nice. I like how it's set up, so I don't think so. I have done a reworked build for the road version to make it feel more like a proper baby Ferrari, but no, not for the race car, I don't think. It's going to be interesting whenever we get this next update. I'm thinking probably March. 22 hours to go. Yeah, I know. Did they keep the Yamaha sound tech? What, like after the era of the LFA and the ISF? I don't know. And there's also that one that everyone always forgets about, which apparently they're really good as well, the GSF, which you barely ever even see that in games, let alone in real life. An LSF, that would have been cool. That would have been a beast of a car, like a Mercedes S-Class AMG rival. No market for it, but would have been cool. I'm surprised, to be honest, that you don't see more K cars in the UK than we do, because there are a few of them here. LFAF and LFF. I guess they kind of did do an LFAF. They just called it... they called it the Nurburgring edition, which, if I recall correctly, I think killed one of their test drivers. In fact, Toyota has a bit of a history of that, don't they? I seem to recall the Toyota 7 Can-Am killed one of its drivers as well. Yeah. I guess a lot of brands probably do it. Those are the ones that I remember. But yeah, you'd think on the point of K cars that they'd be even more popular in the UK because we have such comparatively tiny roads. They're great on road tax. Yeah. Although, funnily enough, when I was talking to this dealer recently, where I was going to get my car from, he was saying that the cost of... Oh, the rain lights have come on. You were saying the cost of shipping now to the UK is so much more that it has to be for vehicles that are really worth it, and I guess for K cars they're just not worth it, really. You were saying that a shipping container now costs you like £4 grand, so you can only fit like 2 SUVs at a push in there. So if you're going to import a couple of Hummers, that makes sense, because you're going to make your money back. You can easily sell like a Hummer H2 for 20-25 grand, so that's worth it. But for a K car, you might be able to fit 3 K cars, maybe 4 in a shipping container, and I just don't think it'd be worth it for the cost of £4 grand. You might make your money back, but it's a bit more of a risk. But they're really cool little cars. Honda Beat, Suzuki Cappuccinos, Autozams. Out of those ones, I definitely see more Cappuccinos than the others. I'd look funny in a Cappuccino. It looked like I was wearing a shoe, or driving a shoe. Interesting. A grand to 1,200 quid. That's not too bad. Yeah, I don't know on the point that they said, because the chap that I ended up buying this Navigator from, significantly better dealer, he said same problem. It's so much more expensive. So maybe it's more of a problem for traders than for private individuals. I could see that being the case, because they probably have extra costs and that because it's their business. Yeah. Honda or Toyota? Ooh, good question. Overall, I guess it depends what you want from the brand. I would say I'd probably trust Toyota more for just consistency and reliability, but Honda's, yeah, it's pretty up there as well. And Tom just shared the live stream in the Discord, which I've got open over here. Thanks for that, bud. How's the weather? Well, the wiper isn't on yet, and the rain light is gone off, so I think I should be able to chance it for at least another lap. Fast forward 2 minutes and it's just tipping it down. I'm spinning all over the place, but for now I think I should be okay. Yeah. The blue patch on the map's just right outside your window. Like. I can smell you. New Accord or new Camry? Good question. Can't say I've really seen the new Accord. The new Camry I think looks pretty cool. So yeah, I'd maybe just go Camry just because it's rarer to see one in the UK. The Camry's never really been a thing in England. You'll see a few of them, but unless they've started selling them here officially now, it was more a US kind of thing, I think, than UK. We used to have the, what was it, the Toyota Avensis, I think it was, as our four-door Toyota of choice. Back in the 2000s when most daily drivers were incredibly dull. I think something I might do in this race every so often, since I'm ahead anyway, and since it's based on Prelude Revival Coupe Civic. Before I say what I was going to say, I like the idea of bringing back the Prelude, but as with most revivals these days, it seems like a bit of a wasted opportunity. I do like the fact that they haven't just made it as like, oh look, here's a Mitsubishi Eclipse, and it's actually a 4x4 crossover. So at least it is a bit closer to what it used to be. But it does feel like a bit of a wasted opportunity in terms of not being, as I understand it, quicker. But I guess the Prelude was never like a crazy fast car anyway. It was never as fast as many other JDM vehicles. So I guess that's okay. And the fact that the Civic has kind of moved away from being what it always was, and now the Civic feels more like a four-door saloon most of the time. Sure, why not? It's not a bad looking car, the Prelude. Would be nice if they did like an actual Type R version. Be nice if they brought the Integra back. I think a big missed opportunity in the world of Japanese performance was Nissan not doing some kind of crossover between the Stager and the GTR R35 and making like an R35 GTR wagon, because you know people would have bought that. It wouldn't have necessarily been a bestseller, but it would have been an awesome rival to the Audi RS6. Because as it is, the Audi RS6 Avant kind of feels like a Nissan GTR wagon anyway. Oh, 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 oh. Speak of the devil, and suddenly there is the wet patch. Doesn't feel too bad at the moment. But I guess that is, yeah, that'll be why. It's because that blue is creeping onto this section. Oh, and we've lost a bit of steering. Because we is in the blue patch. Of course. At least they should probably mess up on that part of the track as well. So that should be fine. I'll leave my traction control on for a second. Where are we on the blue part? We'll probably move out of the blue fairly soon anyway. And it should be okay again. Yeah, they probably will mess up. It's a shame that I'm already, you know, winning easily anyway, because of course on this level, because it would have mattered more if it were more of a challenge for them to actually start flailing about a bit. Get a bit of tyre contact on the grass, usually helps out. Whee! Flags, flags, waving the flags. Yeah, the stage is cool in Horizon. I feel like it will almost certainly be featured in Horizon 6 because of being in Japan now, but you can fit the stager with the R34 front end, which is a really cool modification to be able to do. Yeah, once they hit that blue patch, which they... Oh, actually, I'm saying that, the blue patch is kind of going away. I'll still stop in for the intermediates anyway. I'm far enough ahead where if I need to change back, it'll be fine, but looking at this, looking on the map, I shouldn't have to worry about it getting dry anytime soon. Oh, has it, Barbara? Thanks for letting me know it's begun to rain. I didn't know. Duh. The Internet Explorer of race advice. This just in, the Twin Towers have just fallen. Won't allow Peugeot. I didn't know they wouldn't allow Peugeot. Let's go for some intermediates. I think my fridge is finished. Yeah, how much is in here? 330 mil. It's literally the size of a Coke can. Typical. See how we go on these tyres. Yeah, except it doesn't matter if she looks okay. If she's that late, she'd be the worst co-driver ever. It'd be like that onboard video of, oh, what is it, that co-driver? He's like, I think he's an Indian dude or something like that, and he's like berating the driver. He's like, what are you doing? Because the guy's just not listening to anything he's saying, except with Barbara over here. She'd be like, oh, yeah, that was a 4 left back there. Thanks. Samir. Yeah, yeah, that sounds like the one, yeah. Hours remaining, 22. Thanks for reminding me. Barbara as like a prison warden just opens your little window on the cell. Only 15 more years. Watch them all jump onto the heavy wet tyres now when they pit in. Tommy and the Cow. That sounds familiar, but I can't remember exactly what that one is, or was. I'm guessing that was like a near miss then, where he almost hit a cow. Well, I guess incidentally I've also completely, well, maybe not completely, but kind of. I've thrown off my usual pit strategy, but not by too much. Oh, he did hit a cow. Oh. I'm guessing the cow didn't make it. But maybe it did. Similar thing happened to my uncle, funnily enough, except he wasn't rally driving and it wasn't a cow. It was a homeless guy laying in the road. The guy lived, thankfully. Later tried to sue him. I don't think I've had any real near misses with animals yet, which is surprising given that I live in the countryside. I see plenty of roadkill, but never anything that I've actually killed. Oh, actually, I'm forgetting, I had more than a near miss actually. Again, while driving in South Africa, I ran over a monkey, which wasn't a nice experience. Yeah, ran over a baby monkey as well, so even better. It carried on, ran to the side of the road into its mother's arms. Because the story just keeps getting better. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess they didn't. Interesting choice. No, I didn't get fined for it. I don't. Is that a thing? I don't know. Because monkeys over there are. I don't know. It's got a bit of a weird. It's a bit of a weird middle ground between being viewed as vermin and also that it's really their land and we're living on it, kind of thing. So, probably depends on who you ask. They definitely don't have the Australians' view of kangaroos approach, which is, kill them all. No, never heard of that. I feel like most of the time, at least in Somerset, I'm guessing I missed the joke. I'm not sure what it was. Most of the time in Somerset, it tends to be either badgers that you see as roadkill, or birds, like pheasant. Occasionally you'll see a deer, not so much because deer tend to be pretty quick. There have been some weird ones near me. A couple of animals that in fact, a few things in general from either complete animals or from animals that I found on walks. Very odd. Once I found just a totally random denuded sheep leg, like somebody had just gnawed it down to the bone and it was just the leg with a hoof on the end and nothing else. Very odd. I'm assuming that was probably picked up by a fox or a dog or something and just dropped there. There was a complete fox skeleton already stripped down to the bone. That's the one where I kept the skull, boiled it, burned it, put it in the boot with the Lincoln, of course. Ended up stinking, so I took it back out again. And the weirdest one of all, I really don't get this one, a complete owl. Like the entire owl, head, legs, everything, no blood at all, no puncture wounds of any kind, just laid on the ground. Deceased, obviously. Feathers around it, so it looked like it had been attacked either pre or post. But attacked by what? A hawk, maybe? But I would have thought, being a hawk, usually hawks take the head off. I don't know. I know owls and crows, I think it's crows or like ravens are kind of enemies, but I wouldn't have thought a crow would do that to an owl, or even a bunch of crows. I don't think they'd be fast enough or brave enough to try and take out an owl. But what do I know? I put it on the village group chat if anyone wanted to do taxidermy of it. I think somebody did. It'd be a shame to waste a perfectly nice owl. Yeah, that was the weird thing as well, how it was still complete. Very strange. I guess maybe it's possible that it just fell out of the air. You know, just natural causes or whatever. Doesn't seem likely, but yeah, strange. I must have found it pretty soon after it happened because, yeah, like you said, nature doesn't wait around. If not crows, usually bugs and flies and whatever gets to it pretty quick. Foxes, dogs. So we changed the pit-in plan a little bit, but don't think it should be too bad really. Although the tyres are going to wear differently if it does end up being a bit drier. But it looks like we should have some decent rain, so hopefully, because then the tyres will last even better. change it up to a bit of cockpit cam for a change. Yeah, I thought they'd probably go heavy wet. They usually do that. And I'm guessing when you say about don't brake on carousel, you mean wall ride. Which, back in the day I would, but... I don't really need to make up any time at the moment. I'm already gaining a pretty nice lead on them. Or more, even more of a lead, I guess. Oh, steady on. Oh, let's go out of cockpit. Ah, interesting. We've got some proper wet. Nice. Yeah, got some nice rain, and I can't remember who said it earlier on, but they hadn't seen anyone really have weather on the endurance races, so it's nice to actually have some rain. The only other time in the Power Pack that I really had any rain, I think, was in the shorter race at Spa, and even then it wasn't even in an episode because it was one of those races that I redid just to get the victory. Force feedback, I don't know. I feel like I'm never really bothered by stuff like force feedback as much as other people are. One of those things that people talk about, I never really bring it up. I don't even really think about it. Sure, I guess so. Don't know. Oh, I forgot actually. Still got traction control. Sees rain, turns traction control off. Yeah, interesting choices. Yeah, I mean, as far as graphics, you can never really fault GT. No. Guys, it's begun to rain. Thanks, Deborah. I don't think so, because GT7 to me doesn't feel crazy different to GT Sport. And, you know, I've always been a controller player anyway, so I've just kind of evolved with it. So no, I wouldn't say it feels crazy challenging. The only time where it felt a bit more challenging was in that middle period where they changed the physics quite a lot, and now they've kind of changed them almost kind of back a little bit. So I definitely prefer it now versus what it was like for a while. Yeah. And speaking of Project Gotham earlier on, PGR did things way back then that barely any games do even now. You could race on the Nurburgring with snow. Imagine how cool that would be. Yeah, I do like the Yas Marina circuit. No Baynavia. Yeah, does lend itself to it. Who has Nordschleifer with... I can't see the last part of what you said. Oh, Nordschleifer with snow. Project Gotham. Project Gotham 4. Yeah, you could... I never actually tried it myself, but apparently you could race on the Nordschleifer with snow. And that was what, 2000 and... When was that game? 2007? 2009? Something like that. Not bad. Very much so. A whole different level of challenge. I feel like I don't really need the weather radar on all the time. Then again, I'll leave it on for now, because we've got 6 laps of fuel, and at least the map is a bit more dynamic. Enthusia... I can't remember doing any like weather racing on Enthusia. I must admit, as much as I praise that game, I didn't play it as much as you would think. Like, I never got fully into it. I kind of got started and then trailed off a bit. I can't remember why, but yeah, need to get back to Enthusia. I want to feature Enthusia in the members section as well. Different variations. I can't remember what variations they had in Project Gotham. I know that they had the GP course and the Nordschleifer. I think they had the 24-hour layout like this one as well, but that was in PGR 3. So if they had it in 3, they almost certainly had it in 4, I think. But I seem to recall that in PGR 4 you have to unlock the Nurburgring, whereas in PGR 3 you can race on it anyway. Yeah, I like this, having some proper weather. And I like that it looks like it should last a while as well. Well, technically now, GT7 does have 3 layouts of the Nordschleifer without the GP course. Because you've got the Nordschleifer proper, you've got the Taurus layout, which personally I'm not a fan of, because that's more of like a flying lap. And recently they added the reverse version, which I think that might be the first time I've seen that in any game. I'm sure there's some other game that had it, but driving the other way around the track, which I still haven't even tried that. That must feel really weird, driving it the wrong way. Yeah, it'd be cool if the PS5 or PS6 really embraced backward compatibility. It would make my life so much easier for doing those older games, but I guess they don't really have any reason to. Although I'll tell you what, if you think about it, with the amount of things that are getting rebooted and reduxed and etc. these days, it would be a really, really smart business move, I think, if they were to make a PlayStation backwards compatible, because the PS2 had so many games that loads of us would happily buy again, even for full price. I mean, imagine if you could boot up a PlayStation 5 and play GT3 and 4. Imagine how much time we'd spend in those games. And I would happily pay 40 quid each to play those again. Happily. Even if it wasn't a remaster. I would happily play Enthusia, Total Immersion Racing, Taurus Trophy. They'd make a killing on those games. I guess the issue might be with the licensing of the older games, of all the vehicles and that, but I don't know. I don't know. I guess you could say the Nurburgring's changed over the years, but I don't know many games. I can't think of any games. I'm sure somebody must have done it, but I don't know of any games that have done like different eras of the Nurburgring, like they do with Le Mans, like the older version and the newer version. I don't know of any. I could see like Assetto Corsa or Project Cars doing something like that. The one that I always come back to is Pikes Peak. That's an obvious one to have it. Because you've got full tarmac, half tarmac and full dirt, depending on which era. Yeah, it is. Or in my case, yes and no. It's the last event to do, but I'm going to probably, at some point after this, redo the Suzuka 6 hour, just so that I've got victories on every single race. And then that will be the whole thing complete, and then at some point in the near future I shall do my compact review of the power pack as a whole. But for those who have watched the whole thing, yeah, you already know. Oh, I know what I forgot this time around for the 24-hour stream. I forgot to do a honey drink for my throat. I think it did make a difference last time, actually. No, I don't think I will do it on that one, because I don't really want to finish the 6 hour at like 4 o'clock in the morning. That's just kind of awkward doing it that way, so no, I don't think I would. I think I'd probably do the Suzuka one from 6 PM to midnight. Probably something like that. Yeah, it is. Certainly on the map. Grip's pretty good at the moment. Tyres are lasting well, as long as the rain's out. Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure when I would do that. I won't be doing it this coming week. Because if it goes as planned, I've been invited to a potentially quite fun little weekend thing. I'm not going for the whole weekend, but a bunch of guys are going out for multiple kind of birthdays that are happening at the same time, and they're camping for a weekend. And it's going to be my first proper opportunity to use the hearse to camp. So that'll be fun. I'll probably only stay for maybe the one day because I've got other stuff to do, but that'll be fun. But that'll be on the Friday, so I won't be here to do a video then anyway. But I guess the thing is, when it's only a 6 hour race, it doesn't really matter what day I do it on, usually. In fact, come to think of it, since Saturday tends to be the day that I'm the most free on, I might even do it on a Saturday instead of Friday for that one. Probably Saturday. I'm just thinking actually, maybe I will be able to do it this weekend. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Justice for Drummond. Or Drummond, however you say his name. Guy Drummond. But yeah, for what was said earlier on about Peugeot not being in the States, that's a bit weird. I wonder why. Because they do have a Renault, don't they? I think in America, and I think Citroen. So yeah, I'm not sure about Peugeot. I don't really see that being the kind of car that would appeal to many American people anyway, though. I don't know, maybe it would. I feel like with the distance advantage in this race, for the fun of it, I might just, when I get to a certain point and get a certain amount of lead, especially through this kind of weather, I might even just pull over and just like sit there for a minute or two, just having a break. Because obviously it makes no difference to the length of the race, it's 24 hours either way. And technically it makes them, or allows them to catch up a little bit to make it more interesting. So I might do that. Have a bit of a snack break without pausing the game. Could use it as a toilet break actually as well. Two birds with one stone. Right. Yeah, could do. Could do. For a good few years now, it just seems like Chrysler's kind of floundering, really, which is a shame to see because they've had some awesome cars. The Daimler Chrysler thing doesn't really seem like either of them benefited from that. Chrysler Maserati. Chrysler with Lancia as well. Ugh. Do you mean Opel with Chrysler, or Opel also not in the States? Because that wouldn't surprise me too much. With Opel basically just being the German Vauxhall, they'd have no real need to have it in the States. Plus in America, they've got a bunch of basically rebadged Opels anyway. Kind of like how Australia does as well with Holden. They're basically the same thing underneath, just with a V8. Holden Commodore, it's basically a Vauxhall Omega. Monaro is basically a two-door version of the same thing. But funny you should say about the Chrysler ME412, I was literally saying about that one earlier on. One of those cars that popped up in like every game for a little while and then just went away. Forza 2, TDU, Midnight Club, always one of the best cars in the game. And yeah, just disappears. Kind of like the Cadillac Cian as well. I think the most recent game to even have the Cadillac Cian in there was probably Gran Turismo 6. Come to think of it. But yeah, there were so many cool supercars and cool supercar concepts from that kind of era. Volkswagen Nardo, Peugeot 907, Bentley Nordier. I guess you could technically say the Ascari A10, because that was kind of a concept. They never ended up building them. Hi Aiden, race is good. We've actually got some weather for a change, which is nice. Which is making the gap even bigger with the AI. I'm good, I'm tired. Had a couple of hour nap before the race, which has made me feel more tired. So I think I'm going to sleep well after this one. But yeah, pretty good. Yeah, the GT90. Back in Gran Turismo 2. Not the best handling thing around, but looks cool. With a blue interior. I'm quite a fan of blue interiors, actually. The Volkswagen W12 Synchro had that also. Bugatti or Koenigsegg? That's an interesting question. Because I like them both. As a brand, I prefer Koenigsegg. But in terms of if I could actually own one, I already know I'd enjoy a Bugatti more. Because a Bugatti suits my driving style more than a Koenigsegg. Because I'm more of a cruiser. If I had like a Veyron, that'd be perfect for me. Loads of torque, lazy gearbox, four-wheel drive. It's basically a 250 mile an hour Bentley, really. Whereas a Koenigsegg has a manual box, especially in the case of my favourite Koenigsegg, the CCX. It's a more raw experience. Yeah, I'm hoping that the nap has a benefit as well, otherwise it was just a waste of time making me more tired. Yeah, the Koenigsegg Gamera was in the movie, wasn't it? I think we'll probably have Koenigsegg and Gran Turismo eventually, I just don't know when. And it would be interesting to see if we ever do get it, which one they'd add. I feel like they might go for maybe like an Agera. I could see them adding like an Agera RS maybe. Something like that. But yeah, I just think I'd love the chance to drive a Koenigsegg, but in terms of actually owning one, I just feel like I'd end up having more use and more enjoyment out of something like a Veyron, because it's more of a real world kind of car. Yes, it is as well, isn't it? First car lapped. And it only took hours. The CCGT, where would that be? I don't think it would be Group 2, actually. I mean, I don't know. Because it's what, 650 horsepower or thereabouts. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it could be in Group 2, but it probably shouldn't be. Because it's sort of from the same kind of era as like the MC12 and the Celine S7 and the Aston DBR9, and the DBR9's already in Group 3. So I feel like it should be Group 3 probably. But yeah. It feels like it should be like really high level Group 3 or low level Group 2. Right on the cusp, really. But the reality is, if they were to add the Koenigsegg CCGT, as somebody just said about the Zonda, it would be used in the same way, which is that they would add it to the game, but it wouldn't be in a category, because technically it never raced anyway, so that would be the right way to do it. Same thing with the Maserati, the MC Extrema. That shouldn't have a category either. Which is a shame because, as I've said in the past on the channel, I did a video about it in fact, if you were to do it on PS4 you'd have to do normal. I don't think you can do this on PS4. I don't think the power pack is available, unless I'm mistaken. You could like do your own version with a custom race, I think, or at least close to it. But yeah, you'd be up against Sophie 2.0. Which, this might be a hot take, I don't know, but I feel like Sophie 2.0 is actually better. I don't honestly feel like Sophie 3.0 is an improvement. It's just more aggressive. I wouldn't say it's better, necessarily. But maybe it's just me, I don't know. But yeah, what I was going to say is that I made a video before about how I would redo the classes in the game, and one of the things which I would do, sounds like a bad idea, but I actually think it would make sense, which is I would actually bring back Group X, except I would make Group X actually mean something, and I would have the Zonda R, the McLaren P1 GTR, Aston Martin Vulcan, and I would have it so that those vehicles actually have like an official use against each other, more than just, oh, this is a hypercar in a general sense, because that just doesn't make any sense. You shouldn't have them up against stuff like, you know, Valkyries, which is a road legal car. It just doesn't make sense to have those together. You could even have something like an Espace F1 in there as well. So it would be a bit of a grab bag, but if you did it right, you could have it done in the right way for sure. The Koenigsegg should be in there. The Maserati Extrema would be in there. Basically vehicles which are too fast to be allowed into racing, or at least don't fit the regulations, but at the same time aren't road cars. Ferrari FXX and the FXXK, those should be in there as well. Technically the Maserati MC12 Corsa would also be in there, if that were added to the game. Be a hell of a category. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and see, that's another thing. I think we need, I think I might have touched on this in the video as well, but I think we need some kind of better category for open wheel racing, because they're not really categorized properly. They kind of are and they aren't, because they've got events for them, but I don't know, it kind of feels like they're just sort of plopped in there. And yeah, they don't use the tags that much. Forza actually does a much better job of, at least in Horizon 5, of actually separating vehicle types in a way that matters. There is a danger of it getting too in the weeds with loads and loads of different categories, but if you do it right, it could definitely work. And then on the rallying side of things, I would have a Group S, because not only does that have applicability to real life back in the day, but also that would be a perfect class to put the Escudo in. The Volkswagen IDR should be in there. If they were to bring back the Tajima E-Runner or the Monster Sport SX4, those should be in there as well. The Pikes Peak Toyota Tacoma, if that were ever to come to Gran Turismo, that should be in Group S. Something like a Lancia ECV1 or the Audi Group S concept. What was that, the RS002 or whatever it was called, or the little Toyota 222D, the crazy version of the MR2. Nearly 3 minutes ahead. Not bad. I couldn't see the last part of what you said. I'm guessing you were talking about one of the Pikes Peak cars looking good. But yeah, I love the Pikes Peak stuff. Some awesome machines that have gone up that hill over the years. Oh, yeah, yeah. It would also be kind of cool if Gran Turismo used kind of a perfect opportunity to bring NASCAR back, kind of. If they brought back that Camaro stock car that raced at Le Mans in Garage 56, that'd be a pretty cool way of having a Garage 56 car and a stock car at the same time. One of the things I really miss from the older Forza games as well, and Gran Turismo for some reason, I don't know why, but they've never really gone in for this, I really miss LMP2 stuff. I feel like there were so many really fun battles in LMP2 cars, because they were nowhere near as powerful, but they just felt so fun to drive. Like in Forza you had basically like the two prime rivals, the Porsche RS Spider, which is just a gorgeous looking car, up against the Mazda Lola, the BO986, and then there were a few others in there. One of my favourites was always the Chevy Oreca FLM09, which is just a giant V8 in a tiny little LMP2 body, and there were variations of those. But yeah, LMP2 is really cool. And what did we get in Gran Turismo? We got the admittedly pretty cool but very short-lived Nissan Zytek, the Z11 SM, which was a really cool little car, and then it was barely in GT6, it feels like, before the game shut down. But yeah, I miss not having more stuff like that. But at the moment, Gran Turismo seems to have very little interest in LMP1 and LMP2. And yeah, it would be perfect for like the Le Mans 24-hour race kind of thing. Have 20 cars. You could have like, yeah, almost like 7 of each kind of thing, almost. Yeah, I usually see people, at least on the livery side of things, using the Nissan Silvia touring car to be like a kind of stock car. Yeah, I love the yellow one in the case of the Porsche with the, was it, I think, DHL livery, and I think, wasn't the Penske one the blue and white, I believe. But yeah, very pretty looking car, and pretty much the best LMP2 in the game, really. Yeah, great looking car that was. You know what, boyos? I reckon we are going to have weather for potentially the majority of this race. Because that map is a lot of coverage, and we've been racing for not far off 3 hours already, and in those 3 hours we've barely moved from the dry onto the map and now barely moved into the map. So I reckon, unless the weather really, unless the wind speed really picks up, I reckon we might have a solid 12 plus hours of rain. And yeah, I'd be more surprised if they didn't do more in the world of hypercars. It just makes more sense. We've got the Toyota in there. You've got the Aston in road form. But yeah, we need more hypercar stuff. The two I'd really love to see, obviously the Cadillac, that would be my number one pick, but I'd really love to see the Peugeot as well. The 9X8. Is that a 9X8? Yeah, I think so. The one that was initially running without a wing. The Lambo would be cool as well. And yeah, I mean, I would actually say that I could see the Ferrari having, ironically, the best chance. Usually I wouldn't say Ferraris are like my go-to picks for vehicles to be added, but I could kind of see them adding the Ferrari because of how significant it is, being that, multiple victory car now. It would be cool to have a Group 1 Lambo. That'd be really cool. And yeah, the Aston would be cool. I feel like, to be honest, I would have less interest in the Aston because the road-going Valkyrie is already so good. I'm kind of happy with that one. And I feel like, ironically, I'd use a racing version less. But yeah, it'd be cool. I seem to recall Bentley wasn't it Bentley, I think, was talking about getting back into it? A Bentley hypercar would be very cool. Or maybe I'm thinking of Mercedes? I can't remember. I remember it was one of the brands was thinking about coming back. It'd be cool to do a nice Peugeot 9X8 with a full Pescarolo livery. That would look sick. The white, red and green. Oh no, white, blue and green, I should say. Wide. Boing. Still just under 2 minutes ahead. Oh, it can't have been Bentley I was thinking of then. Maybe it was Mercedes, I'm not sure. Twingo Elo. Well, I mean, say that as a joke, but Renault did make that Twizy F1, which is kind of crazy in its own way. Yeah, it'd be awesome to see Mercedes come back. But the real question is, would it take off again? Like the CLR did. And like the 300 SLR did. The Mercedes would look great too. Silver and black. Audi. Yeah, I could see Audi being cool. It's a shame that they don't allow diesels anymore, because it would be cool to see an Audi diesel hypercar. Imagine a Panos. No, in Panos they'd be like, no, we have to have the engine in the front. You have to let us do that. Or Nissan comes back and tries a front-wheel drive hypercar. Celine. Yeah, Celine's never really been that level of contender. They were more like 2004 kind of GT1-ish with the S7, obviously. But yeah, it could be cool. Yeah, Jag would be nice. And yes, I believe the hypercars have hybrids. I must admit I don't follow every detail of it, but I think they do. I think they've got hybrid boost. And yeah, imagine a Jag hypercar in either, like, obviously they wouldn't do this anymore, but in silk cut livery, like the XJR9, or my personal favourite F1 livery, the Jaguar HSBC colours, the green and white. That would look very nice. The Vision GT, especially the what was it, the SV version, that kind of has a hypercar vibe to it anyway. Right. A Maserati one would be lovely. Maserati hypercar, that would look incredible. Yeah, McLaren isn't in there, are they? I don't think. I don't think there's a McLaren hypercar, which is kind of surprising. I would have thought that they would have. Hey, Yil2D, if I'm reading that right. Thanks for the luck. It's just a waiting game at this point, finishing the race. Weather doesn't seem as bad now either. Hello, Till. Is it Till? Yeah, Till. Yeah. Close enough to non-stop. The only time that I'm stopping is either to do the next part of the stream at the 8-hour marks, or like P-breaks. But aside from that, yeah. I like to keep the spirit of the 24-hour race by doing it all in one go. I get why people do that, especially if they're busy. But yeah, I like to get it all done. Especially because I'm a procrastinator. And I know that if I did like an exit save, I wouldn't want to go back to it. Cheers, dude, and yeah, not far off what should be entering nighttime, which, if the weather continues, which, looking from the map, as I said, it will for a good long while. Depends what's to the right of the map. It might be the entire race. It'll be interesting having the wet road and nighttime. Very cool. Very different experience to the Le Mans event. Bit wide. Hummer hypercar when? Exactly. I'm mostly a procrastinator when it comes to my own stuff. If I've got to do something for someone else, I'll usually get it done quicker than if it's for me. We've done over 300 miles already. Yes, it does appear to be. Yeah. Well, the main reason why I'm doing these is more for the YouTube side of things. If it weren't for the stream and for completing the power pack, I probably wouldn't bother doing the 24-hour races. Tell you what, another hypercar which would be cool to see. I don't think they'd necessarily compete at that level, but a Honda hypercar, that'd be quite cool. In like the old Honda RA Grand Prix kind of colours, like white with red, that kind of classic Japanese look. Championship white. choppy frame rate there. Yeah, he's certainly giving the chase, and actually the next car has caught up a little bit, which is interesting. Maybe because he's gone for the heavy wets, or just because I'm talking. Sounds like it might be raining outside. Talk about immersion. Oh, and how could I forget? I'm literally wearing it and representing it. No, it's the other side, wrong side. I'll have to do it in a second. They'd have to resurrect the company first for this to happen, but another choice of hypercar I would love to see in orange and black would be Spiker. That'd be cool. Yeah, this one is more like GT3 kind of esque, or GTE, I guess. Whereas Le Mans was like the classic Group C, and then Suzuka GT500, and Spa kind of GT1 sort of stuff. Other games I played. What have I been playing? I basically always go back to Fallout 4 if I just fancy a bit of fun. Aside from that, I've done a bit of Arkham Knight, not so much. What else? Recently downloaded Ride 5, which is coming up in the member section on Tuesday, so that'll be the newest game I've started. What else? Yeah, I guess that's about it as usual. I basically jump between 3 games mostly, unless I'm making videos, and that is GT7, Horizon 5, and Fallout 4. Spiker put in. Did they do that? Did they in F1 or something? I don't know the lore there, even though I'm a fan of Spiker. I seem to recall they weren't that quick in F1. They were always like the back of the grid, or maybe not quite as bad as Caterham was, but yeah. Oh, I got you. It sounded like something that could have happened, you know, with the kind of hijinks that goes on in racing. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to make it more like an actual N24 race, then ironically, yeah, it should be technically slower cars. More like Group 4 kind of stuff. Speaking of which, that's another mostly untouched aspect of racing, which would really be cool to have in Gran Turismo, because the Nurburgring 24-hour races had some really interesting stuff. There was the hydrogen Aston Martin Rapide, Gumpert, ran a Gumpert Apollo on hydrogen in the N24 as well. Some really interesting stuff was raced in the Nurb. It's not your fault, I think it's me. I got some of the puns, but I think I'm just tired. I think it's raining outside. It's hard to tell if it's rain outside or if it's the PS5, the little fan, because it's only faint. Dacia. Sure, why not? And also there's the... Didn't Dacia take on Pikes Peak as well? I seem to recall. Right. I'm surprised people aren't doing more with hydrogen, really. Because BMW was kind of playing with the idea for quite a while. They had a bunch of different concept cars with hydrogen. They had that really cool looking like streamliner thing. Looks kind of like a shark with a hydrogen V12 in it. Among other things. I seem to recall Mazda made a rotary hydrogen. They put it into a minivan for some reason, but... Actually, it looks like it's getting a little bit brighter rather than darker. Get on the road. Yeah. I was saying earlier on, looks to me like we're going to have the weather for probably at least 12 hours. Rotary on helium, yeah. Better interiors. Depends on the era, really. Back in the day, like classic, I'd say Mercedes. In the 90s and, well, 90s I'd say probably still Mercedes for my taste. 2000s though, I'd say probably Beamer. I'm not a huge fan of either in the 2000s, but those Chrysler era Mercedes interiors really have not aged well. Very grey, very plastic, very soft and bloated, like very American from that kind of mushy era. Now though, I think I'd say Merc again. I do like the newer shape and Mercedes interiors. A helium rotary would be so high pitched only dogs could hear it racing. Yeah, 22 laps and only about 160 to go. A helium turbine. Now that's some high pitched. I can't see what the other option is there, mate. Something between Forza 5. Do you mean Motorsport 5 or Horizon 5? Yeah, I like newer Merc interiors. But the thing that kind of got me back into Merc interiors was almost immediately after passing my driving test, I hired one of the newer Shape A classes, and I was actually really impressed by how nice the interior was, and it was only like a base model. But yeah, really nice interior. Quite simple. I love the column gear shifter. Very American style. Love that. And on the point of the Horizon 5 thing, I'm guessing were you asking Horizon 5 or GT7? Right, yeah. Depends what you're looking for, I guess. For me, I have more fun in Horizon 5. And also the vehicle selection is way better. But graphics, obviously GT7. For content on YouTube, pretty obviously GT7. But yeah, I guess in terms of enjoyment, I prefer Forza out of those two. Yeah. I think if it were between GT7 and Motorsport, I haven't actually played the current Motorsport, but from what I've seen and heard about it, I think I'd probably prefer GT7 over that. But for the extra vehicles, the extra fun factor, the map, yeah, probably Horizon 5, yeah. I'd be playing Horizon 6 sooner if it weren't for having to wait on the PS5, which is annoying. Yeah, exactly. Plus, you know a game's done a good job when they actually make driving electric cars fun. And that's a drastic difference between Horizon and GT7. Because in GT7, most electric cars feel like garbage. Even if you forget how useless they are, they're just not fun. Like, only maybe 2 of them are genuinely fun. The newer Tesla and the Volkswagen IDR, I'd say. Even the Xiaomi, as fast as it is, it's not super fun to drive. It's not exactly charismatic. Whereas in Horizon, just a couple of them alone are great. The Rimac and the Lotus Evija. The Lotus Evija is my most used car in the game now. On the PS5 playthrough. Super fun. And the Hummer, which I love. The electric Hummer. Just because it's so stupid that it becomes cool again. May 19th. Interesting. So not crazy. Not a crazy time to wait, but interesting. At least it's not like 6 months away. .2 laps. Yeah, let's do another lap. Let's have a look at the weather. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. It looks like it's barely moved. And it looks like the rain's just continuing off to the right. Which is fine by me, really. It means I won't cover as many laps as I would have in the dry, but... The Mission R. I don't remember which Mission R you mean. Is that the Mission R that we've got in GT, or the Mission R that's in Forza? can't remember which ones the mission are or not. The one that we've got in this game is the one that looks kind of supercar-ish, and then the one in Forza is the red and white kind of race car one. Both electric though. Right, okay. Yeah, I'll have to have a look on the PlayStation Store, because sometimes it lets you bookmark it, and that sometimes gives you an idea for a date. So I'll have to see. Almost certainly end up doing some special projects, at least in that game. Depends on the map as to whether or not I do speed builds. Yeah, I should be fine. If it gets a bit touch and go, I can always just coast on the straights, but yeah, it should be fine. And even if I ran out of fuel, technically, I'm 3 minutes ahead, so no worries really. One of the smaller missions, I can't even remember now if we had these in GT7 or not, but one of the smaller mission types that I quite enjoyed were the economy missions, where you've got to make the fuel last as long as possible. I seem to recall there was one like in, I think it was a Veyron or something on the Nurburgring, and you had to basically see how far you could get with the fuel that was left. I quite like those. Right, okay. Interesting. I'm guessing they've got like the VIP editions of the game and that as well. Depends on the prices, but I'll probably go for that. Tends to be worth it for the season pass and that. Curious to see what JDM vehicles they have in the game as well. You'd expect more of it, given that it's set in Japan finally. Maybe after 20 years they'll finally get the JDM face Honda Integra instead of the Acura shape which we've had all the time. Maybe we'll even finally get a Mark V Golf R32. As crazy as that is, but we've still never had it. Right. I saw from some of the promo stuff for Horizon 6 that it looks like they're putting a bit more of a focus on like your house / garage as well, which is like, wow, we really are bringing the TDU thing full circle, aren't we? All that's left really to fully pick up the baton is, as I keep on going on about, and it'll probably never happen, get bikes in there. time is going past reasonably well. Not too far off, 4 hours down. I mean, 42 minutes away, but... But it kind of feeds into the theory that I said about last time when I was doing Le Mans, and that is that I thought that would probably happen on the Nurburgring, because on Le Mans there's so much downtime where you just sat there driving in a straight line. I mean, it's my favourite circuit still, but on the Nurburgring, because there's always the next corner coming up, so it kind of keeps your attention more. Always keeps you, like, keeps you going, in effect, as I go off the track. Yeah, I don't know about the crew. It's one of those games that people always bring up, and I never really... Well, I've literally never played the crew in any form. I've never even... You know, I've never had the controller plugged in and touched the game at all. Which is surprising, given the kind of games that I like. Seems like the track might be getting a bit slicker again. Rave Racer? Don't think so. The name sounds familiar, but no. I don't think so. Right. Yeah, I think Forza usually scores pretty well on like the accessibility awards. So yeah, I could see him doing well at awards in general. It's not like there's been a huge amount of great games recently, anyway. Right, okay. Let's go for the intermediates again. Let's open up a protein bar. Oh, and I didn't mention this since doing the 24-hour race. Obviously it's been a couple of weeks now, but well, by the time I open this, we'll be back up on the track then. After finishing Le Mans, it shouldn't be anywhere near as much of an issue here. Really? But on Le Mans, because you spend so much time just accelerating, my trigger finger actually was swole on the end. I took a photo of it after the fact, and you could see the difference between my two pointer fingers. Like the tip of my finger was actually thicker on the right from swelling up. and right underneath the knuckle bend, I couldn't feel it. It was like numb. Shouldn't be as much of a problem in this race though, because you don't spend anywhere near as much time on throttle. That's quite nice actually. It's a chocolate flavoured protein flapjack. Usually protein stuff tastes kind of garbage, but I'm guessing that they made it with oats, and I do like me some oats. Definitely feels like the track's getting wetter again. I'll check the map. Yeah. Tipping it down with rain. Which is still cool. I guess technically I could have gone for... maybe I'll try the heavy wets next time. See if it feels any different, because from memory, when I do like the cash cow events on Le Mans, it's never really worth having the heavy wets, but on an event like this where we've got rain for the foreseeable, might come in more handy. It depends on what kind of a difference it makes, if any, to my pace. Yeah. I'm liking this though. I like it. It's much more visually interesting. More of a challenge. The pace is slower, but again, doesn't really matter because it's still 24 hours either way. So fine by me. Makes for a very nice, fun change from, like I said, Le Mans. It'll be interesting seeing what the visibility is like at night when you get up behind the car to overtake it and you've just got that cloud of mist in your headlights. Yeah, I guess, yeah, you are more physically active with the wheel, I guess. But also I could imagine that you might be more focused in. So it'll probably feel kind of like the same way as having the chat makes time go quicker. I can imagine driving with a wheel probably feels like time goes quicker. Because for those who have done like either track days or maybe if you've gone karting, I don't know if you feel this way, but the time goes real quick when you're doing something like that. And I do wonder if it's like that for racing drivers. I can imagine it being the case where the race feels like it just goes pretty quick. I'm sure the 24 hours still feels grueling, but like in most racing events, I'm sure it feels like the laps fly by because you're so focused. But even in real life, or like real normal driving circumstances, again, maybe it's just me, but I find if I'm the driver in a car versus the passenger on the exact same journey, doing the exact same speed, time feels like it goes slower when you're the passenger because you're not doing anything. Yeah, I wish I had enough of a lead to have a nap again. That'd be awesome. Join HSG's 24-hour race. Looks like we might have some even wetter patches coming. Yeah, I'm assuming, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that the N24 is operated in a similar way to Le Mans, where you have like the 3 shifts, is it, maybe? Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Because it feels like the track can't really get any wetter than it already is, but we shall see. Especially because with the rate of progression, I guarantee that yellow patch is going to be probably nighttime as well. Ah, interesting. Oh yeah, you said you were gonna, well, you were thinking about doing the 24-hour race after you'd watched the last stream. Did you end up doing one of the other ones, the Spa one, or? It's the original livery, yeah. And yeah, time is so much different if you're the driver versus the passenger. Again, I guess it's because you're more on it, you're focused. But yeah, it's the standard Ferrari livery, which is a shame. I wish we could at least select a different livery, but there you go. Right. Bit of calm before the storm on the track. Tell you what, speaking of which, right, it'd be cool if on the weather front, if they actually did have storms, like not necessarily wind, because I don't know, I feel like having wind in the game in a way that you can actually feel on the car would just be a bit annoying, but from a visual perspective, having like lightning strikes in the background in the distance, that would look really cool, especially like at night time. Yeah, fog would be very cool. That'd be really cool. Especially if one of the things I'd like to see as well is if the dynamic day-night cycle and stuff like that actually affects how the AI drives, because obviously the AI drives differently with rain. Okay, dude, I will see you on the next one. But at the moment, like for example, I was thinking later on when the race is dark, the AI doesn't really change their pace at night, I don't think, they just drive the same, so it's only really a challenge for us. Whereas I'd like it if, let's say for example, if you could have really dense fog on the track, if the AI adjusted its pace to drop by a second or two, as if it actually were finding it more difficult, I think that'd be cool. Or even if it did the same at night time, because otherwise it just feels a bit arbitrary, where the AI is just taking the same line and driving in the same way regardless of conditions, unless it's raining, and you have to change what you're doing. Right, I haven't tried AC Rally. Well, again, never got far enough to try that, I don't think. Not that I can remember. But it goes back to some, I think I said in the 24-hour race as well, on the point of stuff like fog and rain. I'd love it if you could actually see the effects of that around the edge of the screen. And I don't think Gran Turismo would necessarily ever do that. I think they kind of take themselves a bit too seriously to have stuff like that. But in games like Ride, or especially Drive Club, when you have like rain landing on the screen, it just adds so much more to that kind of feeling of the game. Imagine, for example, if you were driving on like a foggy circuit and almost like a vignette around the edges of the screen, you could kind of see a little bit of fog kind of misting up the edges of the screen. That'd be really cool, I think, just for that level of immersion. Or if, like I said earlier on, about like lightning strikes, if when that happened you could momentarily see like the light flash over the car as well, so it actually feels more dynamic. That'd be really cool, I think. It's definitely doable as well. Yeah, the road's definitely feeling better at the moment, but it shall not last. Oh yeah, a lot quicker. Which is also kind of funny because the wind speed is fairly slow. That last 3 or 4 hours on Sart was funny because it looked like it should be like this the whole time, and again, shame after the fact that YouTube didn't save the vid beyond the 12 hours, because those last 3 or 4 hours completely missed for anyone who missed the live version, which sucks, because I feel like for a lot of people they probably skipped to the end anyway. Oh yeah, Because, I mean, at Le Mans there was like no change really at all. Closest we got was when it came right up next to the track, and obviously that wasn't even close enough to really feel it or see a difference. I reckon on timing it is going to work out pretty nicely for going to heavy wets. Especially if the yellow patch ends up going over most, if not all, of the track. I can't remember. I don't recall any wet in Suzuka. I don't recall any rain actually in either endurance events. Le Mans came close. Yeah, I don't care about good driving. It's over 2 minutes ahead of the AI. It's good enough for me. You can pause it and leave it. You can do straight through, which is what I'm doing, or you can exit save it, which a lot of people do. I haven't tried the exit save, but apparently that works, so if you need to do it, you can. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, if you're going to pause and come back to it without losing too much flow, pit stop's probably the best place to do it anyway. Yeah. In they pit again. Interesting that the heavy wets have pretty much all dropped back. All the intermediates are doing better at the moment. Although I think that will soon change. Yeah, might be. Track's definitely getting slicker again. Seems like the yellow is getting here a bit quicker though. I thought it would be maybe 4 more laps. I don't know though whether to pit in for the heavy wets when I don't need the fuel, or just stick with the intermediates and wait it out. Looks like we've got some heavier weather for a while, at least. Probably at least a couple of laps by the look of it. So I think I might pit in and just do the tyres. See how much of a difference it actually feels like it makes. It should make a difference, but you'd think it would make more of a difference when you change from hards to mediums to softs, and most of the time it doesn't feel crazy different between mediums and softs. Yeah, it depends on direction. Is the yellow, I can't tell, it looks almost like the yellow's moving away now. You done? I can't tell if the yellow's going... I think it's dissipating actually. Looks like it's not just moving away, but the yellow's getting smaller as well. Or at least that concentrated patch. I reckon so. Yeah, I'll probably just stick as is, I reckon, and just pit in as usual. Which is weird because it almost looks like the wind has changed direction a bit. Because it looked like the weather was coming like diagonally down and left. Southwest. But now it looks more like it's going just west. Indeed. Yeah, it's a nice extra challenge of the Nurburgring as well, having the length of lap. Every pit decision you make has much longer consequences than most tracks. Must suck in real life if they have like a breakdown halfway around the lap, because it's not like going to be able to limp back most of the time. Yeah. Rain's definitely heavier, but still making good time against him. I feel like at the moment I probably still benefit from heavy wets, but if I do just ride it out and pit in as usual, by then that colour will probably be mostly passed over and back into the blue. Is there a difference in colour there, is there? For carousel? That all looks the same to me. At least at a glance. All looks, I would say, green, I guess. Aside from the bits of blue on the edge of the map. Yeah, the weather seems more erratic in this race for sure. Which again, I don't mind. It's more interesting. Yeah. Some bigger puddles. steady on. Yeah, blue's coming in pretty quick. Yeah. How many laps is it for fuel? Just under 5. Yeah, what's the weather looking like? Looks like it's getting a bit better. It depends if that column of blue comes down over, or if it goes more so into the grey. I don't know. I feel like I might try the heavy wets. I don't know. I keep going back and forth. Like you said, I keep changing on whether to do it or not, because I want to kind of try out the heavy wets anyway. But it might be worth just waiting until, because we've got plenty more weather changes to come, rather than wasting some time pitting in just for the sake of that. It's not like I'm worried about the pace anyway. Ah, right. Has he now? Be interesting to see what tyres he goes for. God, they must be properly bunched up together, because he dropped loads of places then. From 2nd down to 8th. God, they're all like within a second or two of each other. Yeah, I didn't realise, I hadn't really clocked because of the times, just how close together they are. Yeah, it's interesting because between the lot of them in the top 8, especially now that we know just how close together they all are from how quickly he dropped, they are properly bunched up together despite having almost like even odd choices of tyre between them. So it's not really making a huge difference for them, clearly, which tyres they're on. It is also the AI, so I've got to factor that in, but even so, interesting that there's not a clear choice. It'd be interesting if this ends up being, aside from, what, the first 2 pits, maybe, I can't remember now, an entire, basically 24-hour race, all on wet tyres, in one form or another. Yeah, the kind of racing you'd expect to see in real life, which is pretty cool. It's just a shame I don't really get the chance to see it. Straight into the microphone. Oh. What a dog. Speaking of which, actually, I recently finally got around to watching Good Boy, the dog horror movie. It's good. Yeah, I don't know where. I watched it on Shudder, the streaming service, so I don't know where else you can see it. Yeah, very recent. It's like last couple of months it came out, but yeah. You can get 7-day free trial on Shudder though, and it's like a $5 a month anyway. But yeah, there were quite a few movies on Shudder which I've been wanting to watch for a while, and that was one of them. I'm trying to think what other one. Mother of Flies, which just came out. That was alright. Horrendous acting. I wanted to watch Skinamarink for quite a while. Quite like that one. Definitely too long. I could see some people hating that one. A lot of staring at corners and stuff for a long time. But very cool atmosphere in that one. Like, kind of like how it feels when you're having a dream and you know something's not right but you don't know you're dreaming. That sort of film. What else did I watch? There were a couple of other ones that I wanted to see for a while, I can't remember what they were now. But yeah, I definitely wanted to see Good Boy. I'd like to see... yeah, I'd say it's worth it. There's a lot of rubbish on there, but you could kind of just say that's horror in general. There's a lot of just rubbish in horror. But yeah, they got some good ones. And yeah, good boy. I wouldn't say it's like a great film, but it's a good one, good little flick. Not overly long, as I recall. I think it's only like 70 something minutes, I think, something like that. But it took him like, I think 7 years to make the film, something like that, because he's not an acting dog, it's just his dog. So they had to shoot and shoot and shoot until they got the right kind of facial expressions and that on the dog. So more so an impressive film from a technical perspective. Some cool ideas in the film, some cool ways of shooting it. Like you see everything kind of on the dog's level. So most of the kind of like Peanuts and Charlie Brown kind of style, where the adults' heads are off screen. It's kind of like that, which works. It's cool. I don't recall there being much music in it either, which is something that I quite like when they make that choice. Definitely worth watching at least once. And I think the dog actually won like the Best Actor award or something recently. It was like the BAFTAs or something, which was great. Yeah, it's worth a look. One of those gimmicky movies that actually is worth a watch, because a lot of them are kind of rubbish. Especially that whole trend that we had for a while of having everything on a computer screen. Like those Facebook horror style movies. Or more recently the remake of War of the Worlds. That horrific remake. I feel like that's one of those art forms which has lost a lot of the charm over the years. Those kind of Snoopy and even older Scooby-Doo and various other types of animation that modern animation just doesn't... It doesn't have the feel of it. It feels like too slick, too 3D. I remember as a kid on YouTube, some of my favourite videos back way back in the early days of YouTube were... Oh, what's his name? I'm blanking on the guy's name now. He did Billy's Balloon, I think it was. Carl, is it Carl? No, Don Hertzfeldt, that's the one. Billy's Balloon, and he did a bunch of other things, like all Stickmen cartoons, but a crazy amount of time that he put into drawing those. And yeah, I tend to turn off the music mostly for content reasons, obviously. But even in general, I'd rather hear the vehicle. And in real life, you know, in two of the cars I don't have radios anyway, not that you'd even hear them. And in the nav, I've got the sound system in that, but coming up this Friday, I won't need the sound system very much because I'm having an exhaust valve put in, which I'm really looking forward to. Because for me, as little as music matters in a car, I like it, but you know, it doesn't matter too much to me. Ironically, the sound of the car itself really does matter compared to the music. And a car that sounds good will keep my interest a lot longer than a car that's fast. So I'm looking forward to that. Another little key fob operated thing. Nearly a 3-inch pipe as well. Don't know if I've seen this stuff. For some reason, you saying that reminded me though of another film which I watched on Shudder called Mad God, which is all, speaking of texture and like charm, all stop motion. And I love stop motion. Claymation, stop motion, obviously Wallace and Gromit, legendary for that, but there's something really satisfying about stop motion. Just the level of detail, the level of time that goes into that. It has a lovely texture to it as well. Mad God is a bit of a weird one in terms of the story. It doesn't have a normal narrative, but amazing looking film for the amount of effort that's gone into it. More of like a stop motion horror. I don't think I'm familiar with that guy that you mentioned. I haven't heard of that one. I might know it if I saw it, but I don't think so. Yeah. Quite a lot of blue coming in. And then depending on the direction, possibly some more of the hefty stuff. Yeah, it's going to get wetter one way or another. Whichever way, it'll be in blue. More a question of the yellow. I'm surprised it's not darker already. 8 o'clock in the game. Must be running on summertime. I wonder how long the night will last on this track, because on Le Mans it was quite a substantial portion of the race. I seem to recall it was like over 6 hours, I think, of nighttime driving. So I'd imagine it's probably going to be at least that here as well. "8" and it's not really even close to dark. I do still think it's a shame that they, and surely it wouldn't have been that difficult to have the game match up to your console time, so it would actually play out as in real life. That'd be a way more immersive way of doing this. Yeah, which is, I don't know, maybe it's different in France, but I don't recall us, even in peak of summer in the UK, I don't recall us having any kind of light at 11 in the evening. Maybe 10 at a push, but I don't know, maybe I just haven't noticed. Keep going off there, I need to tighten that up. Then again, who really cares with the pacing? Can waste some time. 24-hour race. Caught a bit of a wet patch. Yeah. Think of around like 5 AM as being the kind of time you'd expect it to start breaking dawn. At least, or at the latest, really. And this is clearly working on like some kind of summertime, because otherwise it would be dark at 3 in the afternoon if it was like the UK. Ah, interesting. Maybe it does down here as well, I'm not sure. I just haven't noticed. During January it was getting dark really early. Like, even if it wasn't going to rain, it was like starting to draw in at 2 in the afternoon, which is nuts. It's getting better now. I really don't like short days. I've definitely grown to like summer more as I've grown up. I used to love the cold more, but I also used to be really fat, which is probably why. And I don't know, now that I drive and go to shows and stuff versus when I was a kid, I don't know, everyone just puts their cars away a lot. Don't use them as much. Nights draw in quicker, and in the case of my car, their lights aren't the most powerful anyway because they're so old. Looking forward to summer. The only downside really is that with the big old engines they do run hotter. But if that's the only trade-off, it's not too bad. I was surprised actually on Wednesday when I went over to Essex how hot it was. It was roasting hot all of a sudden because I dressed for the cold, and when I left off at, I think it was 3:30 in the morning to walk into town, it was crazy foggy. Like, by the time I walked into town I'd wiped my face off so many times from my beard being soaking wet from the fog. Like, it was literally dripping off my moustache and off my hair. Versus then a few hours later in Essex and I'm like roasting. I also feel like on the point of like seasons and that, I don't know if this is just in my lifetime or if it was already the case, but I've never known 4 distinct seasons in England. It almost feels more like almost a 50-50, where like half of the year is semi-warm and half of the year is cold. And that's almost it. There's just variations of rain all the time, and then almost like just 2 really long seasons. And sometimes you'll get like a spit of snow, at least down here. It's always completely random though when you get snow. And I think if we were going to have it, I think we would have probably had it by now. We might get some in March, but usually we'd have had it, I think, in January, February. We've had no snow at all here yet. Which I don't mind, because the snow always looks horrible. With all the tractors and everything on the road, it just turns to mush. Grey mush. Would be cool to get some footage of Abe out in a field though, doing donuts in the snow with his all-terrain tyres. Speaking of doing donuts, yeah, it's quite surprising. I guess it's because of where we're located in the global sense, but it's surprising how much of a difference there is for such a small collection of islands compared to like how massive France is or America or whatever, where you'd expect huge differences in weather from one side to the other. You know, it takes a few hours to go from one side of England to the other, and only a few hours more to go from the bottom to the top, and yet the variation between those few hours is massive for such a small place. Compare like what Scotland's like most of the time to what, you know, the south is like. or even southwest or southeast. And then only about 30 miles or so away from me in Wales, it's known for raining almost all the time. It's been pretty good lately, but so much variation for such a relatively small, like, biome, in effect. Or even compare, like, the water side of things. If I go down to visit family, like down Devon way, it'd be cold in the sea. You certainly wouldn't want to be in there, but you could do it. Compare that to the North Sea, where you would literally die for being in there a few minutes. My old man used to work in the North Sea on the rigs. He was a pipe fitter's mate. Best money he ever earned. Interesting coloration on the map. Looks like a lot of that yellow might be, or what I would guess is green. I don't know if it's green or yellow. Looks like it might miss the track. Just over 2 laps left. Not too bad. Starting to see some heavy wet domination in the second and third. Spain running well. Have a look at the map actually in a second. Let's have a look. Yeah, still weather as far as the eye can see to the right. I could well see this being an entirely, almost entirely, aside from what we've already done, rainy event. Interesting change. Thanks, bud. And I'm guessing you must have made like an online lobby to do a 24-hour one if you're in it with your friends, unless you mean that they were in person with you and you like swap controller or whatever. Which I think we discussed that last time. That's a good way of doing it. Or if you could like virtually hand it off to other people to do it, like a driver swap. That would be fun. Ah, nice. That's cool. Yeah, I wish I could do that. I'd just go to sleep. I'd immediately go to sleep for a solid 8 hours. It's funny because the car is starting to look darker now, but the sky isn't. And you can also see the headlights on the trees and stuff more. Ah, right. Doing it in VR. Yeah, I can see that. Cool. Yeah. That's a lot of time to be in VR. What's the headset like? Because I haven't tried it. I would imagine it's quite a lot of weight on your head as well. Or is it not that heavy? Tap me in. I do want to try the VR, but I know I wouldn't use it enough to justify actually buying one yet. I don't know if Forza supports it or not. Right. Yeah, I'm trying out this new chair, actually, for the first time properly in this event, which doesn't have any armrests. Well, Forza doesn't, interesting. Yeah, which, I mean, it has upsides and downsides. This chair's a lot higher up, and it's a lot better for my back posture, but it's got no armrests, so it's not necessarily the most comfortable for a longer race, where I do like to lean for a bit. It looks great. It's a nice looking chair. It should be. Italian leather. Technically, this is kind of one of the world's most expensive gaming chairs. $100,000 originally. At least when it was in the car at the time. Yeah, I'm already tired, to be honest, but partially because I had a longer than expected nap before the race. I tried to doze off at about 7, I think, and then I set my alarm for 9:30 to give me like half an hour to wake up before the race, but I didn't realise I'd mistakenly set it for 9:30, not 29:30. Or 21:30, I should say. So it was 9:30 tomorrow morning instead of 9:30 this evening. And yeah, I've already done on the subject of the last hour and all that. I've already done the Le Mans 24-hour, which yeah, the last 4 hours of that one really dragged. But yeah, we'll see how it goes with this one. But yeah, I woke up at 1 minute to 10, so I had to scramble to get the race started, so it wasn't too late. But yeah, I do feel more tired. But we'll see if it makes any difference in the longer run. And then I'll dive straight into bed when this race is done. I'm not sure when I'm going to do the review of the Power Pack, because the entire series is kind of a review in a very broad sense, but obviously most people aren't going to watch, you know, a 22-part series. More parts than that, technically. It'll actually be more like 26, in fact 27 parts, I think, because of splitting these up into like three back-to-back streams. But of course people aren't going to watch that whole thing to know whether or not they want to buy it. Yeah, well, I did the same thing, because ideally I would have preferred it if this was like at least a 1 chili. But I just didn't want to drive the Merc or the Audi. I always pick whichever car's more interesting, which on this occasion is the Ferrari. But yeah, like you said, I didn't qualify, I didn't practice. Just start from the back, work your way forward, get up to like 5th pretty quick. And I do have monsters. I've drunk 1, and I've drunk a fridge. I've had a bit of a protein bar so far, so I'm well stocked up. But yeah, not really feeling the monster. It's not really benefiting me. But monsters don't have a huge effect on me anyway, unfortunately. Nice. Cool. I've got some potato salad too, which I'm looking forward to. And some cheese. I'll save the cheese to the end, like in Le Mans. Some cheeky cheese at the end. Give me some nice dreams. I have the weirdest dreams. I very rarely remember them, but when I do, they're always really weird. I had a weird dream recently about my Daihatsu, of all things. I bought the Daihatsu for 1,900 quid, ended up selling it as an MOT failure after a great couple of years with me for 500 quid. And then I had this random dream, like, ages after selling it. I sold it last year. Whoa, what was that? just not paying attention, I guess. I had this random dream a couple of weeks back where the guy who I sold it to fully restored it and then put it up for sale, and for some reason I liked it so much and missed it so much that I bought it back from him. But then I only realised after I bought it that I'd bought it for $4.5 grand, which is such a weirdly specific dream. Like, oh no, I bought this car that was great, but I paid too much. It's a car I love, but at what cost? It's such a weird dream. But yeah, I think I might have a cheeky mango monster, because at least that's got the sugar in it as well. The downside of that being that the sugar bloods me out more, which doesn't matter too much when you're sitting here doing a race, but I do find that probably will crash more as well because of the sugar. So even though it will help me through a couple of hours, I'll probably feel tired again. Whereas with, I don't know, with the no sugar monster, I get the impression there's less caffeine in it as well. Ah, cool. That's cool. So you can use it for more than just that. Yeah. Right, I think I'll do one more lap. Yeah, I've got to be careful with how many monsters I have, because for me, I find that if I have 2 in a day, I'll be fine. If I have 3, like for this, I'm definitely going to have more than 3 over the 24 hours, but if I have 3, I'll be okay. If I have 4, usually I have a bad stomach. And that's more so if I go for full sugar ones. Because I know they're not good for you, but it's pretty much the only vice I've got. You know, I don't smoke, I don't really drink. So monsters like the way I'll probably die. And speaking of which, my old man used to drink a crazy amount of Monster. And I mean, he lived to 66. But yeah, he used to drink more than me. He'd basically get through a 4-pack of Monsters a day like clockwork, and he barely moved. So he wasn't burning any of those calories. But yeah. But it should help, because last time toward the end of the race I didn't have any more Monsters, and I had a Pepsi, and that did nothing. Microdosing. No. Never had any interest in trying any drug, really. I know caffeine, technically, but no. Doesn't interest me. I don't really want to try something and then feel like I need it again, you know? I don't want to become dependent on something to have results in any particular way. Because, like, for me with Monster, this is literally the only time I even use it for the caffeine. Most of the time I just drink it because I like the taste. Caffeine doesn't have as much of an effect on me as you'd think. Right. By water poisoning, do you mean like a UTI or something? The old luminous pea situation. I must remember to pit in, otherwise that would be a very, very time-consuming mistake. Looks to me like there's easily going to be at least another hour or two before it starts getting notably dark. Check the rain again. Yeah. Pretty easy spell for a while, it looks like. Oh, right. Yeah, no, I don't think you need to worry that much about that. I know people have deceased from doing that, but ironically, the only times I've ever heard of somebody actually dying from doing that was with water, usually because of like a challenge or whatever. But yeah, you have to drink a lot, like way more than a few Monsters for that to happen. way more. Like, I'm pretty sure you've got to drink like gallons for it to have that effect. To be fair, I'm surprised I haven't had to pee yet. Because it's been nearly 5 hours already. I haven't stopped at all to pee. Full can of Monster, full bottle of Fridge. That's nearly a litre between the two of them. We've got that endurance bladder. Endurance fuel cell. And yet, here's the weird thing, compare that to a can of Pepsi, 300ml, I'd have peed like twice already just from that. So it shows how much caffeine there must be in Pepsi versus even Monster. I haven't looked at the label recently, but there must be more. There's got to be more if it has that kind of effect. I think the carbonation makes a difference as well. And I've got some water-based fruit juice, which I need to make sure that I drink that as well. I don't want to just have the Monster. Road's pretty nice and clear at the moment. Get some quicker pace in as well. Not as quick as the best lap, obviously, but quicker than the last few should have been. Or were, should have been. Just under 500 miles travelled already. So that's interesting. Pardon me. We're covering not far off, like a nice even 100 miles an hour. I think actually more than 100 miles an hour, technically. Because I'll hit 500 miles significantly quicker than the next 16 minutes, I would imagine. Cool. So I guess overall the race should be probably about 2,400, maybe 2,500 miles. I can't see the last part of what you said, but leave the race right before the last lap and something. I'm assuming you were going to say rejoin. Like the exit save thing. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. And also, I guess it depends on what they classify as a clean race, because sometimes they'll let you get away with quite a lot, and other times they won't. I personally prefer it when clean just means it in the literal sense, like if you go off track at all, in the same way as it would invalidate a lap time. I kind of just prefer to know where I stand then, because at least then you know clean is clean and not is not. Not like, oh, we'll allow some things and not others. Ooh, bit wide. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I do need to pit. Things I'd change in GT7. There are some smaller things which I'd like to see changed, like the ones I mentioned earlier, like having like ride or drive club style raindrops on the screen, just for the immersion. Almost missed it. Shall I go for intermediates? Yeah. Pause this for a second, we'll have a bit of juice. Yeah, more consistent penalties. Hang on. Stuff's falling in the fridge. Yeah, more consistent penalties. What else would I want to see changed? Bring back unlock only vehicles. Donk. As prize cars. Take this for example. I'd much rather win some victory only vehicle than just having cash. It's far more interesting that way. And the way I would rather have it is make the prize-only vehicles cars where they're a nice bonus for like the hardcore player, rather than making everyone feel left out, if that makes sense. So don't make the prize car like a Mazda 787B or something like that, because that just doesn't seem fair. Make it like a Ford Model T, or a Patton Motor Wagon, or a Daimler Motor Carriage, or something like that. Something where most players who aren't going to do the race also aren't going to care about winning that car. But for the kind of deep cut Gran Turismo player, they'll like that, because it's that kind of crazy collector's piece. On the point of the physics, I kind of touched on that earlier on when somebody was asking about the physics. I like it more now. There was that period in the middle where they updated the physics and I wasn't as much of a fan. It kind of ruined some of the builds as well. But now I think they mostly kind of work again now. But yeah, my favourite physics in the series were around GT5 anyway. Yeah, the dry has really dried out. I wasn't even sure whether or not to go on to intermediates again or change back, but I think I'll risk it, even though it should be a bit drier. Do you mean, as in no racing line, do you mean like the dotted line? If so, then no, I'd prefer not to use that. But yeah, I'm going for intermediates more so just in case. I mean, the car's still got the rain light on anyway, so I don't know. What could be in Gran Turismo 8 or whatever's next, I guess? I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. I hope that we go down the route of, I guess you could kind of say GT7, but what I mean by that is a more either traditional or at the very least mixed experience like GT5, wherein it kind of caters to both audiences. I think they'll probably do that because of partially the response to GT Sport. But yeah, I would hope for that. Obviously I'd hope for even more of a focus on career mode in a general sense. Make the career mode larger, make it feel like it has more thought put into it rather than just a jumble of races, which is to me what it kind of feels like at the moment. More rally events, way more. And yeah, I could imagine that being on the point of like the snap oversteer. I definitely know what you mean. That used to be the kind of thing where certain cars would feel that way, whereas now a lot of vehicles kind of act that way, which I guess you could say is it's kind of more realistic. It depends on the vehicle, because like a mid-engine rear-wheel drive car does kind of have that personality where it will suddenly snap. But yeah, like I said, the GT5 era is my favourite physics in Gran Turismo anyway. I think it's a really nice mix between fun and realistic enough to take it seriously, and each car kind of feels genuinely different. I think my favourite physics for Gran Turismo were GT5. My favourite physics for Forza would be probably Motorsport 2, which are kind of similar between those two, to be honest. I do hope that they make it more arcade. You could, I guess, make a slight change, which definitely helps, which is, as you can kind of see from my camera here, that the camera, excuse me, the camera kind of has a bit of swing to it behind the car, where, you know, when I steer you can see the car kind of turn, whereas Gran Turismo of old, or depending on your settings in this game, the camera kind of is like stuck to the car exactly, which just looks horrible in my opinion. So you can change that. Aside from that, I don't know. Don't think so. I think the physics in most GT games are pretty much you get what you get. Maybe it's different with a wheel, you can adjust it more perhaps, but it's kind of always felt that way to me, like you just work with whatever you've got. Yeah, well, we were talking about this right at the start of the video. I'm not sure what they're going to do, because technically, if at some point, well, in the UK today now, because it's now Saturday, we might get silhouettes today. Because sometimes they do that, like get them right at the end of the month, and then get the update at the start of the next month. So we might get one of those scenarios. Or it might, as you say, be the end of March, in which case we already know, well, it's not going to be a monthly thing at that point. A few people said about coinciding with the live events. That's often the case, so that could certainly be the case. But yeah, we'll have to see, I guess. I'm curious to see if we keep this trajectory of having like updated Group 3s and Group 4s, because that seems like a pretty obvious thing to do, I think. And if you think about it, if they were to do that, it kills two birds with one stone, really. Because for one thing, it gives people who have been asking for more GT3 style stuff the kind of cars that they've been asking for. But also, it caters a lot more to the esports side of keeping things alive, because those players have quite literally been racing in the same cars since GT Sport years ago, without any real updates. You've got the same old Subarus, same old Mitsubishi, same old McLarens and Porsches, and we're only now getting those updated. This car, for example. More of that is needed. And some of them are pretty easy. You know, updating the Aston Martin to the newer shape Vantage, that would be a pretty easy change. I don't know what you do for Dodge. You're kind of stuck with the Viper, really. So some of them are going to feel long in the tooth. The Corvette is another very obvious one. Get a C8 race car in there, of course, and I think a lot of players will be happy with that. I'd personally love to see a Maserati Group 3, but I don't think that would happen. But those kind of Group 4s and Group 3s, maybe some more like N24 or touring car style, like the Hyundai in Group 4. It's another obvious thing to do. And yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking might be the case. At the same time, it's polyphony, so next month we could get 3 vans, you know, for all we know. And we do know that some of those vehicles are still in the traditional vein, like your Daihatsu midget kind of stuff, the more oddball or jokey vehicles. But right, yeah. BMW's another prime one. For me, I would actually love to see them have the M8 race car in there instead of the M6. But I feel like we've passed that point now. It would have to be like the M4 with the big Peppa Pig grille on the front instead. which personally I don't like, but I feel like a lot of people will probably be pretty happy with that. I guess for Nissan, well actually I'm saying for Nissan, I was going to say update the GTR, but I feel like a lot of people will probably be quite happy if they use the Z platform, because you've got the new Z in there, it's prime for a Group 4 car, and if you're going to do a Group 4, why not have a Group 3 as well? The Z almost feels better suited to being a Group 3 anyway than the GTR does, because the GTR is so big and so heavy to begin with compared to stuff like this. It just always feels like a bit of a bloated car compared to many of the others on the grid. I feel like updating a Lamborghini might be one of the easier ones as well. It would probably still be Huracan based, but maybe just a different variation of it. Not sure what they do for Ford. I guess they might go to maybe like the Mustang GTD kind of vibe. Maybe. Yeah, like Gran Turismo 2 style, yeah. Oh, we've got your first motorbike. It's going to take a few weeks. For what? Were you going to say something about the license or the CBT maybe? And what bike did you go for? That'll depend a lot on your age. Like for me, I waited a bit longer and I did the full A license, which allowed obviously bigger engines. Ironically, I ended up getting a 70-year-old 175cc, but oh yeah. Well, you shouldn't have to wait. If you've taxed the bike already online, that's done. You don't have to wait. You don't have to wait for the physical paper to be able to ride it. Like the car I've just bought, I drove it home Wednesday. I haven't got the new V5 yet, but it's taxed already. As long as you're taxed and insured, you're good to go. Unless you mean it didn't come with a V5, then that's a different thing. That's much more awkward, which I've also had the displeasure of having to deal with that, with the little Italian import. Modern GT500s. Yeah, I love Group 2. I really love Group 2, especially now that we've got stuff like the Toyota GT1. But oh, hi Jack. I didn't notice you. And no, I don't know what bike you bought. Mum mentioned that you were getting a bike, or that you... No, she mentioned you wanted to finance one, and that you didn't get that one. Was it your mate's bike that you bought in the end, or something else? So I don't actually know what bike you've gone for. But no, you don't have to wait for the V5, you'll be alright. Well done on passing your CBT as well. And that's thrown me off now to remember what other people were saying. Oh yeah, the GT, yes, absolutely agree that they should be their own thing, because I love Group 2, I love Group 2. Have Panos back, bring back the R390, oh, electric, okay, cool. What brand is it? Is it does Sunoco, do they do electric? Is it a Zero? That'd be interesting, I've reviewed a couple of Zeros. Good idea, mate, I'd say that's a good choice going electric. I know a lot of people disagree with that, but I'm actually a big fan of electric motorbikes. I think they're great. They're easier to ride, twist and go, instant torque, and barely barely any maintenance compared to a normal bike. Yeah, cool, nice one. You'll be zipping around all over the place. Do you know if it has, is it belt drive or chain drive? Personally, I'm a fan of chain drive because it has a nice whine to it, or at least it did when I when I rode the Zero and compared it to the Energica. The Energica uses chain drive, which makes it have a nice under acceleration, which sounds cool. Belt, right, bit quieter then. You could probably do a conversion. I mean, fundamentally, there's no reason why you couldn't change it to a chain, but you'd have to just find a chain that would fit, obviously. Plus, you know, you don't need to be changing that if you don't have to. But cool, yeah. Be interesting to see what your running costs are as well, like for charging it. Should be quite good, but it's not like, you know, for learner bikes, they're not that expensive on fuel anyway. I'd like to get back to it this year with the bike, but we'll see how it goes. Nice. Zip on down the motorway. Or up the motorway. Group C. Yeah, the Group 1 thing's a weird one as well, because simultaneously you've got Group C cars which don't have as much power as they should have, like the old qualifying turbo trim. But they also shouldn't really be keeping up with the modern stuff. As much as I love them, Group C is my favourite era, but they shouldn't be keeping up with the modern cars. And yeah, a Group C dedicated thing would be so much better, really. I mean, let's be honest, you could kind of get rid of Group 1 completely. Just have Group C, and then have like LMP, and then have hypercars, and just have them all in their own thing, you know, as it should be. I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes, I guess. Also, that will be an interesting thing even to see for the next game, because if you compare GT Sport to GT7, the classes did change a lot. In fact, you could argue one of the biggest shake-ups between Sport and 7 was the class system. Not only because of Group X going away and a lot of the stuff making more sense, but also, it's probably easy to forget for many people, but there was an entirely different way of categorising the car. There were no point levels. It was power level instead. N300, N400, which was interesting. You could have some pretty OP vehicles because of that. But... so yeah, I could potentially see them revamping some of the classes. And yeah, touring cars being separate. I feel like I don't mind that one as much because they are so close. But yeah, I get what you're getting at. Because if you're going to go down the route of having proper classes, it would be better really to have like actual class versus class. But then you could easily get into the weeds of like different eras and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, adding stuff like Group A, Group B cars, it's not a bad idea. I mean, if you think about it, Forza's been doing that for years. It works well in that game. You've got like Class F all the way up to A, and then Class S for like supercars and stuff, and then like R4, R3, R2, R1, and either Class X or Class U for Ultimate. That works really well. And you always end up with vehicles that are OP in any given class, but that's kind of the fun of it, really, finding what cars those are. And when you have a community as big as GT or Forza, it doesn't take people long to figure out what the best cars are. It never takes them that long. Just look at the leaderboards, whatever the top 1,000 cars are, it's probably the one to go for. Got a little bit of blue, still weather as far as the eye can see. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm thinking more so of like the motorsport games, but yeah, you're right. In Horizon, they don't really need the racing class, which is funny because they've got race cars in there as well, which is a bit of a weird one, but. I think one of the best class systems I've seen in a game was actually in Forza 4. Motorsport 4, because that was a prime example of what I was talking about just now, where you've got everything from like X999 all the way down through R1, R2, R3, all the way down to F100, I think is the lowest. And that works really well, and the way that they stack up against each other really, really worked. So like R2, for example, you'd have a Zonda R in with Selena 7 race car, MC12. LED. Yeah, they've added some of that, haven't they? Like on this car, for example, you can have the LED side stuff and the extra headlights. It seems like they're putting more effort into that now. More daily races. Yeah, I don't think it would be a bad thing, because, like for me, for example, I very rarely do all 5 of those. But to be honest, a lot of the reason why I don't is because they just feel so repetitive a lot of the time. Whereas if more of them were like those time-sensitive events, like the slipstream challenges and stuff like that, I'd probably do more of them. Track's feeling a little bit more moist. Yeah, definitely a bit less grippy at the moment. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking of the Aventime, funnily enough. But yeah, those kind of just, those old school Gran Turismo kind of mission vibes, they are fun. I said way earlier in this stream that I used to like those ones where it was fuel conservation. Like you had like the Veyron on the Nurburgring and you had to see how far you could get the car to go. I like stuff like that. It's fun. It's almost like coffee break kind of stuff. But it's enjoyable. But I feel like, I don't know, I do wonder how much of having those in there was ever Kaz to begin with. Maybe that was other people's suggestions. Because it seems to me like Kaz is very focused on just like this sort of thing. Like the esports and GT style racing. I mean, he's done it himself at the Nürburgring. He's raced in the N24, I believe. So that seems to be his bread and butter. But I don't know. I'm really not a fan of how so few racing games feel like they're just embracing of the concept of having fun. As crazy as that sounds, they all seem to be so self-serious these days. Which is why I enjoy playing stuff like Horizon 5 so much, because it's just fun. Current LMPs like hypercars? It's a mixed bag for me. I think the concept of the class itself bores me a little bit in terms of like performance-wise. But I love the fact, there's one thing that I really do love about it, and that is that it's brought so many manufacturers back to Le Mans. That is awesome to me. I love the fact that we have a grid with Peugeot, Beamer, Lambo, Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, Cadillac. These brands that have been gone for years from Le Mans. I just think that's really, really cool. Launcher can roll down the mud flaps. I can't see the last part of what you said. On the point of mud flaps, though, I've said this before, but I could have sworn that in like Gran Turismo 4, the mud flaps used to flap in the wind, and now they don't. Which is a bit of a backward step. 28. To be fair, with the power of the PS5, I reckon they'll probably release it on PS5, at least as well as 6. But yeah, it depends on the time frame, I guess. I wouldn't get a PS6 unless you had to, because the PS5 is, it's already more than powerful enough for what I need, and it's just another expense. Plus, remember how hard it was to find a PS5 when they came out? I don't look forward to that kind of fun with a PS6. I tell you what would get me to want a PS6 though. Again, we talked about this earlier on. Backwards compatibility. If you gave me like PS1 and PS2, PS3 era stuff, especially now that Forza's on the PlayStation as well, talk about one console to rule them all. Play a bit of GT8, then close out to the menu, put on Tourist Trophy, play a bit of Enthusia. Don't get any better than that. Yeah, the Rally, don't get me started on Rally. Rally in Gran Turismo has always been an afterthought, just sometimes better than others. I was saying earlier on, I think there should be a Group S for stuff like the Escudo. It would be appropriate. And then there should be Group B, and I reckon they should have a Group A. Because if you think about it, Group A would be perfect for having like the Delta or the older Subaru, that kind of stuff, and then have Group B for the purpose-built stuff. I also think it's a massive missed opportunity that, as crazy as it is, we never got a Volkswagen Group B rally car in Gran Turismo. I mean, it's literally right there. The Beetle would have made an amazing Group B rally car. so I don't really get why they missed out Volkswagen from that. I mean, they made an NSX rally car, and you couldn't make a Beetle? Really? Come on now. But yeah, rally is woefully, woefully underrepresented. There's one snow course, which in my opinion isn't overly interesting. I don't particularly like racing there. But yeah, we desperately need more rally. I guess the good thing is, in terms of my thoughts on that, if we were to get another rally course, I actually fairly strongly think it might be Pikes Peak before anything else. Watch that be totally wrong now, but I don't know. Given the fan clamour for it, given that, like, I believe the Pikes Peak itself, if not most of the cars going up the Pikes Peak, have literally Gran Turismo across the banner, it just seems like an obvious thing to do. And as I've said many times, if they were to do like a Lasat style thing where you have different eras, it would be perfect. You could have full dirt, half dirt, and full tarmac for totally different experiences. Because at the end of the day, a Volkswagen IDR never raced on the dirt, but it broke the record on the tarmac, versus the Escudo was a monster on the dirt, and I don't think ever raced on the tarmac. So you've got like these distinctly different eras just on one location, and that would just be really, really fun. Plus, on the modern version, imagine taking like a supercar up there instead. It would almost be like a baby version of the Stelvio Pass, which would be fun. But yeah, rally is sorely lacking in GT. Rally stages like in GT5, that'd be super fun. But yeah, that's a shame, because even in special projects, I don't even know how many rally builds in special projects, and yet there's precious few things you can actually do with them. Yeah, I suspect they probably wouldn't bother doing anything with the power loss from the elevation change. Especially in the case of, like, you know, as I recall, I don't think the Volkswagen IDR, I don't think it really lost any power, did it? If I remember correctly. It would only lose power because of, like, temperature change rather than elevation change being electric. But I feel like they probably wouldn't bother. Gran Turismo and Polyphony, they're a bit of a weird one when it comes to what they do and don't care about. Because on the one hand, they'll have, like, overly strict penalties, but then they'll have cars bouncing off of walls with no real damage. And yeah, totally agree, mate. Totally agree. I'd love to see midfield, or I'm not a fan of it, but a load of people would love Apricot Hill, for example. But on the point that you were saying, I think there is a specific reason why we're seeing less of those OG circuits, and yeah, yes to the Goodwood Hill climb as well. Why we're seeing less of them, and crucially, why the OG circuits feel and look so different. Grand Valley, for example, is wildly different to how it used to look. Deep Forest is pretty different, especially toward the end. Trial Mountain is probably the most faithful, but still different. I believe it's purely because of the esports side of things. They're trying to make the courses feel like they're taken more seriously, which I believe is also the same reason why they have significantly slower Red Bulls for the esports stuff. Oh, we've got some lights on now. We're finally getting some nighttime creeping in. About time too. But yeah, they're clearly trying to make it be taken more seriously. But yeah, and I really wish we had more city tracks. The problem is, a lot of my favourite ones, I believe they would have to be completely different now, as I understand it. Like, my favourite city course of the entire series is Seattle, and as I understand it, the roads just don't exist in that way anymore. Or like New York, I think might look different. I feel like if it were to happen, it would probably end up being kind of like Tokyo, which is just, in my opinion at least, a bit soulless. Like, I don't like Tokyo in GT Sport War 7. I find them actually quite boring circuits, and I just wall ride. I just find it so boring on the track. I just bounce off all the walls and get it done. Compare that, for example, to a significantly shorter track, one of my old man's favourite tracks, Tokyo Route 246 in the older games. Way shorter track, but far more interesting than any of the current Tokyo ones. Or if you want a challenge, you've got the legendary City area, which would be awesome to have, especially with endurance stuff now. You could have like a proper little mil-millia kind of race there. or Hong Kong, again for the challenge, Opera Paris, George Paris, London. Personally, I hated London, too short and awkward. Yeah, and see, I don't know. Whenever Kaz says stuff like that, I always feel like either he's being misquoted, or if that is what he said, that's just BS. Because how many times have we heard, like, oh, it takes 6 months to make a car? Well, clearly, if you're going to spend 6 months making, like, a Honda Life step van, then you've got the time to make a track. Yeah, that's the one I was just saying about, yeah. Route 246. Which, funnily enough, at the time, for those who recently watched the newest episode of Tokyo latest time trial. No, I haven't tried that one yet. Yeah, Seoul. I must admit, I didn't race on Seoul much, but it would be cool to see that one back. What was I just saying? I've forgotten it now. I think it might have flown away like a dove. I can't remember. It's gone. It'll probably come back to me in about 6 hours. Oh yeah, there's a throttle I need to press. The night is drawing in, and so is my vision. Yeah, it's a shame. Because you can tell from the trailer... well, I say you can tell. There are two ways that you can view the marketing of GT7. There's the way that I chose to view it, which was optimism, or you can view it with cynicism. Optimism was for those of us who looked at GT7 and thought, look, they're trying to win us back. They're showing Alpha 155s and Pennzoils and Trial Mountains and Deep Forests and 911 GT1s, and like, this looks like that, traditional experience. Or the cynical way is they're showing us a Pennzoil and an Alpha 155 and Deep Forest and Trial Mountain. They want to sell units. And both are simultaneously true, I believe, because I think that they are passionate about trying to give the fandom what they want, but I would argue that what the game ended up being is still kind of not the trailers, because there's a difference between technically ticking those boxes and kind of living up to what those boxes actually meant to people, because it was never about just having a Pennzoil skyline in the game or just having Trial Mountain. It was about how much fun you had there, And when you do something like bringing back Grand Valley and making it look totally different, well, to me it almost smacks of, and I know loads of people love the new Grand Valley, so that's fine, but what I'm saying is it kind of smacks of the new Ford Capri to me, and that is that people who know what a Capri is aren't going to like it, and people who like it are too young to know what a Capri is. So it kind of feels like that with Grand Valley to me. It's like people who like that track probably don't care if it's called Grand Valley. You could have just called it California Highway. But people who love Grand Valley are, if you're like me, going to be like, yeah, it's okay. But if you gave me the choice of OG Grand Valley or what we have now, there's no contest. The new one to me has no character at all. The old one felt like and as the episode that I did about what's our favourite circuits, it was voted #1. Grand Valley was the community's favourite Gran Turismo circuit ever, which surprised me. And clearly people have so much love for that. And I don't know, it just feels like Gran Turismo has become an exercise in box ticking to some degree, rather than actually having, I don't know, I don't want to say it doesn't have passion, because that's an insult to the people working on it, but I don't know, it doesn't feel like the passion is quite the same, at the very least. Favourite track of the entire series? Well, I guess I would have to say, because it's my favourite track in real life as well, Le Mans, or more accurately, Lasat. Probably old school Lasat, without the chicanes. That would be my single favourite circuit. If you count original circuits, if you don't count real stuff, because my top favourite tracks are Lasat, #1, Nordschleife, specifically the Nordschleife, not just the Nurburgring, because I'm not a fan of the GP course at all, will be #2, and I guess #3, I think my third favourite circuit would be Sebring, which obviously isn't in Gran Turismo. But within Gran Turismo, you know, it might actually be Seattle. I love it that much. It might be Seattle. I've always had a soft spot for midfield, but I wouldn't say I necessarily love it. It's an interesting loss of grip there. I love midfield, but not as much as I did as a kid. There are certain tracks that people have a lot of history with that I've never really loved, like Autumn Ring. I've never really loved that track. I find it quite boring, actually. Apricot Hill, my old man used to love that. Me, it's okay. Yeah, a lot of love for Spa. I feel like I should love Spa more than I do, but for some reason it doesn't quite do it for me. I don't know why, because it is undeniably very cool and hugely historically significant circuit, of course. But yeah, something about it doesn't quite do it for me. I like Laguna Seca. It's pretty legendary. Bit short. I like a longer track. I'm trying to think what other tracks do I know. At least that have been in the series. I think it would have to be Seattle. At least the ones that come to mind. I love Special Stage Route X in its own way, but I wouldn't put that as like top 3. Oh, actually, yeah, I do know another one. Ooh, do I love it more than Seattle? I like Dragon Trail. Yeah, I like Dragon Trail. That used to be my go-to test course for like tune setups. I like it. I don't race anywhere near as much there now, but yeah, I do enjoy it. But yeah, I'm remembering the one that I'd forgotten, and I should have remembered it because I recently rode on it in Ride 5. Sonoma, or as I prefer to call it, Infinium. I love Infinium. Monaco, again, I don't love it as much as many people do. Monaco and Spa are very similar to me. It's like, I get it, I get why you love it. Hugely historically significant. Very cool location, but doesn't quite do it for me. And I think more so with Monaco than Spa, I don't really like it because it's such a tight course for overtaking. I kind of feel like it's a bit of a... It feels like a bit of a Scalax track. You know, like you're in position and you just fly around in that position, so wherever you are, you kind of stay. I know it's not literally like that, but it kind of feels that way to me. Yeah, cool place to be in real life because of the supercar spotting and all that, but not so much one of my favourites in the game. Yeah, I find it a bit overrated for me. I still like it more than somewhere like London. I hate London in real life, and in GT6, for example. I just find it such a boring track. It's so short, really tight for overtaking again. Just has very little character. I guess again, kind of like London in real life. Funnily enough, I find it very overrated. But yeah, I would say that most of my favourite courses have never been featured in Gran Turismo. I'm so glad that we finally have Road Atlanta. That's one of my absolute favourites, and I could not wait for people to experience it and finally enjoy it. People, especially if you've never played Forza, because it's been in Forza for a while, but it's been great to see people really come to love Road Atlanta. But yeah, a couple of my favourites. Like I said, I absolutely adore Sebring. I quite like Road America. I like a lot of American courses. Yeah, London definitely feels better for smaller vehicles like karts. I really like Imola. I'm a big fan of Imola, especially on bikes. I have a fascination, although I haven't driven on it much, because most of the games I play don't have it, but I do have a fascination for Sepang, with the giant umbrella and the huge hairpin. That's a really cool looking track. What else? Other tracks? I like Yas Marina, the recent edition. I do like Yas Marina quite a bit. I feel like I'm forgetting one or two. I like Donington. I'm not a fan of most British circuits, but I do like Donington. kart space. Yeah, that's another one of those that I didn't do much racing on, but I find that the physics of karts is really weird. Yeah, and on the point when you said about Road Atlanta being short, very rare for me to like a short circuit, but I think I like it because the flow is so fast. Like you're done, you're around the track so quick, but in a weirdly satisfying way, because usually that sounds like it would bore me. And I must admit, I think part of it is my my favouritism of Panos, because I seem to recall Panos has some kind of involvement with that track or something, and I believe it was featured in the ALMS series or the Petit Le Mans. Yeah, Valencia, that was of course in Tourist Trophy, it's also in Wide. Cool little track. I don't love Valencia, but it's definitely an interesting challenge, and I find it a challenge more so on bikes because of how flat the track is, making the braking distances a bit awkward to judge, which is an interesting challenge. In terms of flat circuits, my favourite is, well, in terms of Gran Turismo, Complex Stream. It doesn't get much flatter than that, and I love that track. If we get a track editor back, that's the first thing I'm doing. It's always the first thing I do in the track editor. What other tracks? I was actually really impressed by the selection of tracks in Ride 5. Not the most circuits, but a really good mix. What other ones? I'm trying to think of other tracks that I love. But I guess most of my favourite circuits are American, funnily enough. New tracks, ooh, I don't know. Because how many did we get last year? Was it 1? Or was it 2? I can't remember now when we had the snow course added. Or was the snow course before or after the Alps? I can't remember now. I think the snow course was after. And then... oh, no, so we had at least 2, didn't we? Yeah, we had Villeneuve and Yas Marina. Both of which I like. I was surprised with Villeneuve, or Villeneuve, or however you pronounce it. GCV, or whatever the initials are. Snetterton, I can't remember, what's the layout of Snetterton? Is Snetterton the one that's got some really steep uphill sections and like super tight corners, if I remember right? It's almost shaped like a dumbbell, one of the variations, I think. Maybe I'm thinking of somewhere else. No, I think I'm thinking of the wrong one, actually. Does Snetterton have like a long hairpin in the middle of the track, I think? Maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. And somebody asked about other tracks that I really don't like. What tracks do I not like? I don't hate many things in life in general. I don't hate many things. I don't hate many vehicles. I don't hate many tracks. Yeah, I really don't like London, like I said. What ones do I really not like? Funnily enough, Cape Ring I'm not a huge fan of. I certainly don't hate it, but I didn't race there very much. I don't really like Silverstone. I know that's like sacrilegious to say, but I put that on the same pedestal as Spa, really. I get why people like it. It's historic. Not a fan. Funnily enough, given that it's one of the only circuits I've actually been to in real life, and yeah, it just doesn't really do it for me. What others don't I like? I can't even remember at the moment. Oh, Tokyo. I don't like any of the Tokyo variations in its current form. Route 246 back in the day, but none of the current ones. Yeah, I'm not sure. I always get all the British tracks mixed up. I know I like Donington. Imola. Oh, Hockenheim. Yeah, that's a great one. I love Hockenheim. Especially in Forza. It's a lot of fun in it. I'd love to see something like... I think being on this corner reminded me. I'd love to see like Brooklands. That's the kind of British circuit I'd want to see with the banked corners. That'd be really cool. Top Gear track, obviously, that's a cool one. But I feel like if it weren't for Top Gear, we wouldn't even know about that track. It's also a bit of an awkward one for racing against the AI because you're literally driving straight through the path of other traffic, which is an interesting challenge, I guess. But yeah, I can't think of other ones that I really don't like. There are definitely others, but I can't think of what they would be right now. I don't really like stupid tracks, or what I would call stupid tracks. Like, I don't like Broad Beam Raceway. It's like, what's the point of that? What's the point of the circuit? I literally never drive there, aside from, like, whatever, Mission, or Northern Isles Speedway. Is that tiny little oval, I think? It's like, what's this? What are we doing here? What's even the point of this track? Again, that feels like it should have been the special stage Route X of go-kart tracks. Magni, yes. Yeah, that's fun in ride. Yeah, that's a fun one in ride. People always say about a ton of Australian tracks. I must admit, I'm not well versed on Aussie tracks, aside from the obvious Bathurst. But I'd certainly like to try out other ones. Brands Hatch. I don't like Brands Hatch. I don't hate it, but I don't like it. Boring, short, no character. Oh, actually, I do know another one that I don't like, ironically, because I like the Festival of Speed. I don't like Goodwood. The hill climb's alright, but I don't like the Goodwood circuit. I find it incredibly dull. And I don't understand how it's so legendary when barely anything happens on the lap. It's like a square. You just like driving around a square. And I don't know, it's just so boring to me. And simultaneously really easy to just go straight off the track, and then it's so annoying when you do go off the track because you end up in like half a mile of grass. I just don't like the track. It's cool for vintage racing, I guess, but nothing modern interests me there. I think what other tracks do I like? Yeah, that'd be cool. Fujimi Kaido. Yeah, that's one of my favourites in Forza. That's very cool that they brought that back. Kind of a weird game to bring it back in, though. Motorsport. Very, very interesting choice. And speaking of Japanese courses, that's another course which I've definitely come to love. And I said this in the Circuit Spotlight episode about this one. Sugo. I actually really like Sugo. It's a really fun track, and I've raced on it mostly in the Ride series. But yeah, I really like Sugo. It almost reminds me of like the vibe of Road Atlanta, where it's got that really fast, high-speed flow. I really like Sugo. Interlagos. Yeah, too much reading, went straight off the track. Interlagos, yeah, I find Interlagos a bit... I don't know if it's overrated, because I don't really hear people talking about it much, but yeah, it's alright. Right, yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be. I just know in the back of my mind I'm forgetting other tracks that I like, and it's annoying me. But most of you probably didn't see this episode anyway, because of the algorithm, but recently I talked about a track which was great from the older GT games, El Capitan. That's a great one. And it's funny because I talk about wanting more rally stuff, but Cathedral Rocks, which is, you know, the rally version of El Capitan, I have no memories of that track or any of those dirt tracks. I like barely ever drove on them, I don't think. But El Capitan, I didn't appreciate it as a kid, but I'd quite love to see that one back. Problem being, I reckon if El Capitan were to come back, it would be exactly like Grand Valley. I think it would look and feel totally different. They try and make it too sensible, and it'd be boring. And also I missed what somebody just said. I don't know many French tracks, to be honest. Yeah, and there were, as I spoke about in the recent episode, there were 3 primary variations, technically 4. You got El Capitan, which is all tarmac, Cathedral Rocks 1, which is part tarmac, part dirt, Cathedral Rocks, oh, Paul Ricard, yeah, I guess. Is that French as well? and then Cathedral Rocks 2 is all dirt. And then somebody, in fact a couple of people put in the comments, there was technically another really small variation as well, which I think was only in like the PSP game, I think, which is like a tiny, like a circle almost. But yeah, I don't really like the dirt versions, probably because they were so short. Nighttime is drawing in finally, although the sky is still strangely bright. It's like the track and the trees are nighttime and the car is nighttime, and then the skybox isn't. It just doesn't match at all. And we've got more blue coming in. Let's have a look at the wider map. Quite a lot of blue by the look of it. Ooh, and it looks like there might be an end in sight for the other side of the weather. Although I would say at least probably another 5 or 6 hours away, depending on weather speed, depending on wind speed. And speaking of being hours away, I do need to remember to restart, or not restart, but start a new stream at around 8 hours. Tiger. Pardon me, is that the... What am I blanking on what Eiger looks like? Is that the, like, Swiss Alps? I think that's the one I'm thinking of. The one that was added, the update track, where they do the K-car race. I think that's Eiger, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Funnily enough, that is actually one of the rare occasions where I like the dirt track more than the road version. Significantly more. I find it way more fun. And also, it's a way longer track as well, which is probably why I like it more. Well, on the point of managing that, I guarantee these events pass by quicker in real life. They're more of a challenge, obviously, because of the threat of death and blah, 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 but... Blah, blah, blah. But I bet that they pass by quicker because you're so focused on the race and everything's passing by so quick. Kind of like if you go to like a go-karting day, the laps just go so quick. But in the case of the game, as I bounce off of every wall in existence, it's a lot easier if you do it in this kind of format where I can talk to you guys. Because the first one that I did, as I've said before, on Suzuka, that was boring because I pre-recorded it and there was just no one to talk to. So for the first couple of hours I was talking, and then after that trailed off, which is partially why I want to do it again, to end off the complete pack, and also because I came fourth, so redo it again, so then I got all victories. Toscana, is that the one where it's kind of a dusk kind of lighting, almost like an Italian field, basically, that you're rallying through, if I remember right, with very small, like, rope fences. I think that's Toscana, isn't it? I seem to recall the car's headlights are on there all the time because it's kind of low lighting, almost like golden hour lighting. It's funny because back in the day, back in like the GT4 era, when you couldn't change the time of day on a track, my old man hated, speaking of tracks that we love and hate, Motegi. He hated Motegi because it was always like the golden hour when the sun was right in your face, and it made him dislike the track forever. Motegi would be a cool one to have back, and yeah, I seem to recall making a vid about that being a possibility, but we'll see, I guess. I feel like a lot of people will be happy with that, and it's sort of ironic to me, especially from a Japanese developer, how really kind of few Japanese circuits we have. There's like a couple of really solid ones, like Suzuka, Fuji, Tsukuba, Autopolis. But then aside from that, you've got like Tokyo, which is You've got, I feel like, a couple of other smaller ones which are and then you miss out something like Sugo or Motegi, these giant circuits in terms of how well known they are and how great they would be to drive on. It just seems weird. Polyphony has just always to me been a case of really strange priorities. Like, what has the community been asking for? Silverstone. They want Silverstone, and they want a Nissan R390. Cool. Okay. So we're going to give them an ambulance and the moon. Yeah, the Speedway. The Speedway was a wildly different feel as well, and I seem to recall, I think it was in that same video I made, the news video, that the Speedway actually is shut down, I think now, because it's fallen into disrepair, I think. Oh yeah, you've reminded me of one that I don't like. I wouldn't say I hate it, but I definitely don't like Willow Springs. And funnily enough, I don't like Willow Springs for the exact same reason why I don't like Goodwood. I just find it flat and dull and boring, and the corners just feel formless. It's just like, it almost feels like you asked a toddler to draw a road and they're like, bleh, and then just add some sand. I'm sure it's lovely to drive on in real life, but yeah, it's so boring. And I do hate that technical version, you know, like what they do the K-car races on in GT7. It's such an annoying track. Like, it corners every 2 seconds, you can't build up any speed. It just feels annoying. It almost feels like you may as well be doing a slalom around some cones. I guess actually that is the vibe they're going for. It feels like an autocross kind of track. Except I'd probably enjoy autocross more. Yeah, test course. Test course was great as well because you don't have to spend as much time as you do on Route X. But yeah. Yeah, the Nurburgring, I mean, you can't beat the Nurb. It's iconic for a reason. There's a block pulled over there. Yeah, we were talking about Monaco. My face looked a weird colour then. AKA Côte d'Azur. Not one of my favourites, but let's just say it wouldn't surprise me if it came back. If I had to, like, bet on circuits that I think have the best chance of coming back, I reckon Silverstone, very high up there. Motegi, I'd like to hope is pretty high up there. I seem to recall in the leaked data mining stuff, which people were like, oh no, it's actually not true, and then it happened, is Red Rock Valley, which I feel like the advantage for polyphony of Red Rock Valley is that even though it has its fans from way back in the day, it was so long ago now that you could redesign it, and I think a lot of people, to be honest, even myself included, probably wouldn't really hate it because I don't really have the core memories that some people do of Red Rock to begin with. And here's another one, here's another deep cut for you. I would actually quite like to see them bring back, I don't think they would, Special Stage Route 11. Is it 11? Or is it 7? I think it's 11. The one that was in Gran Turismo 3. And yeah, when you said about Monaco, that's the one that somebody else mentioned as well, Côte d'Azur. Yeah, I'd probably put that actually in the conversation with stuff like Silverstone. Route 11, if it's the one I'm thinking of, Route 11 is like super technical, almost feels like a city course version of Complex String. And then, funnily enough, speaking of tracks that we don't like, ironically, especially for me, I don't really like Route 7. Who remembers that one? From Gran Turismo 7? No, 6, I should say. Yeah, but the basically like a highway run. But Route 11, yeah, proper technical circuit. Also high axle. I mean, I feel like a lot of players would probably really love it if Route 5 came back. That's such an iconic city course, especially back when Gran Turismo didn't have much in the way of nighttime driving back in the day, but Route 5 was always one of those where you could. I didn't love it myself, but I could definitely see why people did. Yeah. Well, on that point of F1 cars, I've said this before, but I believe it's worth saying again. I think Polyphony is sitting on a prime opportunity to do a new, proper Formula Gran Turismo recreation, and maybe they will, but it wouldn't surprise me if they fumble it and waste it. What have they been doing with these Formula cars? You've got the F1500, which is Senna's Lotus 970 from GT6. You've got these more recent ones, the F3500s, which are in effect recreations of older cars as well, kind of like the 001 and the 002 back in the day. And you've got the Formula GT back in the day, which was kind of like an amalgamation of a few like 2004 kind of era cars. And then you had the real ones, the Ferrari F10 and the F2007. The 2007 was quicker. I personally like the F10 more because of the handling and the look. But what did we have in GT Sport? We had the Mercedes, the EQ Power Plus Dyson Hoover, whatever it was called. They could use that as a prime opportunity of making a modern, unlicensed Formula Gran Turismo for today's day and age in the style of a modern F1 car, and I don't get why they haven't. Because the car itself is gone from the game. You know that is, if not the standout car that was left behind, certainly one of maybe three standout cars that were left behind in GT Sport. I would argue that Mercedes, the Fittipaldi Vision GT, and the Lotus Evora are probably the three most notable cars that were left behind in the GT Sport era. Or, not era, the GT Sport days. And I think it'd be perfect. Make a few changes, change up the aero a bit. Imagine the liveries people would do on that. You could have so many modern cars recreated. It'd be awesome. Personally, I'd love to see like the orange spiker liveried version of that shape. But yeah, I think they're sitting on a prime opportunity there. But hey, what do I know? It'd be cool to have Indy cars as well. Excuse me. It'd also be really cool, and I've only just noticed we're actually getting into like proper nighttime. Occasionally, you'll see like vehicles which almost look like Indy cars going up Pikes Peak, but with like big knobbly dirt tyres. That'd be really cool to have one of them. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, it always feels more special when the F1 cars that they add are actually licensed. But it's almost a guarantee, basically, that you'll never see it in the series again. Singapore. Which one was that? I can't remember which one that was. Vegas, I remember, the drag strip. And yeah, I wish we had liveries. It'd make it a lot more interesting. If you look at the thumbnail that I did for the Suzuka race, the cars look way cooler in the thumbnail than they do in the race, because it's got like the old school liveries on there. The Takata Dome NSX and the SO Ultraflow Blue Supra. Loctite Zexel red and white Skyline. Great looking liveries. But no, you get a Castrol, and you get a Castrol, and you get a Castrol. Oh, right. What happened between Polyphony and Mercedes? I don't know. If you mean about the F1 car, it's not unusual for that to happen. If you think about it, I think pretty much, if not literally every time we've had a licensed F1 car, it's only been in one game. Senna's Lotus was only in GT6, Mercedes was only in GT Sport, the two Ferraris were, I guess technically those branched the gap a little bit, because those were in GT5, and were they in the PSP? I think they were in the PSP as well, so that might be the only time that we've seen that happen. But yeah, it's generally just specifically licensed. I would imagine in the case of the Ferraris, That's got to be such an expensive license to do that, because you know Ferrari's going to be like that. It's funny because we're over the blue section, but it doesn't feel like the track's overly wet, really. Love seeing the unburned fuel in the exhaust popping, especially at night. Abe does that, not with these kind of flames, but he spits flames out the back if you rev him up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that their licensing when it comes to the F1s is almost always short term. Yeah, well, it's funny you should say about the yellow, because we went straight through a yellow patch earlier on and had one which came close. But yeah, we've got no yellow at the moment. In fact, the yellow's completely dissipated off to the left now, but yeah, we went through quite a bit of intense rain earlier. I was actually thinking about going to the heavy wets, in fact. I didn't in the end. Top of the morning to you, bud. I'm definitely talking too much, because I'm losing some lead. Only 50 seconds behind, but still. That's good enough to pit in and still be ahead, so that's fine. And we haven't got that far to go before the next pit anyway. In fact, how far do we have? 2.3 laps. I'm at least a quarter Irish myself anyway. Between everything I am in my family history, it's a wonder I sound like I do. I'm at least a quarter Irish, if not like half of my grandparents. My dad was a Brummie, my mum's from Devon, and somehow I sound like this. But at least you can be grateful that I don't sound like this. Because if I did sound like my old man, which was like this, that would be particularly annoying on the channel. I believe it's actually been voted one of the worst accents in all of the UK. Oh. Yeah, well, technically my accent does have a name. It's just called received pronunciation, which basically means radio voice. Or as I used to call it before I knew what it was, I used to just call it like textbook English, like just as you'd read a book. I don't know how it ended up sounding like this, but hey, could have been worse, I guess. Could have sounded like I was from Devon. I could sound like... Because everyone near me sounds like that. They're right Somersetans, where the cider apples grew. And somehow I don't sound like this. That is a GT500, is it? I would be interested to do one of those ancestry search things to see where my family was from further back. I suspect there's probably a lot of... yeah, like, yeah, Pathé News, that kind of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if I was, like, mostly German in the past, probably. Like, you know, Saxon or whatever. Maybe North. I could see it being some Northman in there, maybe. Norwegian, maybe. Swedish. They all talk like this. Would explain why I like the thing so much as well. And then everyone just has random stuff like 5% South African. Your test results came back 99999. I've raced on Red Bull Ring. That's also not really a track I like much. We were talking earlier on about snow, actually, saying about how in Project Gotham you can drive on the Nurburgring in snow, and that'd be so cool to do here. Get the studded tyres out on a GTE car. Never heard of him. I don't really follow many other creators. Well, I don't follow any other creators, to be honest. I don't like being subconsciously influenced by other people. But cool. Yeah, Chamonix. It's going alright. Bit of night time now. Well, I say a bit of night time. Probably the next 6 hours, maybe 7. It's nice to have a change though. It's the only time I've had proper weather in any of these endurance races. Losing a bit of time from not focusing enough, but I don't know what. Well, actually, I do know. I was going to say I don't know what tyres to go for, but of course I do. It's not like I can go back to mediums, not yet anyway. So I do definitely need to pick up the pace. Circuit de France. Don't know what track that would be. I haven't heard of that, unless you mean, unless that's just like a colloquial term for like Lasart. Do you mean box as in like pits? Oh, Spa. Try and focus in a little bit before I pit in. Did I check out Cathedral? No, I didn't. A few people, I don't know if you were one of them, a few people mentioned in the comments about the third super small layout. Was it in the PSP or something? But no, I forgot to check it out, to be honest. Daytona, I'm kind of in the middle on Daytona. I like the idea of Daytona more than actually driving on it, usually. Oh, actually, another track that would be cool to see back. Indy. Especially the Indy Oval. I like the Indy Oval. And talk about history. Cool. Right, let's lock in a bit. Stop them from catching up. Monaco. A lot of people are bringing up Monaco. Not one of my favourites, but I get why people like it. I think I like the location for Monaco more than the track itself. Like all the boats and that in the background looks cool. When it comes to like those luxury location circuits, I definitely prefer Yas Marina over Monaco. At least you actually have space to overtake. Fast Laguna Seca. I don't recall that one. Netherlands. Whoops. I don't recall what the Netherlands track would be. What's that one? That's more like it. Focused in a little bit more and got back up from 40 seconds to 42, so... Can't be losing time all the time. Makes the race more interesting, but... 18 hours remaining. When I get down to about 16 hours, as long as the stream doesn't end itself for whatever reason before then. Oh, Zandvoort. I don't know if I've actually raced there on any game. What game would that be in? I don't think anything I've necessarily played. I know of the name, but I don't think I have much, if any, experience on there. Interesting. Pit in... Did I pit in too early? Did I just pit in by mistake? Oh no, I've got 15. I didn't notice then. Did I have enough for another lap or not? I don't even know. I don't know! It's time for a cheeky monster. Car looks nice and dirty. Yeah, midfield's great. I was talking about midfield earlier on. That would have probably been my favourite as a kid. I used to race a lot on midfield. And you would think it has a great chance of coming back because it was added as an update in GT6, which technically makes it one of the most recent returns. Full HD, I think it had like some time of day changes. But I just don't necessarily think it fits in with this self-serious image that they're trying to do now. I mean, you could. Most of the circuits are based in real locations, so you could do it. What are you doing? Get on the track. You done? Get a move on. Vettel, yeah, did the Vettel challenges. They were a good way of earning cash, especially if you redid the Red Bull Championship. With the daily login bonus, you could get like 2.5 mil an hour, I think it was. Oh, actually, that's another track. You've reminded me saying that I really don't like. I don't like Majore. A lot of people seem to really like it, but I do not like Majore. Yeah, 7 seconds ahead. Makes it more interesting. It's because I've been talking too much. Slip sliding around. Yeah, see, this is what I mean about polyphony being inconsistent, because you've got some courses which are trying to be more self-serious, like Grand Valley and the redesigned Trial Mountain and Deep Forest, but then you've got others which are totally stupid and pointless, like Broadbean and the Northern Isle. It's like, who is this even for? Yeah, it'd be cool to have some new layouts of midfield, actually. I mean, technically, I guess. The thing about Special Stage Route X is it is and it isn't at the same time. The only thing that's really crazy about it is just the size. Like, the layout itself is basically just the Bugatti or Volkswagen test course, really. Or even like less circular version of the Nardo circuit in Italy. So those kind of tracks do exist, just not 17-mile versions of them. Speaking of which, Nardo would be interesting, especially because it's entirely banked, just a full circle. Be interesting for racing. high speed but literally a continuous corner, to the point where it even put NASCAR to shame. Airport landing. You don't mean the Gran Turismo? Oh, not Gran Turismo. You don't mean the Top Gear test track? Yeah, Top Gear. I was saying earlier on about Top Gear, it's super iconic of course, but the problem with Top Gear, especially against the AI, is where you have to drive through the oncoming traffic. Well, not oncoming, but you know what I mean. Dodging the traffic would be kind of annoying. There's a track that's not too far from me, which could be fun, but also I say it could be fun, it might also end up being boring, like Goodwood. That's Castle Combe. In fact, I'm trying to think, I'm pretty sure Castle Combe is technically the only circuit I've ever driven a car on, because I've never done any track days, but I've driven a couple of my cars around Castle Combe for their action days. It's alright, we're only doing like 20-30 mile an hour, so it was hardly the full experience, but that'd be a pretty easy one to do, I would imagine. I'll probably be going to Castle Combe at least twice this year. I think I'll go for the Summer Action Day and the Halloween Day. I love doing the Halloween one, dressing up. I freaked out so many people last time. I put pictures of the costume on Instagram. I basically not shrink wrapped, but like tied a black bag around my head, over my eyes, nose, ears, everything, and then had a dental spreader in my mouth. So I was just like a black bag head with teeth. And I had like goth boots on, so I was about 6'5", 6'6", and carrying around a 7 pig's head on a chain. So many people were like, what is that? And obviously I took Bonnie, the hearse, which is the perfect car, because in Bonnie it's Halloween all year round. A literal flaming hearse. Stop. Get some help. Yeah, I like Hockenheim. I do have an idea for this year's Halloween, but we'll have to see how it goes. Kyoto. What you mean, like skid pans kind of thing, like the Gymkhana pad? I don't know why, but this car in the dark is kind of giving me Viper vibes. Oof. Yeah, it'd be cool to have even like a, you know, average like Tesco's car park kind of thing, because you know people would love that. People love doing like the track days and cruises and cops and robbers on tracks like the Nurb anyway. I missed that most recent comment though. 7 seconds, unacceptable. Yeah, I love Roadddogg. Not as much as Sebring, but I do love it. Mount Panorama, yeah, I don't love it like many people do, but yeah, Bathurst, as it's also known. I was saying earlier on that I don't know my Aussie circuits that well, but I know there's a lot of love for many of them, and it is pretty lacking, all things considered, in Gran Turismo. Albert Park, yeah, that sounds familiar. I mean, you were a bit later than me, but I grew up certainly playing those. I started with, well, I guess I technically would have started with like Mario Kart or something, but I started Gran Turismo with GT2, but I played more GT4 than most of the others. I must have played more of these by this point because of YouTube stuff, but and Need for Speed Underground 1. I never liked Underground 2 as much as most people seem to. I like it, but I like the first one more. Yeah, funnily enough, Most Wanted, barely ever played it. I played it more on the PSP than the normal version. Barely played Pro Street. No, I haven't played much Ridge Racer. Some, not much at all. Not much Burnout either. One or two of the older ones, but not a huge amount. Loved Need for Speed Carbon. That was the last one that I was really into. And then haven't played any of the more recent ones. I think one of them's free on the PS Plus at the moment, or it was. What was it, Unbound? The one with the Merc 190 on the cover. Couldn't be bothered to download it, I thought, no. I probably won't play it, so why waste the memory space? It's interesting that he's caught up so much, because my lap times haven't been crazy inconsistent over the past 10, basically. Unless... oh, actually he's dropped, never mind. Oh, he's dropped to 4th now, because the Japanese guy was in 2nd. Interesting. I was going to say maybe he was just being held up by the other cars and not being able to get past, but clearly not, because he's dropped behind again. Still, we are making better time, back up over 10 seconds again. Makes it a bit more interesting too. Yeah, properly bunched up together again. I want to check when we get into a darker portion of the track what difference the dipped beam makes on a car like this, because it's got pretty powerful lights. Cool, look at that. That's more of a challenge. Still good visibility. Yeah, which, I mean, for the AI is easy enough, but makes you think how crazy it is in real endurance races when you literally have that kind of few seconds difference between cars over 24 hours, especially with all the different pit-in strategies, and I guess they might be bump drafting, I don't know. I think honestly it was just me probably not being focused, chatting, reading the chat, bouncing off of walls and all that. It's bound to have an effect. Although I'm saying that, it's dropped again. It was up nearly 11 seconds, now it's down around 9 again. Strange. My best car for drifting, I do no drifting, really, in GT7. In Forza I drift quite a few weird random things. I did a drift stream, actually, a few weeks back in Forza, it's still on the channel. Drifting like a Ford Crown Vic taxi, or a dually truck, an old Bentley Turbo R, a Lincoln Continental. But in GT, I don't enjoy drifting in Gran Turismo. I've done a couple of special projects drift builds, like for the Hyper Sylvia and the BP Falcon Mazda. Taking a leaf out of the, what, I guess Hyundai with the Ioniq N, and before that I want to say, didn't the Ford Focus RS, the 3rd gen, have like a drift button as well? But I mean, so much of the quote-unquote innovation in the car world tends to be copied or ripped off, sometimes literally just stolen, like Nissan trying to steal the Delta Wing from Panos. Yeah, I'll use the Tomahawk. I tend to use it most these days. I used to use it a lot in GT6 for racing on Route X. Now I use the Tomahawk usually just to like clear out one of the weekly challenge events quickly. Like if it lets me use the S for road car events or whatever. We're back down to 7 seconds behind. I don't really feel like I'm losing pace. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm going slower than it feels like because it's night time. Yeah, exactly. "5 seconds? Really?" Delta Wing was just a different idea, really. I can't remember what the idea behind it with panels was, but I think it was basically kind of a vision of alternative racing where the car was super lightweight, didn't need as much power, had fantastic speed but also used less fuel, kind of like almost a more interesting eco race car kind of deal. Yeah, see, this is kind of annoying me, because that's my quickest lap since lap 34, and it doesn't really feel like putting the effort in is making any difference because they're just catching anyway. Get on with it. Yeah, get a move on. Must be nice to have four-wheel drive to just pull away immediately with no wheel spin. And now, of course, he'll just pull away and magically be gone. I tell you what he will do. He'll magically be gone somewhere if I get the chance. Off you go. Nice to have the extra light. Nope. Don't stop. And suddenly, where's his speed gone, huh? How quick he was out of corners. All of a sudden he's not. Looks good with his lights over the road, seeing the reflection. It's crazy to hear someone call a McLaren F1 a classic. My favourite classic is the same as my favourite classic design in real life, which is the Daytona Cobra. But the best one? I don't know. I guess the best one's whichever one you get the most use out of, really. Yeah, he is. Well, not so much now, which again is like, oh, suddenly he's lost pace. Funny that. On a straight too. But he was so quick just now. Camaro, nice. Don't see many Camaros in the UK. As far as classic Yanks go, you probably see... I don't know, maybe more Mustangs, I'd imagine, because it's not like you see a huge amount anyway. I'm trying to think, because most of the time when I take mine to shows, not a Mustang, but when I go to like the American shows and that, I don't see like a huge amount of any one car, which is nice. It's more eclectic than that, but I definitely don't see many Camaros. You'd think there'd be more. Not even Mach 1s. I feel like I see more early Mustangs, like 65s and 67s, that kind of really early, like the narrow shaped Mustangs. I'm trying to think what. I guess like C3 Corvettes. There's quite a few of those over here. Yeah, Cobras, but I don't really count those because they are all replicas. There are some Firebirds, not a huge amount. Tends to be a bit eclectic. Challengers. There are some of the new Challengers. For some reason, people really seem to like importing the V6 ones, which is like, why would you even waste your time importing a V6 Challenger or a V6 Camaro? But whatever. But classic ones, no, not very many at all. Occasionally, you'll see a Cuda, which I'm personally a fan of. Occasionally a Charger, like a Dukes of Hazzard shape. But yeah, I'd say not a huge amount, but more so than others. Mustangs, for sure. Not many of the ones that I've got. I mean, yeah, but it's like, if you want better fuel economy, why are you buying a Challenger at all? You know, what's the point of spending all that money to get it in the country? Just get like an EcoBoost Mustang or something if you get it that much. And yeah, for mine are both, obviously, well, not both. Well, actually all of mine, all three of mine are Yanks, but one modern and 20 years old, still technically modern by my standards, but, and then two from the 60s, 67 and 68, but both of mine are like basically the only time you'll see either of those on the road in the UK. Yeah, it's like even the Hellcat, I get it on paper, but as I understand it, the Challenger Hellcat is pretty horrific through corners anyway. Surprise, surprise. And it's so quick that you, or so powerful rather than so quick, that you can't use that kind of power in the UK. Not and keep your license anyway. That's why I like mine. Mine are all torque anyway. I like that low end, effortless kind of blub 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 kind of grunt. And I'm more of a cruiser. You know, I'm not interested in like drag racing or anything like that. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's a 20-year-old car, but it's a 2006, which is a 20-year-old car, which I still think of that. Anything after the year 2000, I think of as being modern, really, and I probably will for a while. The year 2000 almost feels like a pivot point, really, to me. But yeah, the others are 1967 and 68, so like proper classic Yanks, and thankfully pre-fuel crisis, so they actually have power. Not those ridiculous little strangled 160 horsepower motors that they had in the 70s and 80s and 90s. I always like it when I see another Lincoln, because there's not a huge amount of them over here. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. How have I not needed to pee yet? I think if I were to get one of those like modern muscle cars / pony cars, I would get a Challenger out of like the big three, between the Mustang, the Camaro and the Challenger, because to me it's the most aggressive looking, it's the most badass looking. It looks a bit chunkier than the other two, but it would have to be the V8. I wouldn't get a Hellcat though, I'd get an SRT8 6.1. They're not too crazy on price, and I like that earlier one, like the one that looked the most like the concept. Which, to be fair play to America. The Camaro looked a lot like the concept, and the Challenger looked a lot like the concept, so they did a really good job of actually being faithful to that when it reached production, especially the Challenger. It was almost exactly like the concept, which is so rare for that to happen. Well, the Audi is definitely quicker on the straights, because he made up a huge amount of time there. You're done. Yeah, it depends on the Mustang. You know, like when I see most Mustangs over here, yeah, I don't know. The Mustangs that are here anyway feel a little bit too Euro, like they're trying too hard to assimilate. They're right-hand drive, got EcoBoost engines, and I don't know, just don't do it for me. But I guess because I'm not a Mustang guy anyway, so they wouldn't do it for me. I think the only modern Mustang that I like would be the kind of 2007 era GT500. I think that's still a great looking shape. Back when it had, what, 500 horses, I think? Or no, 450 maybe. To me, 400 horses, it's about right. The vast majority of cars that I've driven or owned, anywhere around 400 feels good to me. Because it's like, it's enough for it to be quick and enough for it to have fun, but not so quick that you can't use it. And also not so powerful that it feels like the engine's too tightly wound. So it tends to be a nice pivot point kind of for reliability as well. I think I've actually had more cars with around that level than probably any other power level actually. Especially if you count anywhere between 300 and 400. Yeah, Saleen Mustang, love the Saleen Mustangs because obviously I love Saleen. Nice, I had a Rolls. It's on the channel actually. It's not exactly a normal Rolls though, or at least it wasn't when I was done with it. Mine was a 73 Mark 1 Silver Shadow, which we hollowed out and put on top of a diesel truck to make it a twin chassis daily driver. Holy Trinity hypercars. I'm going to cheat and answer that one because my favourite of the Holy Trinity is the Jag, the CX-75. But of the strict three, I would say the Porsche, the 918. I feel like that's the one I'd probably enjoy driving the most. Even though, funnily enough, it's kind of the most understated of the three. I do feel like it's kind of a shame that the Mercedes AMG 1 is taking so long to become like a proper thing. Understandably, because they chose to use a Formula 1 engine, but I feel like that would have been much better if that had been in that kind of time period up against the McLaren and that. At times like this that I'm glad I'm not driving a Chaparral 2J, because I would be able to see 2 red dots on the back and nothing else. Yeah, the Valkyrie just looks like a more interesting car. The AMG, I don't know, it's kind of a nothing looking car. It's super aerodynamic, but because of that it doesn't really have much form to me. Like the back end is more interesting looking, but even that's not that interesting. Like to me, there's nothing really that looks particularly Mercedes even about that car. You could change the headlight design and it could easily be some completely different or new brand. I don't think that's necessarily a great thing. Would I want the Streamliner back? Yeah. Or like a NASCAR, like you said, the stock cars. Would I want the Streamliner? I mean, yeah, in a general sense. I don't know how much we'd be able to do with it, but yeah, it would be cool. I've got a nice model of that one, actually. The one that I believe killed Bernd Rosemeyer. Whatever crazy speed he was doing, 260 mile an hour or something in it. Depends on the track, I guess, because in many cases that would be true, wouldn't it? Like if you've got a super well lit track, like imagine what, Yas Marina? That's got to be pretty bright all the time. I think there's lights everywhere on that track, but even so. Yeah, I remember those. The 24-minute races are so stupid. It's like, I get what you're going for, but it's pointless. We've got a couple of them on the tail now. More than a couple, in fact. So hang on a second. You're telling me that not only has he caught up, but they've caught up to him, to the point where it looks like he's holding them up. Really? So, what exactly has changed? Because my pace... Get lost. My pace is... it's up and down, but not any more than it was already. It's going to be interesting for them if they try and overtake, that's for sure. It feels like in B-Spec when you tell it to push harder. It feels like the AI has done that. Yeah, burnout, exactly. The slow-mo cam and the front end of the car deforming against the tyre wall. Burnout Paradise style. That's a game that I never got into as much as I would have thought. Paradise. Get on the road. Stop flashing your headlights. I think I remember playing Burnout Revenge, I think it was, and maybe Burnout 3, possibly. Should have a decent chance of wiping them out on the straights, because we already know they're going to go for the overtake there. Or even earlier. No thank you. Yeah. Would be nice if the slipstream actually kicks in sometime today. Bye bye. See you later. Get away from me. Funny how they ebb and flow. Pressure on and drop back. Put the pressure on and drop back. Still very funny to me how he was catching up to me so quick, and yet they caught up to him like it was nothing. And I'll do it again. Really? Oh, good for you! Bit late on that one. I blame only myself. I don't see where they've suddenly got this magical pace from. Because my laps, they're slower anyway than the best, obviously, because it's been wet the entire time. And suddenly they've gotten better pace from nowhere, even though nothing's really changed about the track conditions. I guess it's a bit drier. Yeah, it's like, I don't think there's rubber banding, but boy does it feel like it sometimes with the way they act, especially how they only catch up on specific parts of the track. And my pace just isn't that inconsistent around certain parts compared to other parts. So for them to drop back by seconds and seconds and seconds, and then catch up by seconds and seconds when there's not any kind of straight to make use of. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it's just me, but it just feels off. Get on with it. Exactly. Feels like an arbitrary like pinch point or like a pressure point. Like, okay, this part of the script runs now. Very TOCA touring cars-ish. Yeah. It's my rain light that's drawing them in like a moth. Yeah. As soon as he comes out of the pits, the race goes black and white. Now look here, see? I've got a car to catch. Yeah, just pulling a wheelie through the entire lap. Nose never touches the ground around all the walls. Or the legendary dolphin liveried Gillett Vertigo with its nose to the stars. I think I'll go high. Moon over the castle intensifies. Ooh. Kaz sat in his little patent motor wagon. Scarf starched back in the wind. driving the Daimler motor carriage like it's the Beast of Turin. And now, magically, despite the fact that I don't necessarily feel any quicker than I was before, now it's like a 4 or 5 seconds pretty consistently around the lap. Sure, sure. Get on the road. If it isn't cheating, it sure has a way of making proper driving look like it. I'm sure it isn't. But I also find it quite funny that this is supposed to be the zero pepper. Really? And see, now we're down to 2.7 seconds. Granted, I went off on that one corner, but it wasn't that much of an off on the corner. Just get a move on. No. And then all that work is for nothing. Because they just have more power, apparently. Even the Ferrari, which should be exactly the same car as this, magically has a better top speed, even though it's on the red line. And now the brakes don't work either. Because, of course, get on the road. You dumbass. No inside line for you, thank you very much. Get a move on. Get on with it. It's beginning to smell a lot like... Interesting to see what happens when we get to the pitting stage. Because if this trajectory continues, it ain't gonna be fun. Cheers, dude. Thanks for stopping by. See you in a bit. Ooh, well, ain't that interesting? There is finally an end in sight. Which, as fun as the weather has been, or as fun as it was, I mean, I'm saying this, are still hours away, but as fun as it's been, I would welcome having both some light again, and more so, some dry roads to make up some time. Really? Yeah. Are you done? Are you done? Let's try this for a change. Don't know if that was any quicker or not, really. Didn't really feel it. And yet again, all of that lap means virtually nothing once you hit the straight. Fun. still, backcutting at this point ain't too bad. 7 hours in. About another hour and I shall start part 2 of the stream. I could push closer to 12 hours really, but with how YouTube is for not saving that properly, I don't really want to do that. And also because the race is never actually 24 hours, it's more like a little bit more with pee breaks and pause moments and debrief. Plus the start of the race, obviously, as well, where we were in the menu. Yeah. Well, thankfully, I think that would probably initiate the exit save thing. Obviously, I still don't want to do that, but I've said before that happened to my old man back in the day. Back when it was, you know, you lost and that was it. He did have a power cut at least once in a 24-hour race. I seem to recall he'd done a lot of it too. 17 hours remaining. When something like that happens, for me, I kind of have to leave it for a while. Like, probably days, if not a week or two. Because it just throws me completely out of the mood. And yeah, it is good. I don't know if they deliberately had the exit save thing. I would imagine it must have been deliberate, otherwise it probably wouldn't work in that way. But yeah, they certainly don't make it obvious. The community just figured that out. I don't think they make it obvious anyway. I don't recall them saying anything in the menu or whatever about it. It'd be nice to try and get back down to the kind of lap times that my best was, because this is still near enough a minute slower than that. Because at that point, they were nowhere near. But it'll be interesting to see how that pans out, because they were nowhere near here either. Get on the road. And that changed real quick from that 3-minute lead. Even that, one bounce off of a railing, 5 seconds? Nah, 2.5. It's stuff like this that, I don't know, I don't know what they're going for. Maybe they're trying to push you to be better, maybe, you know, whatever, but I don't find that. I don't find it makes me want to be better. I don't find it makes me angry, even. It's just, it makes me not care as much. It's like, oh, so it doesn't matter how I drive them, really. Yeah. Indeed. I was going to say it feels like the night time's slowing me down a bit, but it doesn't really look that way in terms of the laps. now it's magically up to 5 seconds again. That wall ride must do wonders. Get on it. Really? Really? Feels like it's getting a bit slippery. Which, like we said, isn't a bad thing, hopefully. Or at the very least, it will be interesting to see if their inconsistency continues. Because if it's tipping it down and they're still catching up, makes it pretty obvious then that it is not organic. Yeah, it's, I don't know, it's like the light isn't mapped in the right way or something for it to show up at night, maybe, I don't know. PM in the game, 5:20 AM in the UK. Yeah, exactly. And thankfully the rain did make a difference because they did not catch up in the same way, which is kind of weird to me because we're all on intermediates. So if anything, they probably should still really have got me on the straight, but whatever. It's a welcome change. .7. So basically I have to pit in on this lap pretty much. Yeah, it's like earlier on when I was chasing the Audi out of that corner back there. May as well have all-wheel drive because they certainly weren't fighting against the car. Meanwhile, this is the same Sophie AI that at the start of the Le Mans we saw cars literally just spinning for no reason on the straight at Le Mans. Real clever AI. It almost feels to me, and without insider knowledge I wouldn't be able to confirm this, but it kind of feels to me, if you compare Sophie 2 to Sophie 3, that Sophie 2 was more polished and Sophie 3 feels more like experimental, almost. Like it's more, it jumps from one extreme to the other in terms of skill, it jumps from one end to the other in terms of mistakes it's willing to make, or how aggressive it's willing to be, but almost feels like, I guess the way I'd describe how it feels is Sophie 2 felt like it was developed. Sophie 3 feels like they used AI to do it. But in a literal sense. It feels like it uses AI in some weird predictive way, but it's making it just, it's too inconsistent. At the one minute you've got like, I don't know, Michael Schumacher, and then next minute it's Sloth from the Goonies driving the car. Yeah, it doesn't make any consistent sense. Which, like I said, I find that disheartening. I don't find it a challenge. I find it insulting, because it's like this is a 2003 kind of mentality to AI. You'd expect this from Midnight Club, not from Gran Turismo. That on fuel actually, so that I remember. Because the last thing I want is to miss the pits. Yeah, they're better at reacting if you try and use them like entering a corner, which is also ironic given that they will freely do it to you. It feels more like a work in progress kind of thing. Like they released it when it wasn't really finished, which is why it still like completely ignores flags and stuff like that. I guess the whole idea is that it's never really finished, but there's ways of having something unfinished and ways of feeling unfinished, I guess. Yeah. Make way for faster cars. How about no? Corner 2 and 3 are like right on each other's tail. The two Spaniards again. Half a second or whatever between them. That's got to be... I can't remember what he was driving. Is that the Merc and the Audi? Or was maybe one of those the Ferrari? I can't remember. I had this interesting kind of realisation, and this is kind of a spoiler for Tuesday's upcoming members video in Ride 5. I decided to kick off the reviews in that game with one of the most extreme bikes in the game, the Virus Alien, crazy looking thing, and it kind of applies to cars too, but not in as noticeable of a way as with bikes. But it made me formulate this hot take, which I don't know if people would agree or disagree with this, but I feel like we might have reached the point where bikes, more so than cars, have kind of reached, in a weird sort of way, as fast as they can be. And I don't mean that literally, because obviously you can always make something quicker, but when I was riding that bike, for example, and with a lot of modern bikes, I feel like you spend more time now on brake than on throttle, because they're so powerful and they're so rapid to get to the next corner that you spend more time slowing down because the brakes can't keep up with the performance. And it kind of made me think of like a Tomahawk sort of situation, where the only reason why the Tomahawk or a Red Bull even works is because the brakes are so unrealistically good. Like, in reality, there's no way you'd slow down a Tomahawk that quickly, even if it was super lightweight. And if the brakes were more realistic, it would be probably half as useful of a car as it actually is. But with bikes, because they don't represent it that way, they make it more realistic. You just can't slow down quick enough in terms of how quickly they accelerate, or at least these like super powerful, what I would call like hyper bikes that we have now with way beyond 1 horsepower per kilo. And I feel like the result of this little, not brainstorm, but like take of mine that it's given me, is I think we need a revolution, or the next revolution again needs to be in the world of braking, because the last major revolution I can think of in braking was what, carbon ceramics being used more so, and even that, it feels like that was great in the 2000s, but we're now 20 years on and we need something more, something better. And I don't know, I feel like some cars experimenting maybe with twin calipers per disc, but then you've got the problem of locking up. It feels like in the world of cars it's easier to deal with because there's one massive difference obviously between cars and bikes, and that is the stability factor. You almost never need to really think about stability in a car. You can just slam on the brakes. And you do have to, of course, but nothing like with a bike. Whereas on a bike, the options to deal with that and to make slowing down better just seems so much more limited, because you've only really got two options that I can think of. Either you've got to have like this radical over-engineered version of engine braking, which is possible, you know, like regen essentially does that on electric bikes. You can set the regen to be really high, so as soon as you come off the throttle it slows right down. You could probably do something like that with an engine, and I feel like that might be the best way, working in tandem with the brakes, because you could drop a couple of gears and have that effect. But on the other hand, the only other realistic option, I think, and this would be very hard to implement, I think, would be active aero. Yeah. It does feel like Tron kind of thing, where they just turn on a dime, or at least the cars do. Should I go for heavy wets? I don't know. I'll go for the intermediates. I don't know. I feel like it could be a mistake. And of course they didn't pit in, because why would they ever need to? And now let's see how their pace changes, because I guarantee I won't catch up in the way that I was leaving them. But prove me wrong. Yeah, I figure so. But yeah, the problem with active aero, on a car it's all well and good. Please, get on with it. But on a bike, active aero is possible, but you just have so much more risk, especially diving into a corner, of upsetting the stability of the bike. You know, imagine like a bike that looks like a Tomahawk, where you brake and the wings all kind of flap out. It could work, but you'd have to get it so down to a fine art. And I just feel like even the idea of brakes, when you really think about where we are with braking technology, they're quite primitive, really. It feels like everything else has accelerated quicker than brakes have. And ironically, I think that manufacturers, bike manufacturers even more than cars, need to really focus ironically on slowing bikes down, in terms of literally slowing them down, to make them faster. Because just like the Tomahawk, the real beauty of that car is that it slows down like it's on a cheat disc, and that allows you to just go stupidly quick into a corner and almost brake whenever you want. And on a bike, you'll never reach that level, obviously, but I think if they really try to reinvent the wheel in that funny kind of way, it will pay dividends in the future, because you'll immediately make a bike so much more rapid. You could take a bike probably with 50 horsepower less and end up making it quicker around a track, because it can brake later and brake harder without the rider being thrown off. Yeah, exactly. There's so many issues with active aero on a bike, and it's interesting because we are currently seeing, like, especially in the world of MotoGP, more than ever, aero being used on bikes more than ever before. Like all these little winglets and stuff sticking out of them, and it looks really cool. And I'm sure they're generating so much more downforce than a bike ever normally would. But even that only really helps you, obviously, at speed, not really slowing down. I did have an idea of something which I thought could work, which is you'd have to have a section on the bike which is kind of hollow inside the fairing, sort of like below the fuel tank, and then you could have a vent that opens either side, almost like a bonnet scoop kind of thing, but it's completely flush with the side of the bike. And then when you brake, the vent opens both sides against the air, almost like a huge air intake on either side, but then both intakes lead into each other. So instead of it cooling something down, it just creates like an air dam of the air fighting each other from both sides and creating like a almost like an air brake, like an SLR McLaren or a Veyron would have. I could see that working, because in that kind of fixed sense, it's not so much active aero, it's more, well, it is an air brake really, and I think that could work. And yeah, the rider. The problem with having that is, and this is something which I thought about before, one of the main issues is obviously with the G-forces. You're not strapped to the bike as you would be in a car. So I thought at a certain point you probably have to have like some kind of specialised suit which essentially magnetises you to the bike. Which again, that could work. But that would be the issue with having like active aero on the suit rather than the bike, because if you deploy the aero, it would just rip you straight off the bike because of grip strength versus wind strength. But yeah, it's just it was an interesting thought, or a path of thought which I didn't expect to have, based on just riding this one random weird bike. But yeah, I think we need a kind of a reinvention of brakes in some kind of way. I think engine braking probably is the way to go, because at least then that's more controlled, and it would allow you to essentially do what most riders already do, except it would save you the time of not needing to clutch in, drop a couple of cogs, clutch out and slow down. Yeah, exactly, you'd be with the machine. And of course, if you were to have a magnetised suit, it would have to have some kind of crash sensor, wherein, kind of like those you know, the airbag suits that you have on bikes, where you plug it into the bike itself, and if the plug is ripped out, it makes the suit inflate. You could probably have a similar thing where you plug in to the bike, which causes the magnets to be engaged, and then if that plug is pulled clear, it disengages the magnets at the same time, like in a split second. So it could be done. Certainly you could do it in a game, like in a Vision GT kind of equivalent, but in real life, it'd be a bit of a challenge. And obviously you couldn't do that in like a production sense, it'd be so expensive for a suit like that, but for racing, you could do it. Well, I mean, I've never built a motorbike, that's for sure, so what do I know? All these manufacturers know a lot more than me, but it just struck me more than ever, because the faster the bike gets, the more you notice the problem of just riding the brakes all the time. And it gets quite annoying, actually, because it feels like you end up literally having more fun on a bike with half the power, because you can just use it more. Kind of like a smaller car. So we caught up a bit, I think. What was I, 12 seconds off? Something like that? Now down to 6, so could be worse. Track doesn't seem overly wet really at all at the moment, which is possibly why I'm doing a bit better, but I don't know. What is that like a medical thing? Like in the case of my dad, for example, he had vertigo, and funnily enough, I used to have an inner ear thing when my balance wasn't great, but it hasn't really bothered me in a while. I think it might have mostly, if not completely, cleared up. Not bad. 4 seconds down, which of course I'll now lose all of that progress, although still it is progress is progress, because it's still better than the amount of time I was behind after leaving the pits. So all things considered, not actually too bad, to be fair. I made up the time and lost a lot of time in the pits. Right. If you've never looked into it, it's definitely worth talking to a doctor about vertigo. Might be the issue. A lot of that balance stuff, most as I understand it, goes back to the inner ear. Interesting. Yeah, that sounds like vertigo. Which is funny because most people, I think, misunderstand vertigo as being like afraid of heights, probably because of the Hitchcock movie, but it's not really anything to do with that, as I'm sure you know anyway. Yeah, I believe that is a sign of it as well. And part of the thing is, I don't know if this would be the case for you, part of the difference, where I've noticed the difference, is I very rarely now listen to music anywhere near as loud as I used to, and I very, very rarely, in fact I haven't in months, used headphones. And that's made a difference for sure. And also a second thing is I've basically completely stopped using earbuds, which I know everyone kind of knows you're not supposed to anyway, but between that and not listening to louder stuff. Right. Do they not syringe anyone in general? Or give them a little helping hand. Interesting to see some different cars at the front as well, like Ford GT. They really do love that Mazda, don't they? Nice try. Oh, interesting. I'm sure there are circumstances where it can't really be changed. Like with my old man, I don't think they could really do anything for him. But do I have pets? Not anymore, no. I'd love to have a pet again, but no, because I drive quite a lot outside of YouTube, and I'm away some of the time anyway from home, so it'd have to be something that I could take with me. Used to have a pet. I think it would have been back when I was like 13. I had a dog, but that was about it. It was a great dog, an American Staffy, basically a pit bull, like a very large pit bull, but with the floppy ears rather than the pointy ears. Biscuit, his name was. He was a great dog. Always had bad health. He was a big boy too. His head was the same size as mine. I think he weighed, what did he weigh? About 50 kilos? He was a giant dog, and he wasn't fat either. You can see his ribs still. Interesting. And obviously I'm not a doctor, so what do I know anyway? I love the idea when it comes to pets of having something that's like a bit different. Like I'd really love a fennec fox. One of those little desert foxes with the huge ears. And I'm not a cat person, but I would really love a serval. The African wildcat, the ones that look kind of like a mini cheetah, with super long legs, and they're really like upright and really skinny. Also very laid back, but very expensive. Any animal, any exotic animal like that, aside from the licenses and everything, it's very expensive. More realistic, I think, for me would be to get like a couple of rats. I've always liked rats. And apparently supposed to get a couple because they need companionship. So maybe rats. I mean, at least I could take those with me. But yeah, I don't know. I've always liked the idea of like predator pets, because I've always liked those kind of things, you know, tarantulas, scorpions, snakes, alligator snapping turtle, something like that. But I wouldn't really want something like that where, again, I'd have to leave it. It would have to be in a heated terrarium, too aggressive to handle. There's no point really then. And in a more conservative sense, I love the idea of a chihuahua. Partially because of the irony of me walking around with a tiny little chihuahua. I'd want the ugliest chihuahua possible, like short hair, big swollen head, eyes pointing two different directions, the whole Pinky and the Brain deal. I call him Bulb. Got any bright ideas today? Yeah. Maine Coons are the big one, aren't they? Like almost like a wildcat looking cat. Bigger and fluffier. Those giant rabbits are pretty cool too. The Flemish giants. I'm not really Siamese. Yeah, Siamese is like the white with the black face in it. Like again, very like elegant the way they move. And I do like Sphinx cats. The hairless ones that look like aliens. I do like those. I love how they like smack each other, and it sounds like you're smacking someone on like a bald head because because they've got no fur and they're ugly little wrinkles. I love ugly animals. I guess I like pugs and Frenchies. I mean, Frenchies aren't ugly; they're cute, but mole rats and all that kind of thing. Anything that looks like a Papa Meat cartoon, basically in real life. Yeah, and I like the ones that have like the bright blue eyes. They look almost like fake. And I like those cats. I don't know if it's Persian ones, the ones that look like super derpy and they've got crazy like fluffy faces, really smushed up noses and mouths. The ones that look like they're eternally right on the cusp of a sneeze. They're like all the time. What else would I have? Not really a fish person. If I were, I'd want something like an anglerfish or piranhas or something nasty like that. But fish aren't really my thing. Yeah, I guess that's about it. Maybe I love capybaras, but I don't know how they'd go as a pet. Pretty chilled, pretty laid back, but a bit big. Bit big to be taking that around everywhere. It's not like you can put a capybara in your pocket. I feel like the best options would be either a chihuahua, or a couple of rats. Chihuahua. Ideally a chihuahua that doesn't have the bad attitude, which I know doesn't really exist, but like a nice chihuahua. I don't want one that's like everything that moves. Nice little chihuahua that's like, maybe even like a senior chihuahua, like adopt one, tongue hanging out, no teeth. Oh really? You want to overtake me? Go on then. Give it a try if you dare. Or suddenly you don't have the performance. Funny that. Someone lost his nerve. People who love fish seem to really love their fish. But to me, I'm not as much of a fan of animals that you can't read. You know, like you can't really get any expression or personality from them. I guess you can really from fish, but not in the way that I mean. You know, like facial expressions and stuff like that. Which, even with rats, it's kind of borderline, but at least because rats are so smart and affectionate, you can still tell. I get a rat and a chihuahua, and together they can be Pinky in the Brain. I wonder if that's what Pinky in the Brain is supposed to be. Or maybe they're both rats. But Brain definitely looks more like a chihuahua. I don't know. Pinky looks like a rat. Yeah. I like the idea of some lizards as well, because certain lizards seem quite affectionate, ironically. And tortoises as well. I'd want like an iguana or something. There's a cute video, I think it's from years ago now on YouTube. I think it's called Iguana or Lizard Greets Man Like a Dog. And I got to admit, it was such a formative video in my childhood that it basically it influenced how I talk to dogs now. Because the guy in the video, he's like, hey buddy, come here buddy. Like talking to his iguana as it runs across the garden towards him. I was surprised actually, it seemed to have quite a lot of personality. But again, probably not the cheapest thing to live with. I would imagine it would need terrarium, heat light. Again, not like you can take a 4-foot long lizard around with you everywhere. I don't think so. It was like nodding its head as it came over, like apparently they do that when they want food. But no, it's got like, it was one of those, it's got like the frills under its neck and big jowl cheeks. Like the size of a dog, basically. It comes running across the garden. I think it might grab his leg, like trying to climb up him, but I don't know. Been a while. The Suzuki Carry. Oh yeah, I used it a decent amount when it first was added to the game. Haven't used it in a while, I must admit. They seem awfully close. Especially when usually the earlier part of the lap is where I open up a gap and then PS2 game with the dog. Was it a Japanese type thing? Like some wolf or something like that? Shami something? Shamigami? I can't remember what it was. Oh, why does that sound familiar? Dog's Life. Have I played that? I can't remember now. That sounds familiar. Oh. Yeah, that does sound familiar. Well, it looks like, yeah, probably a few more hours, and should have some clear weather, but it is going to take a while, so I feel like I'm just going to be constantly doing this annoying back and forth. And I'm also pretty sure they still haven't pitted in yet. Yeah, I never really played Ratchet and Clank. Wanted to as a kid, but never got around to it. Yeah, I thought you could, because I run with ABS anyway, but I thought when you turned it off, it was just off then. Or are there some cars that you can't turn it off? I wasn't aware of that, so. Only 20 more minutes before starting the new stream, which I'll probably stop it for a little bit more than like 15 seconds, because I'll probably use it as a pee break. Be the perfect time to do it. Right. I kind of miss when like Disney movies and stuff would get really good games to go along with them. Like, I remember one of my favourite games as a kid, and I seem to recall it being a fairly large game as well, was the Atlantis game. I think that might have even been on a PS1. Can't remember now. But like, you'd get games like that of movies that were genuinely good, sometimes better than the movie. That doesn't seem to happen anymore. Although, speaking of game or movie games, I've seen that they're now, well, presumably it's done, but there's a John Wick game coming out, which, that looks fun. Right. So a couple of them have pitted, but still not all. Doesn't really matter too much, because I've still got the fuel advantage over them. I might even have a bit of tater salad between streams. Out of the two, I'd have to say Project Cars 2. Yeah, 3 ain't it. I cover 3, well, I cover 1, 2 and 3 in the members section on the channel, but yeah, 3 is... it's a misstep, for sure. And I say that as somebody who wasn't like a massive fan of 1 and 2 anyway, but I think 2, I would say, yeah, 2's probably the best overall. .800 miles, which again, right on track. 800 miles and just under 8 hours in. So we are averaging roughly 100 miles an hour. Nice. Oh yeah, it's way more accessible on the controller, but the physics are a lot more like strangely mushy, and one of the first cars I drove in the game was the Rimac, and it's so bouncy. Like, the car's just all over the place. So I don't know what they did with the suspension physics, but whatever it was bad, because the cars are bouncing around like a 60s American car. Yeah, I mean, I would say it's worth it for a try, and if you've like played through other games and fancy taking on a new one, then yeah, I'd say then 3's alright. My kind of attitude toward 3 is a bit like my attitude toward the Power Pack. It's like it's an extra thing. Like you don't need it, but if you fancy doing something extra, then try 3. Go in with low expectations and you might be pleasantly surprised. It has a much more blown out visual style as well, like it's too bright and the colours are a little bit too vivid. It almost makes it look like a previous console generation in a weird kind of way. Even after I finish this race, I'm not going to have a huge amount of sleep. Decent, but not like a lion or anything. Yeah, it's like nothing to lose kind of thing. Because I'll be getting, well, I'll go to sleep immediately after this. Probably fall asleep immediately, if last time's anything to go by. And then I've got to be up. Probably be up at 7ish, because tomorrow is Haynes, for the Haynes Breakfast Club for March. Going to do some fixes as well on the Lincoln at the moment. Well, I should say the classic Lincoln. He's decided to have a few issues all at once for some reason. His bonnet pull release decided to snap a cable, which, to be fair, it's probably the 60-year-old unit, so you can't really fault it there. So I need to get that fixed. Shouldn't be too complicated, but what shouldn't be and what will be are two different things. Then his wipers have stopped working, which I'm hoping is the switch rather than the motor, because the switch I wanted to really change anyway. I want to just make it a normal, like, 2-speed on-off switch rather than the weird dial that they've got on it. Because I turned it on the other day and the wipers very slowly went up to the full position and then stuck there, so I had to physically put them back down again. But I could hear the motor kind of like trying, so I don't know if the motor's gone or if it's the switch. I'm hoping it's the switch. And then one which happened the other day when I was right about to leave, started him up, turned the steering wheel, and then turned the steering wheel the other way. Got out, looked underneath, puddle under the car, dumped all his power steering fluid out from either a broken seal or more likely rust pinhole. Again, probably the original pipes, so you can't really fault it there. So that was an interesting drive back. Drove him about 50-60 miles back with no power steering, which was fun. Obviously on the motorway it wasn't too much of an issue because you got the speed working with you, but yeah, I actually don't mind it, to be honest. Obviously parking would be an incredible pain because of having to turn the steering wheel so much, but I very rarely park in those kind of circumstances. I usually tend to park just straight in, straight out. And I might actually keep him with no power steering for a while. I kind of like it. It's got a more like raw feel. You can feel the road more, he reacts to the bumps more, but it still feels safe because it's still a big heavy car. But yeah, definitely got to sort out the bonnet latch, and the main thing is the wipers from a safety perspective. But yeah, it's weird how he's decided to kind of do a bunch of things at once. So we should be able to get just under, or thereabouts, another lap before pausing. I might even pause on the home straight, I reckon, of the next lap. .6 laps left on fuel. Yeah. Lighter grey patch for a little bit, but the blue could always come down a bit lower. We shall see. And I reckon it will still be a case of intermediates, even though they wear a bit quicker, because you can't really chance it, especially not with the map as it is. It ain't that dry. Yeah, and some rain coming down now as well. Yeah, indeed. Speaking of which, I'm not sure. The recent ones behind were like the Mazda RX Vision, the AMG, I think, and what was the other one? The R8. Those have been pretty high up, but I don't know. It's changed around quite a lot, so I'm not sure. Well, like I said earlier, something about this angle of the car. I think maybe the combination of like the cabin shape, the wing, and the little like vague lights, like the just like slit lights on the back, kind of reminds me of like a Viper ACR in the dark. It's funny, speaking of Vipers, the chap that I bought the Navigator off, the new one, he loves Vipers. Viper's his favourite car. I think he said, I want to say he's had 10 of them, I think, something crazy like that. Which, I mean, there aren't exactly that many in the UK, so he's probably owned most of them at some point. But he had a picture in the office of, I think, his favourite one. He had a Viper ACR Extreme, which I think he said there was like a dozen made, something like that. It's not like the ACR wasn't extreme anyway, but apparently they came with like no soundproofing underneath the bonnet and the boot, no radio. It's like an even more, well, extreme version of it. Black with the red stripe. Very rare to see a Viper around my neck of the woods. Probably not too surprising in Somerset, to be fair. It's not the kind of road you'd drive something like that on usually. I have enough trouble with the TVR, let alone a Viper. I think what I might actually do when I get to the start-finish line and start the new stream is I'll probably have a pee break, start the new stream, and then have just a bit of a pause while I have a bit to eat. Rather than eating and then people being like, oh, where's the stream? 16 hours remaining. 1/3 of the race is done. Just under 4 laps. Right. As we enter the next lap, I shall pause there. We will end this stream and then begin the new one shortly. End the stream.